Okay, hi, I'm here. Bruh. Yeah. Had to go find Munchie's toy that he can't actually eat through because he's been eating through everything, bro. He eats everything else on my focus. I think so. Hello. But yeah, how's chat doing? How's it going? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's teething right now. He's asleep. Hold on. Wait. Baby. He's so cute. Anyway. So yeah, he's teething right now, and he's eating everything, and I'm just gonna let it happen. It's fine. It's fine. But, yeah, so I don't know what we're doing today. We're gonna hang out. I'm currently editing the Venti photo set. Still, I'm getting it finished, though. So, yeah. I'm good. I'm doing good. That's actually the toy that I gave him, was a doggy chew toy. Because those are the only ones who can, like, that can withstand how fucking ravenous. You don't understand how many things he's destroyed. God, he's worse than the dogs. And I don't mean currently, I mean when they were puppies. Like, oh my god, he's so much worse. Fuck. What's a scrutiny? Exactly, I don't know. I have no idea. Well, I don't think that works for that. I feel like that's just for getting babies to fall asleep. But yeah. Yeah, he's worse than the two of them combined. I swear to God. You like my shirt? Thank you. Some of my favorite 2000s music classic bangers. Gwen Stefani. Yeah. Oh, dude, my allergies are so bad. Hold on. No free sneezing. I just saw the British scrutiny. God damn it. That actually, I feel like that's might be correct. Ugh, I'm doing good. My allergies are kind of fucking me right now because of the season change, and also I'm just like a little bit have like a cold or something at the moment, so that sucks. But as soon as that goes away, I'm gonna film Sonic. Hopefully tomorrow I'm feeling good enough to film that. But I've just been editing and stuff and moving over content on my website. I haven't posted anything new yet. I'm just getting the stuff moved over that's currently there because I want to get that sorted first so that it doesn't cost as much. But yeah. The kitty bop's right there. There's one bop right there. Other bop's not in the room. Other bop's in the other room. Popos. But yeah. Maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of audios that got removed. Dude, my allergies right now. bro. Okay, but so, oh, dude. Okay, one last time. I hope I say famous last words. I'm dying, low-key. I'm having soup for dinner. Fuck. I heard. Hopefully they do, because, oh my god, all of the Sabrina Carpenter got deleted! And there's no replacement so far. No! Okay, well, yay, thank you. Ugh, dude. My eyes are watering from the allergies. Fuck. Okay, well, I am dying, but anyway, so I'm thinking that we can listen to something together, and I will edit more. I can't show you guys what I'm editing, obviously, because it's not appropriate for YouTube. Yay, Vincent. Oh, you got one extra. Oh, I'm thugging it out. Yeah, no, I have taken nothing. Nice. We're getting there. Let's go. You had to give up using TikTok because it won't let you log in on a desktop and refuse to install that app on your phone. Why, might I ask? Just curious. It's obviously made for your phone. It doesn't really work that great on desktop. God damn it. It is a thick 10 months. This is true. Oh my god, yeah, Lego flowers are such a good gift, dude. The best gift. You're being a boomer. TikTok is fine. It's not gonna do anything. You don't work for the government. If you work for the government, then for sure, like, don't have it on your phone that you'll be taking into the work off. Like, that makes sense. But honestly, you probably shouldn't have any social media on that type of device, because they're all bad. They're all bad for that. All of them. I made it more blue for Sonic, and then I got kind of sick immediately after, so that was good timing. But yeah, no, like, TikTok's fine. TikTok is fine. Exactly. Like, I don't have location services turned on for fucking anything. Hell no. You're right. Thanks. I always fucking forget. I guess we're not fine. We're not watching Find Me in Your Memory because we're on YouTube, unfortunately. Okay, I've fixed. Ugh. Okay, yeah, I guess if you're taking it into work at all. Basically what I'm saying if you're doing something important, you probably shouldn't have any social media on your phone. And if you're not doing anything important, then you're fine. Good question. Yeah, I'll count them. Why not? Ugh. I know, I'm sorry, we'll have to wait. Oh no. Yeah, Colleen Hoover is the author. Dude, it's like right here. Like my sinuses are like so... Fuck. I feel like at maybe 6:30 I'll go make myself soup. That'll help. Oh my god, dude, why? It's so annoying. Okay. Bro, shut the fuck up. Oh my god. My eyes are watering so bad. I was gonna put makeup on so I could be pretty for you guys, but fuck that. I'd wipe it all off because my allergies. Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna make ramen. Just chicken ramen. It's gonna be boring. At least I think that's what I'm gonna make. We'll see if that's what I'm in the mood for when I go make it. Let's see. All right, yeah, no worries if you vanish. That's fine. Thanks, guys. I was joking. Ugh. They just released another episode of Amazing Digital Circus. Two hours ago. Okay, so we might be working on the Pomni outfit then. Oh god, because I want to do that. I was hoping I would finish that before this, but now it's out, so I'm like, oh shit. Okay, hold on. Fuck my allergies, bro. We might just have to do an emergency cosplay stream. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. TikTok's not gonna do anything. If you're not working for something that has sensitive data of any kind or like company secrets, you're fine. Okay. Well, that's good to know. Everyone go add that to your watch list, I guess. I will also be adding it to my watch list. I'm not gonna watch it on here because I'm not gonna take views away, but you guys go watch it on there and then, yeah. You being a menace? Are you out there being a menace? A menace? Puppy menace. Puppy menace. So what are we in the mood for? I'm gonna ask again. Are we in the mood for Reddit, true crime, or a book? Should I make a poll? I do not stream on Twitch. No, I'd get banned on there so fast. You true crimed out Reddit? Okay, I'll make a poll though. Reddit. True crime. And boot. No. Ugh. Bro, I was talking to my boyfriend about places that we could travel, and I was like, I don't think we could go to China. For a few reasons, but one of them is because I talk too much shit. Twitch practically endorsed stream without clothes on because it's not. That's not my problem. Clearly, that's like not wearing enough clothes is not why I'd get banned. No, it's because I accidentally would say something that they wouldn't like. I would swear, and they wouldn't like it. Probably. I can't keep up with what words they arbitrarily ban on there. That's too much effort for me, bro. See, I did a fake hot tub stream. True, they are made of styrofoam. Not a fan of that. But yeah. Where's the duo choice? Like Jalingo? We're not doing that right now because I have to edit. Or I'm gonna work on the Pomni cosplay. Yeah, the one where I got banned. That was a fun one to make. Hello. Alright, looks like Reddit is winning. Oh, JK, Reddit and book are tied. Okay, nope, Reddit's winning. I'm ending it. Okay. There's a lot of other places I can travel. I was just saying I couldn't go to China. Probably. Most likely. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Bubbles is out there making noises. This is true. I'm okay with that type of emergency. Alright. You know what? We're just gonna go down the last few videos that Marky has posted, because that works. G'day then. I'm gonna get you the link, and then you guys can go grab it and click like on the video, and I will go grab the stuff for cosplay making. Skyrim. Lol. I don't really think Skyrim's up my alley. I'm gonna be honest. Definitely gonna try to film Sonic tomorrow while my hair is still bright blue, because if it fades anymore, we're kind of fucked on that. The back's already fading slightly. Okay. I'll be right back. Into focus. Now where did it go? If I can put this down, and then she's gonna freak out if I put this on the ground. Hopefully not. Okay, it's in the other room. Hi, babies. Hi, little babies that followed me. Okay, so we have the corset done, at least. Actually, which way are we having it? This way, I think. Is it this way? Should we have another one? Does she only have two? I forget. We'll look. Anyway, the corset. I forget which way this is supposed to fucking go. Honestly, he's not unknown to attack the dog bed. I still haven't sewn this. But you know what? I guess it's time to get the sewing machine out. Ugh, that sounds like a bitch and a half to do though. I don't even know what the state of my sewing machine is in. I haven't gotten it out in so fucking long. Okay. Alright, gotta just do it. Gotta rip off the band-aid. Gotta do it. Oh god. My sewing machine. Put you right here. Yo, what happened to this, by the way? You little shits. Why is this all fucked up? Stop messing on my room. Okay, I will. Hey, there's already blue thread though. How's the needle? Oh, it's threaded. Sorry. Got excited. Okay. Well, maybe this afternoon won't be the end of the world. Can I find the power cable? Ooh, okay, that's the next thing I gotta try to do. Okay, actually, maybe it's the inside of it. Nope. Shit. Okay, I gotta go find it. No, I don't know where it is at all. Hi, baby. similar, but I don't think it's gonna work. Oh? Oh? Maybe? Use this for my coffee grinder, let's go! Will it work? Please? Please? Please work? Excuse me, sir. Moment of truth. Oh, fucking works! Let's go! Oh my god! Can't believe that worked. Holy shit. Alright, we're gonna need some fucking scrap fabric and we're good. Okay, well, that was a lot more successful than I was expecting. Yeah, a sewing stream. It's not gonna be good. I haven't sewn in a long time, and I'm not gonna put in a lot of effort or detail to this one. Just needed to work. I might have to undress Mika's outfit from the mannequin. No! I think I might need the mannequin. Okay, hold on. I also haven't turned it on in like 2 years, or maybe less than that, but not that kind of grinder. Not that kind of grinder, bruh. Okay. Okay, we're gonna listen. And I promise that if I sneeze, I will pause before I mute myself. Okay.
G'day there guys, Marky here, and welcome back to another episode of r/relationship advice. I do hope you enjoyed today's episode, and with that said, I want you to sit back, relax, chug a prawn of the Barbie, and let's get right into it. Cheers. Posted by user FedUpLife2014, titled, My friend, 36 female, manipulated me, 28 female, into believing that my boyfriend, 27 male, was having an affair.
And you believed it?
This is a complicated story, so I'll use fake names for everyone. My boyfriend is Tom, my friend is Jess, my boyfriend's friend is Kim,
I'm gonna put our inspiration on screen here.
Is Rich. Tom and I have been together for 3 years.
Oh, yep, it is
He's
too.
been a very affectionate
Look at that.
and loving boyfriend during that time. I would have said yes if he proposed to me. Kim is a friend that he knows from work. I've always been a little uncomfortable with their relationship, but I never had a reason to believe that Tom and Kim were doing anything behind my back until Jess told me that she saw them at dinner together on a Friday night, where Tom told me he was working late. Obviously, I was devastated. Tom is the most stand-up and honest man that I know, so I never expected in a million years that he would even lie to me, let alone have an affair. I didn't believe Jess at first, but then she showed me a blurry picture of the two together.
Why are you here?
I couldn't see either of their faces, but there were body figures that greatly resembled the both of them. I also saw the man wearing a watch. Tom always wears a watch, and Tom's favorite Vineyard Vines tie thrown over his shoulder. I was convinced. Jess told me that if I could get my boyfriend's phone, she'd be able to bypass the password and get all the messages that were on it, even the deleted ones. She gave me a stack of papers that she claimed was correspondence between Tom and Kim, which clearly indicated an affair between the two. Again, I was devastated. The papers showed that he called her the same nickname that he called me, and that cut really deep. I tried to approach Tom with this information in mind casually, saying, "Do you have anything to tell me?" I tried to be extra affectionate and loving with him throughout this, and he always reciprocated the love, which disgusted me, but gave me hope that he'd end his alleged affair with Kim. Every time I jumped through Jess's hoops to check, Jess would tell me that the affair was still ongoing. After 2 weeks, yesterday, I confronted Tom with everything, and unsurprisingly, he denied it. I told him that I was willing to fight for our relationship if he was willing to meet me halfway.
I was missing something.
Tom continued to deny everything, and he told me that if I didn't believe him, then we had no relationship. I didn't believe him. He slept on the couch and promised me that he'd be out of the house by the end of the week. I was so upset last night that I could not sleep. I cried for a really long time, and Tom heard me crying. He even tried to come in and comfort me, but I cussed him out and told him to leave. This morning, Jess was busy with work, so I went to a tech-savvy friend, Rich, for help with what Jess had done traditionally. I gave Rich the phone, and he told me that my demands were impossible. He said you cannot bypass the password on my boyfriend's phone. It's a work phone, without deleting the text messages. I teased him about not being as familiar with this stuff as he thought, but he adamantly stuck with his claim. When I showed him the papers that Jess gave me, he told me they were fake, and proved to me they were fake by making his own. F my life. I have absolutely no idea what to do, and no one to talk about this with. Rich told me that he's looking into everything, but I don't know if he'll come up with much. When I came home, Tom was already gone with his stuff, and I have no way of reaching him directly because I'm the one with his phone. I don't know what to do. I don't even know what's really going on in my life anymore. Edits, lots of questions about this, so I'll try to clarify. I took my boyfriend's phone when he was out for a run, since he doesn't listen to music when he's jogging.
I knew that was too
The
fucking
run sort of
easy.
contributed to my suspicions,
Where is it?
but he's been doing this ever since I met him. When I confronted my boyfriend, I didn't show him the proof, but I told him that I had conclusive evidence, and he said that was impossible. At the time, I thought he was lying. Jess had not replied to any of my voicemails or messages. In the comments, I'll put 7 to 3 on
I
the
knew it was
fact
in here,
that Jess
bitch.
is engineering your breakup to get at your man. Not gonna lie, there are ways to bypass
you.
security measures on some
Fuck you,
phones,
technology
and
will
there are
not
ways
beat
to
me
retrieve
today.
deleted correspondence on some other phones, but realistically, it's unlikely that your friend has the knowledge or ability. It's a Liam Neeson thing, right? It takes a very particular set of skills.
Hey, let's
I
go.
believe that the loophole to unlock a phone without passcode, aka bypassing the phone's passcode, was removed via updates. Also, retrieving deleted data isn't easy by a long shot, especially if the data that was deleted is old and the hard drive has had time to write over that sector. Even data recovery methods off of traditional hard drives are not guaranteed, as the recoverable data needs to be fresh.
So,
and upon recovery, there's a strong possibility of data corruption.
we got it working.
Tell your boyfriend this
Woo,
entire
Munchie,
story
this is for you.
and give him a chance
I
to
made
explain.
you
You
a
can
little
very
munchie
easily
cheese
fake the
scarf.
messages, and you can just as
Scarf
easily
with
fake the
crunchy
picture.
cheese.
Send me a pic of your boyfriend sitting in a chair, and I can make it look like he's having dinner with Angelina Jolie. It would take me about 10 minutes. Tell your boyfriend this entire story and beg him for a chance to explain. Fix that for you. But it ain't gonna happen. But confront Jess first and give her a chance to prove her evidence / hack phone in front of her. Don't want to make the same mistake again of reaching conclusions from uncertain evidence. I don't know what profession your ex works in, but with my work phone and all the client and account information that I have at any given time, I would probably be fired if it comes to light that someone digged around and possibly extracted data. Like, no joke, the police would probably need to be involved. Seriously, it was his work phone, which apparently you still have? What the hell were you thinking? I know, right? It makes me sick to my guts thinking what would happen if someone stole my work phone and extracted data. I would lose my job for sure, and I might even be going to jail. Yeah, this is such a messy situation all around. I don't envy the position that you're in right now, OP. I feel like there was some lack of critical thinking going on here. I feel like there was a lot of ignorance on your part to just take your friend's word at face value and completely go with that. And
Why would you not talk to your boyfriend?
Question things, get another
So
outside
weird.
perspective of like, am I being played
Okay.
by either my boyfriend
can work
or my
on it now.
friends? You kind of burnt that bridge when you got to it, and now you're dealing with the ramifications of your actions. So, I don't know. I really hope this update goes well, but it doesn't sound like it will be. And now, onto the update. I returned Tom's phone to him and we talked about the situation. I tried to explain everything, but he told me that the trust in our relationship was irreparable and that I need to learn how to effectively communicate my concerns. He's a firm believer that without trust, there is no relationship. So we've officially split up.
Is he wrong?
He initiated no contact, and I've not spoken to him since. I finally got a hold of Jess through the phone, and she admitted she lied, but she won't tell me why. I'm sure she's not slept with Tom, but I can't be sure that she isn't trying. I'm unbelievably mad right now, mostly at myself. In the comments, But just to clarify, you were also never talking to this psycho Jess chick again, I hope. OP says, I want to know why she did this to me. Why would you honestly believe her when she explained why? Because I sure as hell wouldn't. Let the crazy go. It doesn't matter why she did this to you. She is toxic and manipulative, and you need to stay far away. She already created chaos and pain for you. Two possible reasons. A, you mentioned she might want to talk with herself, and B, she likes effing with people's minds. She won't give you a truthful answer. She will either lie or make excuses. People are jumping at the boyfriend saying that he should have forgiven OP and that he's throwing away a 3-year relationship. Well, hold on a minute, and let me give you the boyfriend's perspective. 1, girlfriend believes friend that I cheated. This shows lack of trust, red flag. 2, girlfriend believes made-up evidence that anyone who is tech-savvy would deem fake. She would rather accuse me of infidelity than double-check with a tech-savvy friend. This shows incompetence, red flag. 3, girlfriend's trying to act extra loving in order to make me end the alleged affair rather than talk to me. Manipulation and inability to communicate, red flag. 4, girlfriend doesn't believe me when confronted and doesn't want to talk through issues. Even more lack of trust, red flag.
Yep.
5, most people actually missed this, but girlfriend stole my work
These are all
phone
good
twice.
points. These are
You
all
read
very
that
good
right.
points.
OP brushed over this in the last topic. She stole it once for the friend to
Hello?
produce the evidence, and another time to bring to tech-savvy friend. This jeopardizes my job and is effing illegal. This shows that my girlfriend is a thief, plain and simple. Red effing flag. All in all, I completely understand why the boyfriend noped the hell out. I would have done the same, and OP is absolutely responsible for the demise of her own relationship. For those that don't understand his reaction, you need to look at it from his perspective. From her explanation, he never ever did anything wrong. I don't know how true that actually is. If I'm in a relationship and have never done anything wrong, am 100% trustworthy, then all of a sudden my girlfriend accuses me of cheating, makes me sleep on the couch, will not listen to my side of the story, kicks me out, then I don't think I deserve someone like that. I would rather move on and be with someone that won't go crazy. I know it isn't OP's fault entirely, but the fact that she didn't try to get anyone else's opinion on it and then just turned on him is not good. I would be done. Maybe this is something that can be repaired, sure, but it's unfair for him to have to work to get this trust back when he really has done nothing wrong at all. To him, it makes more sense to just go out and find another woman rather than repair a relationship and put in work when he did nothing wrong and doesn't deserve to have to work to fix this broken relationship. Quote, she gave me a stack of papers that she claimed was correspondence between Tom and Kim, which clearly indicated an affair between the two. Again, I was devastated. The papers showed that he called her the same nickname that he called me, and that cut really deep. I don't want to pile on OP, but she gave her friend her boyfriend's phone, and the friend claims to have cracked the passcode and printed out all his salacious text messages with his affair partner. Why didn't she ask to see the actual messages on the phone? OP is too naive. Even I, a not particularly tech-savvy person, knows that cracking an iPhone's passcode is well nigh impossible. That's why people get all those phishing texts after their phone is stolen. Even criminal gangs can't do it, much less your random nosy friend. OP is too naive and insecure. Her friend knew it and played on it. Friend either wanted Tom to herself, or was just jealous that OP had everything going well for her. Something someone else suggested that I'm willing to believe. She was trying to get corporate information off of his phone since it was the work phone. And I don't think any of those explanations are good enough to warrant just how stupid OP was in this instance. And maybe this is the kick in the teeth, the life lesson that they need to not do stupid shit like this again in the future. Because yeah, when you really spell it out like that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 list that the commenter did, it really shows just how many ways OP went wrong here. No trust, incompetence, manipulative, inability to communicate, even more lack of trust, ignorant, thieving. Is that someone that you would want to date? Because I sure as hell wouldn't want that. So I really hope you sit on this one and contemplate what you've done wrong, OP, because you're not going to be in relationships long if you continue to do things like this. You're your own worst enemy in this situation.
Interesting, I skipped a few.
Next post is by user
That's why I did 2
OKArm3826,
stitches.
titled, "Would I be the asshole if I told my younger sister's fiance that she lied about my older sister when they met?" So my older sister is K, female 32, my younger sister is J, female 28, and my younger sister's fiance is Matt, male 32. Kay and Matt met at work about 2.5 to 3 years ago. He was hired in as a consultant at her company on a few months' assignment. They became close, but nothing happened because they probably didn't think that it was professional. I think both, or I know that my sister at least, was hoping that it would develop into something more when his assignment was completed. Kay is a very shy and private person, but even with that, she couldn't stop talking about Matt to Jay and me. When she turned 30, we encouraged her to invite him with the rest of her close friends from work.
Nice.
She was very hesitant and panicked at first,
That's good.
but then she thought, yeah, why not? His assignment was almost done anyway. Matt and Jess met at that party. 6 months later, Jess told us that she and Matt are a couple. This
What?
devastated Kay, and I knew that even if she held herself together and pretended to be happy
I'm
for
doing
them,
3
I
stitches
almost
on
made
the
her
one
confess her
side just to
heartbreak
like
me because I just
redundant.
couldn't let her hurt alone without any support.
Make sure it's
Kay
smooth.
said that after her birthday, Matt changed towards her and was even a bit angry. Then when he left, he stopped talking to her altogether. Kay said that she probably missed.
Yeah, I'm very
his
happy
interest in
about
her. I know
newer
that she's
surgery
still
techniques. It's a
heartbroken
lot
about it.
better now.
Matt was assigned with her
Thankfully.
company some more times again, and it was awkward at first, but eventually they were friends again.
And there's stuff you
Now
can do
he's a
to even
part of the
reduce any
family.
scarring that
Kay
does
never
arrive.
showed that she is hurt. Now I found out that Jess told Matt that Kay had a boyfriend at that birthday party. Matt is very handsome and lovely, and Jess basically wanted him. Matt was shocked at first because he was hoping for something more, but he probably just thought that he too misinterpreted Kay's interest in him.
Rip.
He's very shy too. After the party, he probably decided to cut his losses and not pursue Kay. Jess, however, kept contacting him, asking him out, being supportive. First he refused, but then they started dating. How do I know all of that? Well, Jess's roommate spilled the beans to me, thinking that I knew everything. I'm closer to Jess than Kay. Matt has now proposed to Jess. I feel sick because I want to tell Matt what happened so he makes an informed decision. Marriage is not a game. At the same time, he and Jess seem to be perfect for each other, and the love is genuine. Maybe he was interested in Kay, yes, but obviously it wasn't that deep. Also, Kay? I want to tell her, but she seems okay with the relationship too. She made it clear that Matt and Jess obviously are meant to be, or it wouldn't have happened. But I want to tell her. Would I be the asshole if I told everyone what happened? In the comments, wow, sister is something. She certainly didn't consider
She's
anyone else
definitely
when she made
something.
her decision back then. I would probably say something so he can make an informed decision, but be prepared for the backlash. And
That's
OP
actually
replies,
straight.
the thing is, Jess and Matt are great together. He and Kay are so much alike, yes, both shy and introverted and very calm. But Jess is a social butterfly, and he's even said that she has taken him out of his shell. So I don't know. My only thought is, I would have wanted to know, but if I tell,
Yeah, you should
I am
definitely tell
ready
him.
for the backlash.
He
Jess
has
is
the
an
right to
asshole,
know.
and I would want to know too. But don't you think that this should be Kay's choice, since it's about her and Jess? You choosing to do this without consulting Kay, or at the very least confronting Jess and having her tell him, would make you the asshole. Sure, you think he should know. Letting Jess tell him gives him the best chance of working through it. OP says, I thought about that actually, but still, Kay and Matt are two separate issues. Even if Kay forgives Jess, I'm almost sure she would, Matt still needs to decide his life for himself.
Yeah.
Not Jess, nor Kay. On if OP is doing this so Kay and Matt get together, OP says, there is zero chance that Matt and Kay would be together, and that's not the point either. I want my big sister's heart to heal, and Matt to make an informed decision. I mean, now after this, there is zero chance that Matt and Kay end up together.
Lol.
Before the birthday? Definitely. I think they were crazy about each other. More info on what Matt was told. She knows that Kay is hurting, and she never said why. I don't know either how she explained it once he probably realized that Kay didn't have a boyfriend. What else has Jess done to Kay / what else has she stolen? A boyfriend when we were younger. Jess was 15 at the time, so obviously the blame lied with the guy who was 20. Oh, what? Hold up. It was grooming, and nobody put the blame on Jess, but yeah, she got together with Kay's first boyfriend. Is Jess the golden child? OP says, not at all. Our parents love us all equally, and if anything, Kay is the firstborn and probably Mum's favorites. I don't know why Jess did this. She's always been a bit obsessed with Kay. How do you think Matt will react? OP says, they love each other very well, so maybe it'll just be a test of their love. If it doesn't survive, then I will know for sure that I did the right thing anyway, because he has the right to make informed decisions. You're just trying to cause drama and actively harm them. OP says, if the feelings are concrete, then nothing I will have to say would matter, so what are you worried about? Let Jess know first so she can tell them.
Why?
OP says, I can try, but she would probably refuse or twist the truth. What good would this do anyway? OP says, what do you mean why? I already answered.
Because he has the right
I
to
would
know.
want to know how the marriage I am headed towards has started. It seriously never came up that Kay had a crush on Matt? OP says, no, it has never come up. Besides me and Jess, and probably some very close friends, nobody knows what's in Kay's heart, and we only know because we know her very well, and we can tell, and not because she tells us. After Matt disappeared from her life, she made sure never to talk about him again. When he came back as Jess's boyfriend, she just acted happy for them. I don't think they were talking about being together either, but they both just hoped something would happen. I think when Matt found out that Kay had a boyfriend, he probably thought that he imagined things that weren't there about her being interested. Same for Kay. She probably thought that she imagined him liking her and was mistaken. Jess is very protective of Matt too. She had a very hard time accepting him working with Kay again, and she tried everything to make him find new jobs. Now I know why. We all just thought that she wanted him to advance his career because she is very ambitious. But he always said he loved his job. Then when it was a fact that he and Kay were friends again, she made sure that she was always close by. Kay is very private and professional. I doubt she discusses her dating life with Matt, even if they're close at work. Oh my god, so yeah, I think we can take on face value that there is a little bit of he say, she say going on, but I believe OP that they know what Kay is thinking, and, you know, it seems likely to me that that they were in love. That Kay did in fact love this man, and Jess just had to come in there with her dirty little mitts and ruin everything. The petty part of me wants to see OP come in there and tear apart Jess for doing that, because that's some comeuppance for her 15-year-old self, taking that 20-year-old boyfriend of Kay away back in their heyday. And to that I say nay. Do not allow this shit to go on any further. OP, punish Jess. I believe in you. You would not
Get her ass.
if you told your younger
Okay, I'm
sister's
gonna
fiance
find
that she
my
lied
keyboard
about your
cleaner
older sister
and
with
use
big
it to clean
men.
the sewing machine.
I want to see
Yes.
some justice. And now, on to the updates. So yesterday, I did it. I know many here advised me to keep out of it, but I chose to go with my guts. Honestly, I've been very angry with Jess, and basically, I thought that it was time that she learned the consequences of her actions. If her and Matt's relationship is strong and real, then nothing would come between them. If it isn't, then I did the right thing. Most importantly, I did right by Kay. I used the opportunity that I introduced my girlfriend to my family yesterday. Mum teased me about being the only one left.
That's one
I
way.
said loudly that I can't believe it had been 4 years since Kay had a boyfriend. Since her ex went home, and the pandemic hit, so he couldn't fly back, so he announced his engagement to another woman on Facebook, and that's how Kay knew that it was over between them. Jess was very nervous, and wanted to change the subject, but Matt was shocked over how someone would do this to their girlfriend. I don't think he really did the math at first, and he didn't react. I was annoyed, to be honest. So I insisted. Yeah, when she introduced you at her 30th party, I really thought she had a crush on you because she never shut up about you. But a few months later, you and Jess got together. I said that it was confusing, and surely not only for me, but the rest of the family. But then again, Jess had done this before and stole Kay's first boyfriend.
Oh my god.
This was followed by
Dude.
the loudest silence.
It
I
got
knew
her
that
ass.
I went too far this time, but I couldn't control
No.
my anger towards
That was the
Jess.
perfect
I wasn't
amount.
going to sit there and hope that Matt would connect the dots himself. Everyone was very silent, and Jess was shooting daggers at me.
No,
Matt
that's
didn't
so
say anything, and
funny.
Kay was angry too, and said that it was a long time ago. Matt and Jess left shortly afterwards, and Kay asked me why I would embarrass her. I told her that Jess had lied to Matt about her having a boyfriend at her birthday party 2 years ago, and that is why Matt ghosted her, because he thought that she, Kay, was playing him. Kay was shocked, so she didn't know as I expected. Mum was shocked too. This morning, Kay called. She wanted to know more. She told me that she was very heartbroken for the longest time and confused as to why Matt ghosted her. But now she knows at least, even though she had hoped that he liked her a bit more to talk to her before ghosting her. I said that I believe she deserved better than him, and she laughed and agreed. Now I know that I have made the right decision, at least by my sister, which is the most important thing to me right now. I haven't heard from Matt or Jess, so I don't know if they'll stay together or not. All I know was that they were supposed to be on a weekend mini-trip to see a venue in the coast, and this trip was cancelled because Jess usually shares in her stories, and they haven't left town this weekend.
Oof.
I feel saddened, of course, but I'm not sure if I feel guilty. Maybe it'll hit me later, but I don't know. In the comments,
Nah, don't feel guilty.
Matt's not the sharpest tool in the shed when it comes to relationships.
No, he's
You
very
had
dumb.
to burst out the crayons to get your point across. Now he has to take some time to process what happened. Then he probably has to take time to consider how else she has manipulated him, all while she is probably trying to manipulate the situation. It used to be easy for her, but maybe the blinders are off now. All best done before marriage. And OP says,
Okay.
I don't think he thought about it or even remembered that Kay was supposed to have had a boyfriend when he met Jess. He seems smart otherwise. If you're going to blow up a situation, you shouldn't have beaten around the bush. Jess lied to you about Kay having a boyfriend because she had the hots for you, but she knew that you and Kay had the hots for each other. OP says, he probably knows now anyway without me confessing that I knew the truth. He probably figured it out by now. Honestly, after I talked to Kay, I think I accomplished my goal.
Okay.
It was to let Kay know and understand that she
Cleaned it
is
up.
not
I love this little
less
keyboard
than.
cleaner I got
think
off
you did the
Amazon.
right thing. I'm so glad that you have Kay's back,
Oh.
and I hope Kay has yours as well. Wishing you
Lightheaded.
both the
Hey,
best
Kitty,
going
are you
forward.
eating that again?
OP says, yeah, she has my back since she promised not to reveal that I did all of that on purpose, so long as it's just an innocent comment. Any updates? OP says, yes, Matt broke up with Jess and Jess is angry with me, but she just thinks that it was an innocent comment.
Actually, you know what?
Matt, however, wrote Kay a text
This.
explaining
Hold it.
everything, so now everyone knows that way.
Okay,
Kay and
Munchie.
Mum knew already, but they acted like they only heard it from Matt. Still,
Ugh.
Jess is angry with me and has
Where did
unfollowed
we
me
go?
everywhere, saying that I ruined her happiness. I texted her that if her relationship was real, it would have survived an innocuous comment like the one that I made.
Lol.
Kay called me and she said that Matt has apologized and explained everything to her. She has forgiven him, although she said there was nothing to forgive really, since she truly believes that things weren't meant to be. They are staying friends, however, and they are very close friends. Jess called Kay a biatch and blocked her everywhere, and wrote a nasty comment about her on Instagram that she was a man-stealer, and then unfollowed her. My mum is very distraught now, but I think she'll survive. I will survive too, and I still have no feelings of guilt about what I did.
Kitty.
I'm starting to think that I really
No.
did do the right thing, and I'm proud of myself for it. As Kay said, things that are meant to be
Let go.
happen. Beginning Path says,
Sir.
you should be rightfully proud of yourself.
No, baby.
Not
No,
Jay
baby.
projecting with her man-stealer
Munchies.
comment directed at Kay.
Munchies.
Kay seems very wise. The projection is strong with this one. But if she blocks Kay, how will she
Sir.
find her next boyfriend?
Sir, you gotta
Gosh,
stop.
I believe that
You
thought
gotta
crossed her
stop.
mind, but now there is no way that it will
No.
work out that
No.
easy and innocent as
No.
before. That's why she
No.
went nuclear. If I won't even be
No,
able to steal a
Munchie.
guy from her again, at least I'll stick
No,
with saying that
Munchie.
she's the man-stealer after
Baby.
all. I wish I
No.
could have been a fly on the wall when OP
Munchie.
dropped that bomb.
Munchie.
Can you imagine?
Munchie.
Your OP's new
You're not allowed
girlfriend
to eat
meeting
it.
their family for the first time,
That's not
wanting to make a good
Munchies.
impression and for them to like
No.
you, and then OP
Okay.
does that. She was the fly on the wall. I completely forgot that OP brought their
Oh
girlfriend.
my god, yeah, the
to
girlfriend was there, holy
too
shit.
into the drama. This would have been doomed no matter what. I don't think Jess would have been the type to be happy that she got the consolation prize. That would eat away at her soul. That would bet the moment that Kay got into a new relationship, Jess would try to steal that man too. I can't help thinking Jess might not have had an exit planned on this, or certainly she didn't think through the long-term consequences of this. The first time she was 15 and he was 20, presumably as soon as the right people found out about it, the relationship was externally ended. This time involved 2 consenting adults, and Jess was just keeping going all the way to the altar. But would she have kept going? Would boredom have set in? Would Kay have gotten something else shiny that Jess didn't take? Also, clearly too many people were in the loop as well, or OP wouldn't have found out. Thinking on it, the advantage of OP not keeping the revelation quiet is that Jess doesn't get the opportunity to just learn from her mistakes and do a better job of screwing Kay over next time. Yeah, it does seem like it was a bit damned if they do, damned if they don't, but I'm very much glad that Jess had her relationship destroyed, because that's what she deserved and was, for doing this, and for continuing to do it, and not learning her lesson, and then projecting. Screw you, Jess. Get in the basket of assholes right now, buddy. You and the goddamn couch are in the naughty corner. And yeah, I don't think that there was a future of Kay and this man getting together. At least I hope they don't, because it doesn't seem like this is something that you can come back from, but I do think that you can be good friends and stay in contact with each other and be amicable. I feel like there would be a lot more drama happening, especially with Jess, if Kay was to get with this man. I don't think that would end well. I think there might be a double homicide by Jess, where she's like, how dare you steal my consolation prize. All's well that ends well though. I was very much satisfied with this story. That was a banger.
I know. Don't bite me. No.
Anyway guys, that's where I'm going to end today's episode. I do hope you enjoyed. If you did, let me know what you thought of it in the comments down below. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Here, how about the boot? How about the boot? Is this fun? Is that one fun to chew? Is that one fun to chew? There you go.
And says, put it all in a box and message her sister to come and collect it within 14 days, or 30 days if that's the law for abandoned items in your state. Be the better person so you never have to look back and regret how you acted. If it was just clothes, then I would say chuck it, but memories of a deceased loved one, give them a chance to collect it. Be sure the sister knows the grandmother's mementos are among the items that you have, i.e., this isn't about the girlfriend's clothes and toiletries or whatever, because they'd be important to the sister too. I agree. You should let the sister know that those important things are there as well. I do think that is the go in a situation like this. I don't think you throw away grandma's mementos. They're not going to be too happy about that one. Box it up, send a text, or call the sister to come pick it up. Also inform her that you aren't ever interested in your ex reaching out to you in the future. The fact that she dumped you and blocked you means essentially that she is dead to you. No need to talk to a dead person. Then go find a real woman who doesn't play 15-year-old girl games. I am keen to see what the reason is for her dumping and leaving him though, because we do have the update after this one. This is the way. Unfortunately, some people choose to end otherwise healthy relationships in really wild ways. The blocking is actually a good thing in my opinion. It's a good indicator that things are donezo and nothing else needs talking about. Move on for your own mental health, OP. Love yourself and do something nice for yourself. Adults should at least talk to each other and explain why you end a 5-year relationship. Just randomly disappearing and ghosting is freaking mental behavior. I agree with that. Like, that is very childish behavior to just up and leave like that. I don't understand. I've not seen that happen in my life. In fact, I've not really seen it happen in these stories before, really, so still very curious to hear what the reason is. I got ghosted by my last ex, and we've been together 5 years. I moved and then met my now husband my first weekend in my new house. Honestly, I feel like I hit the jackpot by being ghosted. Could you imagine if instead you guys had a whole conversation and you talked him into staying, and it lasted like another 6 months and you never met your spouse? Well, yeah, you did hit the jackpot. Honestly, I was drowning before I moved. So alone and just really struggling. Moving was very hard to me because I was moving back home after being in Los Angeles almost 20 years. I still hate back home, but now I live with and am married to my best friend. We've been married over a year now, and I've never once been worried that he was going to break up with me or disappear or anything else. The piece is amazing. Sometimes good things happen
We
after
did
you get
it.
ghosted. Huh?
Woo.
Jeez. Best he take a picture of all the stuff so they don't try to spin the narrative that he threw away some of the things inside. Yeah, I do think to protect your ass in a situation
You're
like
fine.
this,
You're
you
fine.
want
Sorry,
to
Bubbles.
record and document everything that you
Whew.
did have.
Pausing. Bro, I always have to eat munch. Okay, he's insane. Also realized we're on a new video, so I'm gonna play a different one.
G'day there.
Okay, let me get you the link. Oh god, okay. Glad we got this sewn. Yeesh.
Guide.
Shit. Accidentally. Ah, found it. Accidentally deleted it from my history. Couple balls. I gave Munchie a different toy so he eats something that's not as bad. Huh, interesting.
It's Mark
Okay, next
here,
video.
and welcome back to another episode of r/relationship
Scissors.
advice. I do hope you enjoyed today's episode, and with that said, I want you to sit back, relax, chunk a prawn to the Barbie. Let's get right into it. Cheers. Posted by user CriticalLemon4072, titled, "Am I the asshole here for throwing out my sister-in-law and her family? My
No.
husband has 2 brothers and 1 sister. His sister and her husband are not my favorite people in the world. Recently, they have been couch surfing as they lost their home. Long story, which could have been avoided if they had adulted like they should have.
Oh,
First, they stayed with my in-laws, but they used the excuse that my father-in-law has diabetes to get rid of them and their rowdy children. Next was his brother and his wife. They had 2 spare rooms as 2 of their older children moved out a year ago, and they only have the 6-year-old and their 13-year-old twins at home. After 3 weeks, they had to move out due to a planned refurbishment. They were happy with them as they were generally tidy and helped out in the home. The youngest brother was the next to take them in. While my sister-in-law was there, she helped out in the home and kept her children on a leash. The youngest brother's wife is very house-proud, and she allowed them to stay for a limited time only, as they had a baby recently, and her mother will be staying with them to help out for the first 6 months. Then they emotionally manipulated my husband to say okay. I agreed to it on the condition that she and her husband, as well as their children, keep the place clean, because in the past, the only place they're messy in is my home. For example, if they're throwing
I don't know,
something
it sounds
into
like no
the
one
kitchen
else
bin,
wants them there
they'll throw
either,
it in
though.
the general direction of it, and not in the actual
They throw it in
bin.
the- ew.
It is extra gross when it's food stuff that dries
Ew,
up
what?
and stinks out the place.
Who the fuck?
Similar things happened in the past, where she would leave her sanitary towels on top of the bin lid in the bathroom instead of in the bin.
Ain't no
Her
way.
oldest daughter started her periods recently, and they asked the younger brother's wife how
That's
things were
so
for
gross.
tidiness.
Stop.
She said she had no complaints. They went to bed on time and kept the place clean. However, they were only there for 2 weeks. They are always tidy at the other houses. I know this from experience
That's
too. During
unhinged.
Christmas and summer holidays when we stay over at each other's places, I've seen the difference in how they are at my place and at other places. Before they moved in, I made the younger brother and my parents and in-laws witness to them agreeing to keeping my house as clean as it is and to chip in with chores. If they broke the rules,
Good luck with
they would
that.
be out immediately. She fussed and denied past wrongdoings, but said, "As you wish, Your Highness," sarcastically.
Why would you even let her in
The
after
first
that?
5 days
What?
was smooth sailing. This morning I found a
Is she
sanitary
unhinged?
towel on top of the bin and not
Ew.
even wrapped properly.
Ew.
That is not all. Her daughter is staying in my daughter's room, and she made a mess of the shampoo and conditioner in her bathroom
Disgusting.
and left the tampon on the side of the sink, forgetting it from last night.
Gross.
Her husband leaves early for work, and the kitchen
So
was a
gross.
mess when I finally got downstairs. I have a curious toddler, and I don't want him to pick up a bloodied sanitary towel. I knocked on the guest room and told her to pack her shit and get out. She looked angry and tried to play innocent. She said it was only some blood and to chuck it in the bin if it bothered me so
Ew.
much. I told her no and picked up her suitcase and threw her stuff in it. At first, she wouldn't leave the house, saying she was going to wait for her brother as she doesn't take orders from me, but I told her this house belongs to me too. I dropped her and her youngest ones off at my
They're
in-laws.
gross.
A few hours ago, her husband came back from work, and when I wouldn't let him in, he made a scene. He went to my in-laws, but
They're
they
so
don't want them
gross.
there due to my father-in-law's illness. When
Yeah,
my
that's
husband
why, I'm
returned from
sure.
work, my in-laws turned up in our driveway with her and her family within 20 minutes.
Gross.
They are still standing outside and squabbling about being let in. I refused to open the door and told my husband that if he backs down, he isn't welcome in our home either. So the family thinks I'm the asshole here because I've
I'm
never
sure that
liked
they
her
do.
and am using any excuse to get rid of her. In the comments, Mobile Prune says, I would have taken photos of the sanitary items left out and sent it on a giant group chat, saying
Lol.
anyone who thinks you're a monster for having a problem with this is more than happy to come and clean it themselves, or host the family themselves, not the asshole.
Seriously.
Jesus. Do you know the ramifications of medical waste?
Right? Like, that's
That is
blood. That's
incredibly
so gross.
I can't. I just can't. I used to work for a surgeon, so I've seen some pretty gross things. But even this is hugely disgusting.
That's so
Clearly,
gross.
she's doing it on purpose because she doesn't like you. There is no way that they are a perfect guests everywhere else, but wreck your house without it being intentional.
Right.
He says that is exactly.
I'm dubious
what
if they're
Goldberg
actually
thinks.
perfect guests
He
everywhere
says,
else.
Maybe excuse them this once, and if they do it again, then give them consequences. No, not only will she do it again, but it gives them proof that they can manipulate him
Okay.
into going against you. Nope. You don't want them to claim squatters' rights or something and then be stuck with them.
Ta-da.
You were clear on the rules. Not the asshole. It should have been done the second that bear called you Your Highness. See,
Right?
this right
That's
here
what
is the
I'm
problem.
saying, like, what the
Being
fuck?
sarcastic just now lost you to right to stay at my
Yeah, I'm gonna
house.
put this on over
Good
this.
luck and F off. Should have been the appropriate response. You don't have a sister-in-law problem, you have a husband problem.
Cool.
It sounds like your husband would be okay with your toddler picking
Fits
up a used tampon
perfect.
and taking a taste, like toddlers do. There is a good chance they were not
Nice.
cleaning up after themselves at the other homes, because there was a very convenient pre-existing disease, then a refurbishment, then another family member staying for 6 months. I'm willing to bet the others lied to you so that you would be stuck with her. Her choice to screw
Okay, I'm
around
going
and
to do
find out.
the
Not the
sleeves, which
asshole.
will be
Yeah, I'm with everyone else on this one.
a whole
Isn't
other
it so
thing.
convenient that all of these things just happen when they jump from house to
And
house?
then-
Isn't it just so convenient that all the other family members are like, holy shit, no, we're not looking after her. You have to make amends with
I think what
them
I'm gonna
because
do
we're
is
not
maybe
dealing with
line
their
the bottom
shit."
of
I think
this
it's time for you to make up your own excuse, OP.
with
Say,
yellow.
Oh no, suddenly we all got Ebola virus. in
And
this
then the
house.
bottom will just
Oh
be
my God,
bloomers, so
you
it'll be
left
slightly
something around,
different.
and now there's a good chance of chronic
or should
wasting
I not?
disease spreading through this house and decimating the population. Your snarkiness and sarcasm are one thing, but this chronic wasting disease, it's just too dangerous for you and your kids to be in my house anymore with. I think it's amazing that you have such a shiny and titanium spine in a situation like this, OB. It's quite refreshing to see someone have their boundaries be crossed and then actually enforce the consequences of those boundaries being crossed. Thank you for being the anti-pushover that I wish I was, not the asshole. And now, onto the update. Yesterday, my driveway looked like a scene from some Mexican standoff. They were out there discussing the matter while I refused to go out and engage. After 2 hours, yes, 2 whole hours, they left. They're currently at my in-laws, but they made a promise to return to discuss the matter
I think we gotta
tomorrow,
do the sleeves
as everyone
next.
will be home from work, and that way we could all find a workable solution. Well,
Trying to think of
at
how
least
I'm gonna
that's
do
what
the
my husband
sleeves.
relayed. When my husband got inside, I told him that I would not have them in my house.
Maybe I should go make
I told
myself
him that
soup
he could
first
clean up
or
after them,
something to
which he
eat.
did. After cleaning up, he asked me why I made him do that.
Okay, set this off to
I
the
told
side
him
for
that I
now.
was just as grossed out over those people's bodily fluids as he was, and unlike him, I wasn't biologically related to them.
Right.
So he found it unsavory. Imagine how shitty I felt in the past cleaning up after them. He promised to buy a new bin and bleached the sink 3 times. Our strategy for tomorrow is that under no circumstances are they coming to live with us. His niece will be made to clean up the bathroom, shampoo and condition a mess. He left that part for her. In the meantime, our daughter can use our shower. We'll see how this turns out tomorrow. In the comments, MJKR says, good. Stand your ground on this. Sounds like sister-in-law wants to mess with you and has instructed her daughter to do the same. And what the hell? Why is your husband asking why he should clean? The question should be why he thinks you should. More like her daughter has learned bad manners from her mom. She's just following in mom's footsteps. If I were you, I would not let the niece back into the house. Yes, she made the mess, but the whole point is to get them out, not let them back in to clean. Bite the bullet and clean up the niece's mess. No need to re-enter your home if the mess is taken care of.
Hat though.
Have hubby clean up the mess.
I think I need to save
I
those
agree. Do
other
not let the
shirts for
niece
the
in to
hat.
clean. Your in-laws will use it as a way to get in. Pay a professional
hat and
service
the
to clean your
bottoms,
daughter's
maybe?
bathroom and hand a copy of the bill to brother and sister-in-law. Obviously, they won't pay you back, but let them know that if any relatives try to get you to take them in again, you will share pictures and a copy of the bill via text, WhatsApp, or whatever social media the family uses. They are so disgusting that I would never allow them in my home and would trespass them from my property. I had a buddy who was a temporary homeless for about 6 weeks. He crashed on my couch. I barely knew the dude lived there. He'd be up and out of the door before I left for work.
Collar first.
Sheets and blankets on the couch
The
would be
collar should
neatly
be
folded,
fast.
his bags would be stacked in a corner, and the bathroom would be the same as it would have been if I was the only one living here. He knew that I was doing him a solid, so he was respectful of my home and my space. One would think that if you and your family were technically homeless, that you would not be such inconsiderate slobs. OP says, your buddy had common sense and decency. My sister-in-law, not so much. And now, on to update 2. Yesterday was a long day at my in-laws. We went early to get it over and done with. My in-laws started with the guilt trip first. They mentioned that they would take them in until they found a place, but due to father-in-law's diabetes, it wouldn't be good for his health. I told them to tell their daughter to parent her children so they wouldn't run amok like monkeys. That way they could stay with them as they have spare bedrooms. That didn't land well with sister-in-law. She went on a tirade of how I have always been jealous of her and that I was trying to drive a wedge between her and her brother.
Okay.
I told her she didn't like her own life, so me being jealous of her and her life was a stretch that required suspension of reality. She asked my husband if he was okay with telling me what to do with his family, as he always stays out of my family's business. She told him to lay down the law and tell me that his sister and her family would stay as long as it took them to find a new place to stay. My husband was having none of that. He told her that the house was mine just as much his, and it was a 2 yes, 1 no deal. Just because I was a stay-at-home now didn't mean that I didn't contribute to buying the house when I was working. The younger brother and his wife said they wouldn't be able to host them as they had his mother-in-law staying due to the baby. The older ones mentioned the refurbishments. Both the younger and the older wives said that I was making it up about the cleanliness, as she always kept her own house clean and kept their places clean. They told me to suck it up and act like family. I told them that I wasn't there to argue about her cleanliness. I saw what I saw, and her brother was there to witness it and had to clean it up. He confirmed that he did, and that I wasn't making it up. My sister-in-law slipped up and said, "Why did you clean it up?" to her brother, because according to her, I was meant to clean it up.
Well, there
Either
it
she is the
is.
dumbest bichacho alive to admit it, or she knows that she has the whole family in her pocket. Either way, I made it clear that she wasn't going to stay with me, and because she got along much better with everyone else in the family,
Hey.
they would figure out something
No.
around their own lives. My
No,
husband
okay.
told his niece that she was old enough to clean up the remaining mess, but she said no. Her father jumped in and said, "She's your niece, but she's my daughter. Don't you dare
Okay.
tell her what to do."
Okay.
It got heated between them, so they both had to walk it off. I told her and her husband that the only reason me and my husband were there was to get money back for the bin that we had to throw out due to her sprinkling biohazards around the house. She laughed in my face and said that it would never happen. I said fine.
Really fast.
I hope you realize that when I threw you out, I didn't pack all of your belongings. I still had her Switch, her husband's and her 2 younger ones' tablets,
LMAO.
and some of her jewelry, and a few other bits and pieces, as it all happened so quickly that day. It would all be sold to recuperate my cost.
Ow!
She left, but she was yelling
Hey!
loudly about what she would do to me if I
Don't
dared to
bite my
sell
foot.
anything. My husband has my back, and he said go
No.
ahead and sell whatever you need to. Later
No.
on, they kept texting my husband to do them one last
allowed.
favor by putting up with her for a few months
Auntie.
until she got back on her feet. I told him that no matter what, I wouldn't agree to let her,
That's not
her
nice.
sloppy husband, and her
That's not
horde
nice.
of children back in.
Bad kitty.
They texted me too,
That's a bad
guilting
kitty.
me about his niece's education.
Okay?
With no place to stay close to her school, she might have to start at another school
You're
if they
getting
get a
needed.
rental, which isn't
Do
in the school
not.
zone.
Oh, I
texted
shocked
back
you.
tough luck.
That's what
and
happens.
blocked
Stay
her.
over there.
My husband won't block his parents, but was pissed at his brothers for
shit.
telling him that he was selfish to not take them in,
God, I'm
as
such a
they were in a
butthole.
hard place in their lives. They did admit that
bit
it was
down on the
gross,
top of my
but excused her
foot.
behavior by texting that maybe I did something to aggravate it. To top this off, the oldest wife left a voice message through her husband's number to my husband's WhatsApp. She said, I kid you not, you are still okay to watch ... her 6-year-old on Tuesdays and Wednesdays like usual.
Lol.
I told him to say,
No, bitch.
figure out what the answer to that request is. So that is where we are at right now. In the comments, Ravian Wave says, good for your husband sticking up for you and backing you up. I can't believe the audacity
Do
of this
not.
family still expecting you to watch their
No.
children after all of this. OP says, the
Sir.
sister-in-law is not asking me to watch her child. The older brother's wife wants me to continue watching her child,
I swear to God.
as I've done up until now. She works full-time and overtime on those days. I no longer feel like helping her out. Oh yes, I realize
Kitty.
that. I don't know how she thinks that it's
Kitty
okay
face.
after all they berated you for this.
No.
I don't blame you for not wanting to do it. I'd want nothing to do with the family after this. She called your husband about it? Not you? This entire clan believes that you're unworthy of basic respect. I can't believe they thought that they would get what they want from bullying you more. Most people with sense would have tried abject apologies and promises to do better. Look, sure we treat you badly, expecting you to clean up biohazards that decent people wouldn't expect of a paid house cleaner, but you're the selfish one for refusing to be a doormat and take the abuse and filth thrown your way. Your in-laws are ridiculous, all of them. Is your husband appalled by the lot? They expect you to keep babysitting. You know they're showing up with the kiddo as usual, even though they treated you like crap. Then of course it's birthdays and holidays with the guilt trips.
What's going on here?
Lord, now I need another update on what he tells them about the 6-year-old. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen such a combination of audacious and entitled and simply cruel behaviors all wrapped in one horrific family. So sorry that you had to deal with any of this. Even 5 days of that was an insult that your husband should be forever sorrowful for making you endure. Oh my god. All the family is just like, you know what? We have chronic wasting
I swear to
disease
God,
in this
Richie.
household right now. But also, you know, you should just suck it up and clean those biohazards, you piece of shit. Can you look after my kids, by the way? I know I insulted you to your face and I kicked you and spat on you, but like, I still have to make money and I still think you should do some free babysitting for me, right? I can't. Oh my god. I'm a bit iffy on the keeping the Switch and like the jewelry and everything like that. I feel like that's a little bit of a crime right there, but I can get behind it. That's funny. Given the background of the family being an amalgamation of just a shitstorm all in one, I'm giving you a pass for keeping that and holding it against them and selling that because you're going blow for blow here. It's funny. I'm loving this. And now onto the latest updates. So I went to pick up my children and had to stick around a little longer as a new family is moving to the area.
Oh.
The parents want to meet their children's classmates' parents, so we had a small meet and greet. The office brought my husband's older brother's daughter, the 6-year-old, to me, as I'm the one that usually picks her up, and on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, she stays with me. No one had picked her up, and when her teacher noticed me waiting in the hallway, she asked an office admin to bring her to me, thinking that I was delayed due to meeting with the new parents.
Okay.
I told them that I wasn't responsible for her anymore on Tuesdays and Wednesday. They took her back to the office, and they must have called her mother. When I returned home from the meet and greet, my husband said that his parents had called him and spoken their mind to him about me abandoning their granddaughter. They also put his older brother's wife on the phone, and she had a shouting match with my husband. The sister-in-law that I kicked out also had a few words with him. It ended with my husband telling his parents that they had lost the privilege to talk to him for a week, and he would only unblock them when they give him and me a sincere apology. He explained that it was up to the parents to make pickup arrangements when I had made it clear that I would no longer provide free services. The sister-in-law that I kicked out is staying with her parents for now. Her husband and her younger two, and two of the older ones are staying with my in-laws. The other older two, and the other two younger ones, are spread between the two other houses. But they made an indirect threat, saying that it would be a very temporary arrangement, as she promised it wouldn't take long for her to make her brother see the light. I think I am in for a long ride. In the comments, Astronaut920 says, I think they can't get any more crazy, and they continue to astound me. I can't even imagine being in your shoes. Good luck with the crazy. I hope y'all hold your boundaries. Okay, time for OP to update her security system, get new cameras outside and inside the common areas of her property, block access to all social and phone numbers, and give the school explicit instructions, followed by a confirmation email that under no circumstances is anyone but her and her husband permitted to remove the kids from school. Crazy binge rabies is not age or gender specific. OP needs to take precautions. You're not kidding. They seem like very Lifetime movie psycho type of people. So, the sister-in-law you kicked out has 8 kids? OP says, yes, I think I mentioned that in the comments of the original post. Didn't read the comments. We'll go back to do that now. Do you know why she hates you? OP says, no idea. I have always treated her with respect. So clearly the sister-in-law can't work with 8 kids, but they've been couch surfing with various family members for months. Do they give any idea when they'll actually get their own place again? OP says, none. When they are good and ready.
What?
That is an actual quote from her. So, never? If they can continue to leech off family members, all while presumably building a nice little nest egg, they have zero incentive to leave.
Yeah, what?
I hope the kids don't grow up to be as entitled as the parents.
So
So even
weird.
after you told her that you wouldn't pick up a 6-year-old, they still expected you to? Looks like your husband's family are full of assholes. OP says she wasn't at school yesterday, so they had plenty of time to let her teacher know, but I guess it wasn't important to them. No, they just thought that you would feel bad about leaving her there. They did that intentionally, banking on you caving. I feel bad for the niece, but I'm glad that you didn't give in. Quote, it ended with my husband telling his parents that they had lost the privilege to talk to him for a week, and he would only unblock them when they give him and me a sincere apology. Hey, look at husband! Finally treating them like the
Right.
spoiled children they've all been behaving like all along.
W husband, at
Time
least.
out and everything. Sounds like he finally opened his eyes and is playing for the right team. I think it was so smart on OP to make him have to clean up their disgusting biohazard mess for a change. It's amazing how viewpoints change when you are all of a sudden directly affected. Maybe it's my own fault for not reading the comments, but 8 kids appearing in the last update just blindsided me. Surely you mentioned 8 kids as a reason for throwing the family out. Housing 8 kids is doing a lot to help, even if they're perfect. I wonder if they're also making demands about
Thank you, Jean.
bedrooms.
I'm
Like their oldest daughter
thinking-
deserves her own room, so OP's
I'm
children
thinking
can go
I'm
on
gonna
with the other
do-
7 kids. This screams missing reasons. Like
I'm thinking I'm
OP is
gonna
a different
do,
race or religion.
some
also, I
ramen.
never understand the you
thing.
have to take them in. Why don't they pitch in
But
for
I'm
an
not
Airbnb
sure
for a
yet.
set period of time? She said they're from the same race and religion, but the sister-in-law doesn't like her because she's older than her husband, sister-in-law's brother. I think OP also said in the comments that sister-in-law is used to OP's husband being a pushover to her.
It says I'm drinking
so maybe
water
that
right
was
now.
the expectation. I hope her husband's spine continues to be shiny and strong. It sounds like he was the sibling who always kept the peace. Screw that. This post hit a nerve. I may not be a pushover, but my siblings have long treated my life events as less than. At first, I had all the time and resources because I was single. Next, I still had all the time and resources because I was married, but not yet a parent. Reproducing has made them back off a little, but only just a bit. Similarly, all the other family members have reasons that sister-in-law and her brood can't stay, and OP's reasons are the only valid ones. What a dumpster fire, what a basket of assholes, what a circus show that this has been so far.
Basket of
I don't
assholes
think it's
indeed,
over,
like,
I
what
think
the
there are
fuck?
going to be more updates, and if there is, I'm probably going to cover them on live streams later in the
Okay,
week.
I am gonna go
But
get
as it stands in
soup,
this update,
so...
8 kids? And you're letting them get away with this behavior in someone else's house when you're living there for free?
Break time,
And
I'm
you,
gonna
as
go...
the parent, start putting biohazards around and leaving.
It shouldn't be that long.
Go to
Shouldn't
hell.
take me that long.
I could not
10 minutes
deal with
max,
this if I was
hopefully.
OP. I don't blame them at all. Keep them out. Keep them away from you.
Yeah, seriously,
Screw
fuck that.
the older siblings as well for expecting you to do all this stuff for them, including that 6-year-old. Good that you called them on their bluff and forced them to actually deal with their own shit instead of expecting you to go out of your way after they insulted you. Screw them. Still not the asshole for this one, OP, but I'm living for this. This is so good.
Alright, I'm gonna throw up the break screen so everyone go take a piss or whatever. And I'll be right back with food. Okay, I'm done. I'm grabbing the soup right now. Took a second because I had to fucking wash dishes. Ah. Hey kitty, that's actually the worst spot for you to be. Munchie, come on. Eesh.
Alright, let's take that up here. Get it, Munchie.
Alright. Woo, food. Gotta know, right? Fuck folding laundry. Okay. Okay. Hello. Bubbles. Okay. Waiting for the cheese to melt and put cheese on top of my ramen. Okay.
Hey Waffle Gang, I do hope you're well. My name is Mark and today we're checking out some more r/man.
Okay.
Just a huge thank you from the bottom of my heart for being involved in the stories daily. Clicking that like button is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for what you do, and let's crack on with today's first story. And it's from Busy Swan 7499, who asks, am I the arsehole for attempting to get a family
Add some
with
green
kids
beans to it
evicted?
also, 'cause
I recently moved in
veggies.
an apartment complex, and next to me lives a family of 4. The parents were their 2 kids. The kids seem to be young. One is clearly a baby, and the older one possibly under the age of 3. The family also apparently owns their apartment, and they don't rent. Their kids play a lot all day long. Thankfully, not during quiet hours. Quiet hours are 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. and 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. But they are very loud, especially the oldest one. But the baby, I think the baby is barely 1, cries a lot too. I don't know how they manage to keep them quiet during quiet hours, but the rest of the day, it's a nightmare. I tried to leave a note on their doors to keep the kids from playing multiple times and asked them to do it out of respect for the neighbours. The mum knocked on my door and apologised for the noise, but she said
need to tell
they
you,
are kids
Maz.
and it's normal for them to play and be loud as long as they're quiet during quiet hours. She shouldn't be expected to tie them down on a bed
Oh, I'm so hungry.
to keep them quiet all day long. I insisted it's disrespectful, but she said that if I have a problem with kids making noise, I should rent an apartment on a complex that does not allow children. And there are many complexes like that in our area. She also suggested me some. I thought it was ridiculous of me to be the one to be
I don't
told
think that's
to
the
move
thing.
out instead of them trying to be more respectful. I contacted my landlord and asked if I can do something to evict the family. He said that's not possible since they comply by the complex rules, and they also own their house, and that legally there's nothing I can do. I was complaining about that to my sister and told her that my landlord and the mum of the apartment next door told me, but she apparently agrees with them and says I'm the arsehole for attempting to have a family evicted when they did nothing wrong to break the rules. I kind of feel like OP was very honest with all the details in this post, but sort of dug themselves a hole at the same time. From what I got out of this family owns their own apartment. They're abiding to the rules that's there. You know, during quiet hours, the kids are quiet. So somehow the parents are keeping them quiet during these hours, but obviously children need a release. So when those hours are over, they're going out and playing and using up their energy, which
I'm
I
not
think
pausing,
fair
you're
play to
welcome.
them, you know? story recently about an apartment story and, you know, noise from the roof and stuff like that. And a lot of the comments said in that one, they said, you know, this is part of apartment life. As long as you're following
so
the
good.
rules, that's it. You can't be complaining. And although you couldn't, but you tried to get a family
Also, got
evicted
juice.
from an apartment. And I can only assume this was recently, so I'm going to say so close to Christmas as well. Not that that's a real relevant detail here, but it still hits me.
Fuck.
So yes, 100% you are going
I
to be
needed
the
it.
arsehole to me in this situation. But your little birdie says you're the arsehole, kids are loud, people are loud, they're not breaking any rules, and if you need silence, go buy yourself a single family house in a rural area. Trying to evict a family for your own personal comfort is a massively arsehole thing to do. Start says you're the arsehole not only for attempting to get a family who owns their home evicted during a housing crisis, but definitely as they've broken no rules. You also have some seriously unrealistic, entitled ideas about apartment life. Kegs replies to that one saying, I know, imagine settling down, buying your own place, starting a family, juggling 2 young children, doing your best to keep them occupied constantly in the quiet times, thinking you're doing a pretty good job. Then some arsehole rents next door, complains and tries to get you evicted from your own home because they didn't like the situation.
Yeah, like, listen,
Too.
fuck them kids,
You're the arsehole.
for sure.
Sky
Kids annoy the shit out of me. However,
Renters get
they're at their own
evicted,
house.
Not owners, by the way. You're the arsehole. To which historical concept 7 says you're the arsehole. Babies cry, 2-year-olds make noise. Facts of life. As your landlord pointed out, they are observing the rules. Either move to one of the complexes your neighbor suggested or buy some noise cancelling headphones and listen to some music. Or
No.
foam, rubber,
So lewd.
and Tunic Man says, you're the arsehole. Holy fuck. How did you even feel
The cheese is so melty, it's like stuck
As
to
you
my
said,
lips.
they keep it down during quiet hours, so they aren't doing anything wrong. Kids make noise. If you don't want to deal with that, move to a place with no kids. Don't try to get a family with a baby put on the streets. Now, what do you guys make
So good.
of our first story? What do you think
Nom,
about
nom, nom, nom,
OP
nom.
trying to get this family evicted? Not that he could by the sounds of it, but what do you think about that? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below and we'll move on to another story. And our next story
I'm
is
making myself
from
take a break in
Initial
between eating so I don't hurt myself.
4091, and it does follow with an update, so feel free to use the timestamps if you want to go straight to the update if you heard the story before.
Edit
It's
some
titled,
photos
"Am
while
I the
I'm sitting
arsehole
here.
For wanting my girlfriend to take a pregnancy test. I, 26 male, and my girlfriend, 25 female, have been together for 6 years. I think she's pregnant. I keep encouraging her to take a test and she refuses. For the past month or so, she's been saying that she doesn't feel good. She's been extremely tired and fatigued, complaining of back pain and headaches, feeling bloated, and overall just not feeling well. I asked if she thought she should call her doctor. Not necessarily because I thought she was pregnant, but just out of concern for her health in general. She said no and figured it was allergies or a period was supposed to start. Her period is very regular. I mean, I can damn near track it. She said that she's always been this way and has rarely been more than a day or 2 off. So when she was supposed to start earlier this month and didn't, she seemed a bit concerned. When she was a week late, I pointed out that she hadn't been feeding herself and maybe she should take a pregnancy test. She said there was no way she was pregnant and she was probably just re-regulating or something like that. I said taking a test wouldn't hurt just to be sure, but she wasn't having it, so I dropped it. She has a lot of fears and phobias, one of them being emetophobia, which is fear of vomit. It's something she struggled with since she was a kid. Usually even someone around her
I know, I'm gonna
said
give
they
all of you a
went
snack.
into full-blown panic mode. Thursday night she was supposed to visit her grandmother, so when I came home...
No! Fucker! Dude! Ow! What is wrong with you? That hurts so fucking bad. Ow!
While she was driving home, she felt nauseous and decided to go. I asked if she was okay and questioned the nausea. She told me it was nothing.
Go get a
something
fucking
she
Band-Aid
ate.
after that.
Being nauseous for any reason would normally cause her to freak out, and now she's being so nonchalant about it. She again blew it off like it was nothing.
Seriously?
I again mentioned taking a pregnancy test. She had all these symptoms.
Oh,
just take a test and
chill the
find out.
fuck out.
If she
Oh my
is,
God.
she is. If she's not, she's not. And then we can put our minds at ease. We went back and forth a little bit. Basically, her argument is that she's not pregnant, there's no way she's pregnant, and she wishes I would just drop it. She stormed off to bed. I slept in the guest room, and that was that. She has been giving me the cold shoulder since Thursday night. We're usually great about communication. This is probably the worst argument we've ever had, and I don't know what to do. Do I apologize? I didn't think I was doing anything wrong, but maybe I should have just kept my mouth shut. I'm not trying to push her, I'm just worried. If she is pregnant, then she has to get the proper care. If she's not, then there's something else going on health-wise that she should get checked. Edit. I hit the character limit when I submitted this, and in my shortened version, I guess I left some
That hurts
things
so
out,
fucking
but I need
bad.
to clear this up. We've talked about kids before, and as far as I know, we both want them. It was a conversation we had before we even started dating, but that's a story for another time.
Such an asshole.
Everything was fine before this. We both seem
You
to
stay
be
the
on
fuck
same
away from
page
me.
in terms of our
Do
future.
not.
If she is pregnant, she is not waiting until it's too late.
He tried it.
Trapping me in the relationship. I love her more than anything. I'm not leaving her, whether she's pregnant or not.
Stay the fuck away from me,
I
Kenny.
come into this one with not the arsehole for the concern you have for your girlfriend, and yeah, just want to clear
Shit, it's
up
not
that
dry
all the
enough.
symptoms are there, like you're saying, and so I think this test would clear it up. But I will say,
Did you guys see me? Did you guys see me eat?
I'm just scared.
Could
to
you?
have that
Yeah, you could see that.
actually confirm it. So whilst you already say that you're great at communication, I think my question to her would be, are you
Ow.
afraid that it may be positive? And then go from there, because let's face it, pregnancy is a massive thing.
Oh god, that hurt. That hurts so fucking bad. That's actually the worst.
Little one into your lives that will
That he's
change
got
your
me,
lives
'cause he, like,
forever.
he
There's
was
the
hanging off
pregnancy
my
itself,
fucking leg.
the body change,
Dude, I swear to God, if you come back over here.
Feelings and hormones and just a whole range of stuff that will absolutely change your life. So of course it's going to be a scary thing, and that's what I kind of feel it
Stay
may
away
be.
from me,
So we'll
please.
find out in the update.
Sir,
and I hope.
you hurt
If it
a
is
lot.
pregnancy,
That hurt me.
but
A lot-
down to the
a lot
experts to
hurt.
See what they say.
No,
I'm gonna
back
start
the
with
fuck
Laura
away from me.
Saying, no one's an asshole here. You just want to take care of her and make sure she isn't sick at its core.
Oh my
Honestly,
God,
it sounds
dude.
like she is pregnant, how you were describing.
Oh,
but
that hurt.
It's probably terrifying to her.
He's
The
not-
test would force her to face that fear.
No.
And it's something she will have to come to herself. Maybe reassuring her that you're there for her and will support her throughout if she is pregnant.
Stay back.
Just addressing that you know it's scary for her.
Stay back.
Help ease her fears.
Back away from
She
me.
needs to feel secure and cared
No.
for in what is likely
No.
a very scary time.
Stop.
Especially
Dude,
with
seriously.
how pregnancy
Stop.
out of wedlock is
Stop.
for some families.
You cannot come up.
Best of luck. Board
Kitty.
again says not the arsehole. She's in denial and probably afraid of it being positive. You two had sex, there's a possibility of being
Oh my
pregnant.
God, bro.
It's that simple.
Ah.
Before the drama says
You're not letting
"Sounds
her
good to me,
fuck
she's
you."
terrified she is pregnant. She wants to continue living in denial. I don't think you're an arsehole for
You
wanting
suck.
to know because it would affect your future as well.
Mad
You
at you,
can't
kitty.
Also to take a test.
Stay away from me.
Traveler 13 says no
Ow,
arsehole
dude, that
here.
hurts
You
so
aren't wrong,
bad.
although you may be taking the wrong approach. Your girlfriend could be pregnant, her period could be late, or some other health issue could be going on. She
Kitty,
may well be resisting
no.
taking a pregnancy test because she thinks she might be and is scared to find out for sure. Fear can often make people pull back, become defensive, and go into denial. You may have better luck focusing.
Stay over there. Let me fucking eat without you trying to steal my food. Without you trying to jump on my leg and attack me.
Give her a few days. If she's still sick, then empathize that you are worried and think she should see a doctor. Offer to go with her or do anything else she needs. Make sure it is clear that you are speaking from a place of love and concern. You've been with your girlfriend for 6 years, so you know her best. If any of this advice sounds like it won't work with her, go with your gut instead. Now, let's move on to the update to find out what happened. So, update. Thank you for the comments, upvotes, and awards on the original post. I appreciate everyone's concern, and especially those who checked in after. Sorry for leaving everybody hanging. To answer
Thanks,
everyone's
I'll try to
question,
stay
yes,
safe.
She is pregnant, and yes, it is mine. She's about 5 months along, and she and the baby are both doing great. After my original post, I was considering some things that people had said before. I thought it was best to drop it for the time being. We made up before getting into another big fight where we stopped speaking for a couple of days. One night I came home from work to find her crying. She finally opened up and we were able to talk. As expected, she was scared and in denial. While marriage and kids were things we both agreed that we wanted, she wasn't in any hurry, so neither was I. However, we know 10 people who got married, engaged, or had kids within the past year. I think she was feeling some kind of pressure, and we discussed being less careful about birth control. I don't think either of us expected it to happen so fast, and admittedly, we could have thought it through a bit more. Once faced with the possibility of being pregnant, she admitted that she didn't feel ready, but she was also concerned that if she wasn't pregnant, what was wrong with her, seeing that she definitely wasn't herself. She just didn't want to face either possibility, especially since at the time, her dad was going through a cancer scare. We had a long talk about all of the what ifs, her concerns, and her options. It put her at ease enough to call her doctor, who was very accommodating. We weren't surprised to find out that she was pregnant, but we were a little surprised to find that she was not as nearly as far along as we expected.
Oh yeah, I started watching Fallout, by the
The
way.
doctor determined that the symptoms she was experiencing that had us convinced she was pregnant were
I'm only
actually
on
due
like
to
episode
stress,
3
not taking
though.
care of herself properly. Unfortunately, the past few
I know it
months have
smells
been
good. There's
really hard on
MSG in
her
it.
because of some
Fuck.
family issues, but
Stay
otherwise
away.
she feels good and is doing really well. We are nervous but excited, looking forward to the end of April. Now, I think we should start off with a little congratulations to you both, and I really wish her father the best and with the cancer scare, and just wish you all good health in general. Really. But I think there was a pretty positive update.
I really like it so far.
Although it was totally unexpected. Sometimes these
Yeah, I
things
figured you meant
are,
the show, not the
but
game.
it sounds like it's turning into a positive in the end. But what do you guys make of this one? Let me know your
Yeah, it's
thoughts
really
in the
good
comments below,
casting.
and we'll move on to the next story. Would
I really
to
like
know
it so
how
far.
they're gonna deal with that
I would
phobia,
recommend.
the sickness phobia whilst pregnant though.
Oh, you never played the
That's good for that
games?
one. And our next
See, the last
story is
game I
from
played was Fallout 4.
1991, who says, "Am I the asshole for refusing to let my son have two last names?" Hey guys, so a bit of context. I, male 32, have been with my wife, female 30, for 3 years.
And really the
She comes
most I
from a
remember
country
from
where
it
women
was the
get to
first
keep their maiden
cutscene.
name after marriage, which was fine with me. Though as someone who comes from the south, my family pushed my
We are
wife
listening to
take
a
my
Reddit
last name.
story.
But she ended
Thank
up
you,
taking
Vincent,
hers,
for the
which made
link.
my family somewhat unhappy, saying it was disrespectful of her to keep
Oh,
her maiden
fuck.
name. But thankfully, they got over
My
it
tummy
and
is
things
more
got
full now.
better, and we reconciled later. Now this last name
Ugh.
issue has been brought up again when my wife and I found out we were expecting a baby boy. I sat my wife down and told her that my son is going to get my last name and explained.
Why does it
so
look
that
like my
there was
veins
no
are
confusion.
glowing?
But she disagreed and said no.
I'm just that
and came
pale.
up with a
Oof.
compromise, which was that our son gets both
over
our last
for me.
names. But I declined explaining how awkward and confusing and just complicated that would be. Not to mention the middle name. So that'd be a
How do you
long
feel about
name,
New
but
Vegas?
She said I should consider since my last name will still be there, but I said no. And I told her we just have to go with what most families here do, and it's going by the father's last name. She threw a fit, calling me selfish, and accused me of treating her as if she, as a mother, gets less or no say. But I reminded her that she got
Girl.
to keep her maiden name. And so we're even. She then argued that I was mixing two things, and that are unrelated, and was holding the fact she got to keep her maiden name over her head. But that was her right to do the same with deciding what surname our son will have. I said I was sorry.
You don't get
but I
to
cannot
choose
accept
the
this compromise,
name of your
especially with how
grandchild.
my family will react, and told her she should just go with the flow and agree on my son having my last name. She got upset and refused to talk to me. After that, calling me selfish and a dictator and a minion for my family, even though I'm just looking out for our son's best interest and keeping them in mind. I just think she's being deliberately stubborn here, but I am not sure. Am I the arsehole?
What?
Edit. Jesus, whoa guys, there's too many responses here, man, and I won't be able to respond to all of them, but I've got a couple of things to say, and I'm adding them here for everyone to see.
Yeah, I can't really
Just to
fully
be
get into the
perfectly
games,
clear,
but
I
that's
did not have
mostly
issues with
because
my wife
it's
keeping
not
her
my
last
style
name.
of
In
gameplay.
fact, I encourage her to stick to it after my
But
family started giving us
The
grief
the
about it.
lore of Fallout and the
The
setup
main
and stuff is
reason I was
great.
initially against us using both names is the fact that our son might end up having a very long name as a full name. That's it. I have nothing against my wife's last name. I respect it. I respect her family. They seem sane and level-headed, and I appreciate them a lot.
Wait, this is his wife? I thought it was his mom. Hold on.
We tend to disagree sometimes. Now, I had to pause and take a breath after I read the line. I sat with my wife down and told her that my son is going to get my last name.
Like,
and explained
why did I think he was talking to his mom? It sounded like he was like,
and then you were
okay, you know, he's definitely the asshole. What the fuck?
She got to keep her maiden name. Like, what the hell? To
What
me,
is this
it
problem?
just sounded like OP was afraid of their family, and it's all about what their family thinks. Who gives a shit what their family thinks? It's their child, not their families. Let them sulk about it. That's on them. But Stan and B says, in quotes, I sat with my wife down and told her that my son is going to get my last name, and then says, that's as far as one has to read to decide you're the arsehole. The rest of it just makes it worse. Compensate 1995 says you're the arsehole. The decision has to be mutual. It seems unilateral and it doesn't reflect your mutual wants and needs. It reads as if you decided for both of you. You said a fact and she has to comply. You think you can veto her because you are a man. She didn't have to change her surname to yours, and it doesn't mean that she has to name her kids after you. You didn't do her a favor by allowing her to keep her last name. She would have done that regardless of your objection and thoughts on the matter, and even in spite of them. It sounds so real at this point. Your wife sounds agitated, and you have to think if this is the hill you want to die on. It's more than a simple dissent.
Okay.
It can lead to a major argument if it's not addressed properly.
All the melted
And
cheese.
quote, she
Here,
threw a
I'm putting
fit,
this-
called me selfish and accused me
Any
of
other
treating
room,
her
so
as
I
if
don't
she,
get
as a
attacked.
mother, gets less or no say. But I reminded her that she has got to keep her maiden name, and so we're even. And says it speaks for itself at this point. Someone disagreeing with you doesn't mean that they throw a fit. You are victimizing yourself. You're the calm and logical side of this equation, and she's the unreasonable, crude, and overstepping boundaries.
Oh.
Says you're the arsehole, and you're also a liar. You're not looking out for your son's best interest. You're looking out for your own. You're just afraid of your family. Who's more important, your family or your wife? Jazz-like humor says you're the arsehole. You don't get to make this decision unilaterally. You say it's important your child only have one last name. Your wife considers it important that your child have her last name. The obvious compromise is that the child gets one last name, your preference, and that it is her last name, her preference. That is a win-win. Otherwise, it's obvious that you're lying when you say it's important to you that your child has one last name. What you really care about is the patriarchal, misogynistic norm that a child have the father's last name. And her keeping her own name is an entirely separate issue from what you name the child. It's her name. It was important to her that she keep that which is her own. Again, if it was important to you that you share a last name, you could have changed yours. Either two names because each of you want your own name for the child, or one name which is hers because you consider having only one name important. ETA this, and quotes, the main reason I was initially against using both names is the fact our son might end up having a very long name as a full name, and that's it. And then goes on to say, doesn't help your cause. You're worried about a long name. That's your worry, not hers. She doesn't mind a long name. She does mind having her name excluded. Same compromise applies. If a too long name matters to you, and including her name matters to her, use just her name. You get what you want, a short name, she gets what she wants, her name for the child. Win-win again. You can choose one name, hers or a long double name. You don't get to arbitrarily exclude a name because you, and only you,
Yeah,
are the one having an
seriously.
issue with a long or double name. Inappropriate granny says, you're the arsehole. Look, Henry VIII. She didn't get to keep anything. She's a grown woman who chose to keep her name instead of bow down to your ego. Get over yourself. She is your equal, your partner and your wife, not your subject. Your son is not an extension of that ego. He is a separate human. Your family has no say in any of this. They and you need to grow up. And one more from Pleasant Space 6267 who says you're the arsehole. I'm from the south as well. Quit using it as an excuse. Quit using your family as an excuse. You didn't do her a favor by allowing her to keep her fucking name, and you aren't looking out for your son's best interest.
I love
just
how
yours.
everyone's
Your
tearing
kids
the
might
shit.
be the same with or without your last name. Grow
Why
up
am I
and
crying?
quit
I'm not
sexism.
crying.
Disrespectful, my ass. It is disrespectful to think it is disrespectful someone doesn't give up their last name they have had their whole ass life for your silly last name. And there is no even here. You gave the sperm, she makes the whole ass baby. And what did you expect from someone who wants to keep their last name after marriage would say when they have a kid? Now, what do you guys make of this one? I think I know where it's going to go, but I would love your thoughts anyway. And we'll move on to another story. And our next story comes from P98P, who says, am I the arsehole for causing a mass quitting? I was done with the company as they cut our pay to avoid laying off anyone. But then we posted record profits, but they didn't increase our salaries or give us the 10% bonus everyone was promised. 20% of the department already quit, but I was hanging on a bit, hoping to ride it out until next year. Then the boss yelled at an intern for asking to go home early and have time off because her mum just called to tell her that a cat was dying and to go straight to the vets.
Bruh.
She wanted a few days off, and the boss basically told her cats were animals and she wasn't allowed to request time off unless it was a human
Ow.
dying. He was supposed to discuss it in private, but decided to just go to a corner of the office where my team overheard him. She was crying and grabbed her
Well.
stuff and ran out of the office. I sent a company-wide email, which is standard, saying I was quitting and highlighted the interaction between the boss and the intern, though I didn't name names.
Lol.
That's the main reason. Then immediately like 10 people emailed me back to ask me who the manager was and to avoid leaving a trace. I told them in person, and within a few days, most people knew. I work IT, where finding a new job now is really easy and tons of friends would offer me referrals into their companies immediately. I found another job
I am
within 2 weeks and I'm starting
pinning the
on
collar
Monday.
onto
There's
this.
been over 24 people sending quitting emails, and now the company is shutting down people's emails a few days before they leave, so they can't send goodbye emails.
And now I'm gonna
link
sew
their
it on.
LinkedIn or phone numbers, so current employees can't
Neat.
find them to piggyback to the next company. The boss came to berate me as he was being disciplined and might lose his job. I don't feel sorry for him because he's a jerk, but his family is going to be hard hit because he doesn't have any marketable skills other than PowerPoint. Am I the arsehole?
Lol.
Now, I don't think that you were the main cause of causing a mass quitting. You may have given it a little nudge, but I think lots of people have been giving it a little nudge for a while, and it's just a piss poor company treating their staff like crap that has caused a mass quitting. And while it's nice of you to have empathy for the family and the way that they might be hit by this is not your problem. He's caused this problem. He's the one being bloody rude to people. That poor intern, you know, being treated in that way. And he deserves to be reprimanded for his
Exactly, the
attitude
mass
towards others.
quitting is because everyone
Absolutely
sucks ass.
Not the arsehole.
Because
So
the
Wild
company
says,
sucks
not the
ass.
arsehole. Why do
And
people
everyone hates
think
it.
they are morally obligated to protect
Okay.
their employers from the consequences of their employers' own actions? Violet says, and quotes, he doesn't have any marketable skills other than PowerPoint, and it goes, ouch, very funny, not the arsehole. Ghost Pickle says, not the arsehole. Who the fuck is he to tell someone how to feel? Who the fuck is he to tell people where they get to grieve and for how long? Who the fuck is he to judge the value of a life? I'm sorry for your intern's loss. Your little birdie says, not the arsehole. You did nothing to get him potentially fired. His own actions did that. Brainfree says, obviously not the arsehole. They didn't leave because of you. They left because he's a bad manager and they took a pay cut. Absolutely. Now, what do you guys make of this one? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below and move on to another story. And our next story comes from Comfortable Afraid 424, who asks, am I the arsehole for commenting on a guy's receding hairline? I have a friend group who I get along with quite well, but I'm not much of a fan of one guy we'll call Justin, who just seems to talk without thinking. Sometimes he's purposely rude just to be edgy. Yesterday it was kinda hot, so I wore leggings and a crop top to hang out for a picnic in the park. I'm not a skinny woman, but I'm very much comfortable in my body. Justin has never seen me in leggings before and asked if I wasn't fitting into my jeans anymore. I rolled my eyes but didn't comment on it. Later on, he reached over to poke my stomach and told me that dresses would hide all my flat better. So I responded with, you should worry about that receding hairline first before you come for my weight. Low blow?
Okay,
Maybe.
sorry, I just
His
needed to get
hairline
some
is
different
receding
colors of
and he's in
thread
his
really
mid-20s.
fast.
He does
So
everything
I had
he can
more
to hide it,
options.
like hats and beanies and certain haircuts, and apparently has spoken to guys about a hair transplant. He left pretty soon after, and a couple of my girlfriends thought it was funny, but a few of the guys are telling me that receding hairlines in men are a sore spot, and that I should have just told him to cut it out.
Lol.
I have before, he just picks up the attitude the next time I see him. My argument is that weight is often a sore spot for women. I don't particularly care, but that doesn't mean others don't. So he should have expected to get as good as he gave. So the guy comments about you not fitting into your jeans anymore and reached over to poke your stomach and saying dresses will hide your flat better.
What
Yeah,
the
I can't
fuck?
blame you for turning around and giving him an equal low blow. You know, if he wants to throw around shit like this, expect it in return. And the fact that you try to talk to him like normally a couple of times and saying it's not acceptable and it just goes back to normal. Yeah, he needs a bit of his own medicine in this case, I think. But Josh, who said what says, folks in glass houses best not throw stones, not the arsehole. Banff says, not the arsehole, let's call a spade, or in this case, a snowflake. He obviously can dish it out but can't take it. He tried to fat shame you, but had to leave when you pointed out his hair. And I say this as a man with thinning hair himself. Your friends who stood up from them have more than a whiff of misogyny as well. Where it is fine for a man to poke fun at a woman, but God forbid a woman poke a man's ego. Ultimately, you are correct. He should have expected to get as good as he gave. If he couldn't, then he should have kept his mouth shut and his hands to himself. Knocked off says, not the arsehole. Had a male colleague stare down at my head once in an open plan office and comment that I had greys in my 20s. I didn't even look up. I just carried on with what I was doing and said, and you're going bald. What's your point? I definitely heard at least two people nearby gasp. This guy was relatively senior, but I simply didn't give him anything else to react to. Didn't look at him, didn't get emotional, nothing he could latch onto. He just stood there for a bit, obviously waiting for me to give him something he could criticize, but I carried on as though the conversation was over, which it was. You can bet he never commented on my appearance ever again. This was a trick I learned from a previous colleague, who was the absolute master at dealing with sexist assholes, and it works every single time. Man, I would have loved to have seen that him just sort of stood there awkwardly while other staff members are staring at him like an absolute Berg. And one more from Miles Meow 95 who said not the arsehole. He made 2 comments, you made 1. You owe him 1 extra next time you see him. Keep that mental tally going, 1 for 1. It's petty, but some people you can't avoid and they don't get it. Only thing you to be the bigger person is not start it. If you can't take it, don't give it. Maybe he learned a lesson. He could be completely fine and his friend might be a bit sensitive. If he's not addressing it with you directly, assume there's no problem and just banter. Now, what do you guys make of this one? Do you think Opie was right? Do you even think it was maybe a justified arsehole? I think it's a total not the arsehole myself, but let me know your thoughts in the comments below. A huge thank you for spending your time with me today. If you made it this far, don't forget to click that like button. Hugely helps out leaving a comment and just getting involved in the channel in general. Hugely helps out. Don't forget we've got Twitter, we've got Discord, we've got podcasting to get involved with as well. Certainly places to get involved. Thank you so much for your love, time and support, and I will see you in the next one. I hope so anyway. Take care guys. Much love.
Okay, next video.
Okay. Oh. On my way of knitting a suit. I'm not knitting. I am not that talented. My sister can do that though. It's cool. But I cannot. Okay.
Is it possible?
Okay. Oh. Well, looked like it was dropping frames for a second, but it's not. Okay, we're good. I found a longer video. Watch Chills next. Number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you want on your burger is someone's foot fungus. But that just might be what you get. We're gonna watch this so we have just ongoing Reddit stories. But we can watch Chills.
Or to get over my
We can watch
resentment for my
Chills
husband
next.
after he asked for a paternity test. My husband is 32 and I am 27. We got married 2 years ago and have been together for 6. 1 year ago, I fell pregnant and we had our daughter a few months ago. However, he has been very weird during these months. To note is that I am mixed. My dad is a white Spanish man and my mom is a dark-skinned Latina. I am more light-skinned.
Okay.
However, many of my family members are really dark.
Good
So
to
our
know.
daughter was born, and she is somewhat darker than me, and inherited our longer hair and sharp characteristics. She looks very much like my mom. My husband has not been very kosher with this. He kept making jokes about infidelity, and I told him to stop. Then crap hit the fan when I was on a Zoom call a month ago. I have a co-worker who is Middle Eastern. He is the only other person of color in our department. He and I have almost no overlap. We don't work on projects together, we don't talk personally. The only links we have is the department's group chat and one message between us almost 2 years ago, which concerned a client. But my husband saw him on the Zoom call. He saw how my coworker laughed at one of my jokes. He wasn't the only one, and he immediately accused me of cheating with him. I was honestly floored. He demanded to see my phone, and he demanded a paternity test. We got in a huge fight, and he left. I tried calling, and his friend answered. He said that my husband would only be willing to talk once I have put in the work to build up the trust and do a paternity test.
What?
He would only be available for questions regarding the test. I was honestly so mad, and I was done. I wanted nothing to do with him anymore. And honestly, at this point, I did the test mainly so he couldn't dispute paternity because once again, I freaking knew he was the father. The results came in and my husband is the father. The same day, I told him that I wanted to separate. He started crying and begging. He apologized for how he went about it. I told him that I needed time. He said he would set up a session with a counselor, and I told him okay.
Good for
Now
you,
I'm
bro.
sitting here, and I honestly don't think that I can find it in my heart to forgive him. It's one thing to ask for a test, it's another thing for him to treat me like lying scum. F you, Stefan. And now in the comments, my cousin's husband accused her of cheating throughout her second pregnancy. He claimed their blonde daughter was half Japanese. Guess who let it slip during the separation that he was spending Father's Day with his other daughter? The one that was born between my cousin's two kids. He might be insecure, projecting, or listening to the wrong person. In any case, do the counseling and see what happens. Yes, my father freaked out and projected hard when he left my mom, accusing her of everything that he was doing. Not always, of course. Sometimes people just get that nagging thing and can't drop it for other reasons. Often your energy and affection towards your partner drops off because you have a new baby and it's all going there. Things like that can affect people. Good people too. Is it possible? Yes. However, you need to be honest with yourself if you want to or you can. Some people just can't. In that case, it's best not to get stuck in a loop of trying with nothing changing. You also really need to figure out and work on the why he did what he did. Is he projecting on you and is the one cheating? What even got that idea in his head? He was absolutely ready to end the relationship by the sounds of it because he thought that you cheated. If you honestly don't think that you can find it in you to forgive him, then you might be wasting both of your times. Is he cheating, or is he a racist, upset about his child's skin? ¿Por qué no los dos? Equally valid and equally depressing. I hope OP gets through this. Take the fact this starts with X with a grain of salt. Now, my ex-wife did great being raised with a single parent, much better than she would have with a father who assumed that she was an affair baby. I'm just showing you some options. Sometimes life with someone who doesn't trust you isn't worth it. My advice would be to tell him that you're going to the counselor to facilitate peaceful co-parenting, but the marriage is over. If you can't forgive him, don't waste time and emotional energy trying to force yourself. The treating you like trash is pretty disgusting. You have no guarantee he won't do it again if he gets upset. And now on to the update. I did end up going to several sessions with my ex, but honestly, his actions killed the love that I had for him. Especially because he was kind of sorry, but kept making excuses, saying BS that made my alarm bells sound, and who would have thought? I found several forums that he was active on that were sexist, racist, and homophobic. He had posted about our situation in a forum that was very incel-y.
Well,
He referred to me in derogatory terms. People were telling him that I had roast beef, and that he was just stability, but I was looking for Chad cock. This made me sick to my stomach. I took screenshots and printed all the things out, and I got the screen grabs as well. I called our counselor and told them that we were done. Thanks for the service, but I'm gonna get a divorce. I met up with him. He was staying at his friend's place and I was at home. I got the information through his gaming PC. When we met up at his parents' house, I basically threw the folder to his feet and told him I was effing done. Cue crying and begging. I told him no, and that he makes me sick. He told me that he was weak, and I said that that was true. He didn't want to let go, and my mother-in-law had to intervene. Honest to God, that woman never took too much of a liking to me, but she really did shine through. She screamed at him, and when she saw the folder, she told him that this was not the behavior of a strong father. She told him he was nothing but a coward. My ex stood up and just screamed. He didn't say anything, just a horror movie scream. He punched a drywall and broke a hole into it, and then left.
The fact that that
My
man ever
mother-in-law
got
was
married is
consoling
wild.
me. She told me that she was sorry, and even though she personally does not like me, she respects me and appreciates everything I've done. We hashed out a plan. I want my daughter to have her father in her life, but with him basically being a bigot, we decided that I would go for full custody and would allow visitations if my mother-in-law was present and only at her house. Right now, we are dealing with the divorce process that he is contesting. What he is not contesting is custody. He seemingly does not want it and has been almost not involved at all with our daughter. He has texted me that if I don't take him back, he would not want custody. My mother-in-law has been an angel. She's been helping out when my family can't, and had actually helped with the legal proceedings by telling her son to not be an ass and giving testimonials. My ex had refused to pay any child support, but mother-in-law had actually taken that over. It is really difficult. I don't have much of a social life, and I am sleep deprived, but at least I'm happier than in my marriage. And now in the comments, be careful of your mother-in-law. I also had one who didn't like me, but wanted to be all helpful and kind after the fact. But the truth is, she can't stand anyone her sons are with. Despite being an active reason for our divorce, she now wants to acknowledge how great I am. It's still manipulation. My guess is she just wants to ensure access to her grandchild. And OP says, she was not a just-known mother-in-law. We just didn't get along because we never clicked. She always respected me, and I honestly don't care if she's just doing this out of selfish reasons or out of the goodness of her heart. She is helping when I need it the most, and I'm happy to have her in my daughter's life. OP's ex sounds like another guy that I read about here who torpedoed his marriage when he wanted his middle child's DNA tested because he didn't look like him.
Yeah, I
Basically,
remember that one.
OP's ex here checked out of being a dad because his daughter didn't look like him. Mother-in-law is the best part. Even if she didn't like her daughter-in-law, she's
The
aware
way
that
that
her
those
son is an
fucking
imbecile
forms and
and
shit
ruined his own
that
marriage.
convince dads that
Quote,
their kids
he
are
texted
not
me
their
that if I
own
don't take him
actually just
back,
end up
he would not
ruining
want
marriages
custody.
instead of like
Shitty
showing
circular
that there's
reasoning
a
on the
cheater,
ex's part,
because generally
and
there's
probably
not.
just as well. That kid hopefully takes after Bro P's side of the family in more than just looks, because that kind of stupidity needs to be buried deep. Seriously, if you don't take me back, I'll leave you and my child alone. Huh, you promise, dude? Right? I'd not want a racist around my darker-skinned daughter. No thanks.
True.
Our next post is titled, My Female 25, Girlfriend, Female 30, has a secret room that I found. What do I do now? So I've been with my girlfriend for 5 years, and we've been living together for 3. I pay rent as it is her house, and yesterday I discovered something strange. We wanted to replace the floor, as it's scraped and uneven, with new hardwood flooring, and immediately my girlfriend was acting strange about it. She wanted me out of the house and insisted that she would call someone, even though I knew a good contractor that could help us.
That's weird.
It was on the far side of the house, in a neglected room, so I never really had a reason to go in there. My girlfriend had a carpet over everything and kept it clean regardless. Anyway, she told me she'd have someone come tomorrow and went out for a few hours to help her brother with his car. Me, wanting to be helpful, went to clear everything out of the room for the floor person. I removed the carpet, and lo and behold, I see grooves in the floor along with a fold-out handle.
Ayo,
At this
what?
point, I'm a little bit freaked out, as I knew nothing about this room, and I wondered if my girlfriend even knew about it. I pulled the latch and looked in to see a ladder. It didn't look old, but went down at least 10 feet.
Oh, hell
Or
no.
so I'm guessing.
Hell
On the
no!
back of the door was a note written in my girlfriend's handwriting. A note about the last time that it was checked, about 3 years ago. So now I know for sure that she knew about it. But why didn't she tell me? Why was she so secretive about it? I really want to go down there, but I don't know if I should. She's going to be gone for a couple of more hours, so I feel like now is the time. And now in the comments, did you ever see the episode of Malcolm in the Middle where Hal and Lois find an extra bathroom in the house and don't tell the kids out of fear for them trashing it? It's kinda like that. I think they kept it as a storage in the end.
LMAO.
Maybe Girlfriend did the same here. They cleared it out, never told anyone about it, and then stacked boxes every time they left it, making it look like it was still being used for storage. If there's a bathroom down there, it possibly leads to a bigger space/apartment. I'm not a fan of snooping on partners, but if it's unsafe, then why be so hush-hush about it? Honestly, I'd feel obligated to check at that point,
I would
because it's starting
so
to seem
check. My
like creepy
curiosity
horror
is
film
way too strong.
territory. Does it seem like something she'd be embarrassed about? Is she normally an open and honest person in the relationship? Is she easily embarrassed by small things? Unfortunately, I can't really think of a reason to hide this unless something more nefarious is going on. I hate to think that, but this is just weird.
It's so weird.
And now on to the update. Hello, I'm alive. Thank you for everyone who worried about me and asked if I was okay. I was worried that my girlfriend would come home and see me down there, so I covered it up and left without going further down. Also, here is a picture of it. It is just a bathroom by the looks of it, so no gigantic surprises really. In the picture, I stepped down onto the ladder for a better view in case you're wondering. My girlfriend was tired when she came home, but didn't really say much. I panicked a little when she went towards the room, but she thanked me for moving stuff. I don't think she suspects me, but it's hard to tell with her. I also moved some stuff back into the room so it would be less obvious. I texted my mom about the weird room, and she told me to not go down there because I could die or get stuck. I insisted, however, and although she wasn't happy,
Okay,
she
Mom.
promised she would call the cops if I didn't respond to her in 2 hours after I told her that I'd be going. She'd also come to the house after me. You can never be too careful. I waited until my girlfriend was asleep, and I slipped out of the room. I really wanted to go earlier, but I wanted to be able to have a lot of time. As my mum suggested, I tucked my phone in my phone purse and tied some rope around it.
Damn it.
I then lowered it down to the bottom, and I called it with my home phone in the kitchen. It rang, so I assumed service would work down there. I climbed down there, and big surprise, it was a bathroom. As some of you pointed out, it was clean, but not super clean. I didn't notice anything suspicious. The toilet flushed and the electricity worked. It seemed maintained. I was curious about the door, however. I thought that it may lead to storage, but it led to another room. The room was covered in survival bunker stuff.
What the fuck?
Medical kits, books, a huge box filled with rations, gallons of water, and a
Wait,
cot.
is she a prepper?
It looked newish, too. Some of this stuff seemed heavy, so I don't know how she would have carried it down a ladder, unless there's another entrance that I don't know about. I guess she could have carried it in a backpack, but it would be difficult. And also, considering how much stuff there was, when would she have time? My girlfriend leaves really early in the morning, so I guess she could have gone in around then, but still. There was a small metal door in the wall. I looked inside, and the interior was covered in cobwebs. It looked like a crawl space. I decided to avoid going in there for now. Anyway, besides that, there was nothing suspicious. I turned off the lights and went back up. I told my mom that I was alive and I went to bed. The next day, my girlfriend cancelled the flooring because the guy she called said that it would be more expensive than expected. I don't know if this is true. Nothing else has really happened, but it has me thinking. Did my girlfriend hide the room from me because she wanted to survive alone? Should I confront her on it?
Stop.
I've kept all of this secret, and it's been painful. I want there to be another reason for hiding
Does she
it,
wanna survive
but I can't
alone?
think of any. I don't think that I can update on here again.
That's so funny.
So
Stop
tell me if
it.
there is a more appropriate subreddit. And now in the comments, she likely hasn't told you because she's afraid that she'll be mocked. She has a survival bunker under her house. Most people would probably make a comment about breaking out the tinfoil or something like that. Also, the more people that know about the room, the more people are going to flock there and expect shelter. This puts the security and supply assurance at risk. I have a friend who has major anxiety over things apocalyptic. It stresses her out so much, her therapist encourages her to do doomsday prep. She has all kinds of kits, disaster gear, and food stored. It helps her deal with her anxiety. I'm wondering if this situation is similar. OP, you must ask her. And please update us in this subreddit. We can't just miss out on the ending here. Your girlfriend is a survivalist. It's not that she doesn't trust you, it's that telling you means that you might tell other people, and her survivability becomes compromised in an emergency as other people would go to her for her stash. If you're okay with that kind of thing, look into it and slowly express your interest to her and build a bug-out bag of your own. This is along with my thinking. She might also be slightly ashamed or embarrassed. I think showing interest in it would help the most. Is it odd? Heck yeah. But is it super concerning? No, not really. Show interest, and I'm sure that she'll let you into her little world. And OP hasn't posted since finding the dungeon 6 months ago.
No.
She dead. This is no bunker, it's a tomb. OP before the girlfriend finds out. Some people don't want to be outed as survivalists, I think. When my husband and I were first house hunting, we went to a house that had this little Alice in Wonderland style door in the back of the master closet. I dropped to my knees, crawled through the door, and found the most luxurious home office that I'd ever seen in a normal house. I still lament about not buying that house, and I still talk about how that would have been my survival room when the in-laws come for long visits, when the kids have too many friends over, when the Yankees play the Red Sox. Our next story is titled, For the past year, I've had this flirting thing with a manager at a coffee shop, and she finally gave me her number. So every morning, I, 29 male, take my son to this small coffee shop to have breakfast before dropping him off at preschool. The same girl is always there in the mornings. She's the manager there, and we've chatted lots of times. I always thought that she was very beautiful, and once I started talking to her, I realized that she is a sweet and friendly person. The first months were us talking and getting to know each other, her making conversations with my son. And then we started having these smiles around each other. Every time we come in, she takes over the counter to do our orders. She knows how I like my coffee and what kind of breakfast sandwiches my son wants. And the whole time we're smiling like idiots.
Alright, don't get ahead of
We come
yourself,
after school
bucko.
sometimes, and it's not too busy then, so she takes her break sitting with us. We joke around a lot, and one time I told her she looked amazing because she was dressed for an interview later that day. And yes, that made her blush. Then on Friday, she told me that she loved getting to know me and my son, and she hopes maybe I'd like to do something together outside of the coffee shop. I told her yes, absolutely. And then she gave me my coffee cup with her frickin' number, with 2 hearts on it. I have been riding on that high ever since. I'm definitely texting her today. All weekend I've been nervous about it, and also really excited. And now in the comments, that's awesome, man. Go you. And OP says, thanks. It's been a long time having something like this. I wouldn't hesitate to text her. She took a huge leap, and with the amount of interactions you've had, I bet she waited all weekend long for a text or a call from you and didn't get anything. Also, given the history you share, I would make the date very special and not some simple meet and greet. The reason being that you already know that she likes you, and she likes you physically. So this date really is only necessary to seal the deal and make you both a legit couple. Also, think back to the conversations you had to remember what she likes and doesn't like. You have the advantage here in that you already know a ton about her, so you have a lot to work with date-wise. And OP says, yeah, I felt pretty bad about not texting her sooner. I made sure she knew it was because of nerves and not because I wasn't interested.
Still stretches.
She understood how I felt, and the good thing is that we've got a date. We wanted to make it simple, but not the cliche dinner and a movie. She loves going to the observatory, and you have a nice view of our city from there, so that's where we're going for a picnic date. This is a great date idea. You should also get her some spring flowers to spruce up the picnic date and obviously make her feel even more cared for. And OP says, inserting SpongeBob gif, write that down, write that down. And now on to the update. The date went so well. Luckily it wasn't too chilly for an outdoor picnic date where we agreed on. She looked so beautiful, guys. It felt like I could look at her all day. The whole thing was a blast. Also funny though, because the first date is usually about getting to know each other, but we already know so much about one another. We found stuff to talk about still, and we had such a wonderful time. She told me she's been having feelings for almost 7 months, and she hoped that maybe I was feeling the same way. We want this to be a serious, exclusive relationship, and this was a really great start to it. Literally, since the date ended, I had the biggest smile on my face until that night before bed, and then again in the morning when she texted me saying good morning, and she can't wait to see me right now, because my son and I have still gone to the coffee shop since our date. We went out for dinner last night, and this time it didn't feel awkward being more affectionate with each other. Her and I are gonna give it a few more dates before we tell my son about it. He likes her anyways, so hopefully that's a good sign. Thanks to all the romantics out there for your love. This has made me so happy, and I'm glad others were able to be happy about it too. And now in the comments, "Aw, I'm so glad that I happened to see your update. I'm so happy for you. What a great story. Keep us updated." And OP says, "Thank you. I'm excited to see where this goes. If all goes well, I've got to admit, it would be a pretty nice story to tell in the future. It is such a lovely story." And OP says, "I'm definitely keeping the coffee cup she wrote her number on."
Aww.
Almost 7 years in, and I still have the Starbucks cup that my husband wrote his number on. It is precious. Hang on to it. I love this so much.
That's so
I met my
cute.
boyfriend of almost 5 years when I worked at a coffee shop. He was a regular there, and after about 5 or 6 months, I asked him out. Now that is how you ask out a service worker. You don't. I went to a technology institute
That's
for
actually
2
really funny.
years.
My mom
It had
was a
one bar
coffee
that
shop
we
worker when
frequented
she
quite
met my
heavily.
dad.
On our very
And
last day of school,
he
as we knew we
basically
wouldn't
just
be
hung
going
out
back ever
outside
again,
her coffee
I
shop
was several
for, like,
beers into
months.
the evening when I realized that the bar had been closed for an hour,
hung out
and I
outside,
was basically
like, would get a
at the
coffee and then,
start
like,
of
hang
end
out
of season
outside
party.
and,
Drunk
like,
figured that I didn't
wave
belong
at
there,
her,
and against
and then
everyone's
eventually he asked
objections,
her out.
I
It was
stumbled out
cute.
to the bus stop to go home. I was waiting for the bus
Okay.
for 10 to 15 minutes maybe, and then the main bartender pulled up in a cab and said, "Don't be stupid, get in." So I did. I spent 2 days at her place before making it home. We've been married now for 22 years. I got my girlfriend's mum pregnant, and she won't get an abortion. I've been with my girlfriend for 5 years. We've been together since high school and attend the same college now, but we decided instead of living in the dorms, we got a place together just off campus. My girlfriend has been overwhelmed by her curriculum and has been nothing but distant and stressed. She has always suffered from bouts of depression and anxiety, but it's gone into overdrive. And honestly, it's driven a divide in our relationship the last year or so. She's also been upset about her parents, who recently split up. She invited her mum to live with us, and we surprisingly got along really good. One night, after a few drinks, her mum made a move on me, and it kinda just went from there afterwards.
Gross.
Last week, she told me that she needed to talk to me, and she told me she's pregnant. I was mostly confused because she's pretty old and already had kids. I told her straight away
Dude.
that she needed to get an abortion, and she said she needed to think. We didn't speak much this last week, but last night my girlfriend revealed to me that her mum was pregnant and that her mum told her dad. So now my girlfriend's dad thinks that the baby's apparently his, and after a brief chat with her mum, she coldly told me that she's keeping it and pretty much told me to F off. I obviously can't keep dating my girlfriend, and I can't pretend my kid is her brother. On top of that, I'm furious with her mum because she's forcing this kid into the world. Also,
Dude,
my girlfriend has been so depressed lately
fuck your
that I'm afraid the
girlfriend's
truth
mom?
might cause her some serious
Are you
mental
okay?
harm. I know that I'm an asshole in this situation, so
Bruh.
save your judgments, but I do need help. What's the best way to approach this situation that leaves the least amount of damage for everyone involved?
Oh my
And
god.
now in the comments.
Hi.
You what? You had a choice when you
You're
cheated
so
on your
hi.
girlfriend with her
Hello.
mom and didn't use protection.
Yeah.
She had a choice too, but she likely didn't think she could get pregnant. Her keeping the baby isn't your choice. Her lying to her ex, telling him that it's his, also not your choice. There is literally nothing you can do about the baby besides sue for custody after it's born and get a paternity test that proves you are the father. But that's going to ruin the relationship with your girlfriend and her mum and the mum and dad. You don't seem to want it, so you should just leave the situation and let it play out
Right.
as it does. On top of that, I'm furious with her mum because she's forcing this kid into the world. Also, I want to talk about this comment. You have zero right to be mad at her. She isn't forcing the kid into the world.
Hello,
She
thank
decided
you.
to keep a child that she is currently growing inside of her.
I'm thinking
you don't
of the
know
best
the situation.
way to
She
do
might
the
have tried and
sleeves.
failed to get pregnant again for years with her husband, and then had an oops with you. You're thinking that you have any control or say in what she does with this child? Yeah, you don't. Her body, her baby. It's yours too, but you aren't carrying it. When men carry the babies, they can control if the baby is aborted. Until then, they can only make suggestions and get mad when the woman says no. And OP replies, I don't want the kid, but it seems kind of messed up to just let it live a lie of a life. At the same time, it would be the easiest option for them, but I don't know. It is also conflicting. Take some frickin' responsibility, man. Realize this is your fault too. It's not your girlfriend's depression or her mum coming onto you. You decided to have sex without protection. No one forced you to. And move on doesn't mean keep lying to your girlfriend. It means tell her the truth, break up with her, tell your baby mama to tell her husband the
Trying to
truth
think.
about who the father of the baby is, and if he doesn't want to claim the child anymore, then you have to step up. This is your child. You are not going to have the kids one day. You are
Bruh.
having a kid now. Jesus effing Christ, grow the F up and take responsibility for your crap. It's absolutely disgusting to lie to your
How am I
girlfriend
gonna
about
do
this.
this?
She deserves to know what she's getting involved in, and guess what? The truth will come out. Maybe not now or even during the pregnancy, but it will, and it will be so much worse. And how dare you trap your girlfriend in a pregnancy when you're willing to do screwed up crap like that? She deserves to know who you are and what you're willing to do to her and have done. Do not trap her with a pregnancy without her knowing the shitty thing that you did. How can someone be so selfish? And OP replies, I have made an update. Please read it. Also, I replied to the lying thing in another comment. The truth doesn't set everything right, nor will it make my girlfriend and her family's lives better. I need to suck up my pride and bite the bullet on this one. And now back up to the post, we have an edit, since people are commenting still. I've decided to walk away from the situation and let it handle itself. I'm washing my hands of this. My girlfriend's dad is claiming the baby, and as far as anyone knows, it is his, so he's happy, and her mom is also excited to have a baby from what my
Yeah, it's the
girlfriend
puffy
tells
part
me.
I'm trying to figure out.
Plus, me and my girlfriend have been getting along so good lately, and her mom is moving back home, so there is no more tension there. Our fling has all but died. Everything's gone back to normal, but kind of better. My girlfriend has grown to the idea of her mom having another kid, and is excited for a sibling, and she's even hinted that she wants us to have children together in the future. The advice to move on in this thread was great, and everything is moving smooth once I let go of the fact that it's my baby. It's really not. The parent is who raises it. I'll probably
We're
have
at
a kid of my own
30-17
soon,
right
and
now.
my relationship is on fire right now. Thank you guys. I'll still reply to some comments where I think is necessary. And edit, I'd also really like to thank the people that didn't just insult me, but genuinely wanted to help. You're appreciated. And for those who keep saying that this is like fantasy porn or something, that's really weird. Nowhere in this post did I give any sexual details, and before I hooked up with her, I never had any older women fantasies. It just happened. And I've replied to so many messages, I think that's all I've got in me. And a lot of messages now are just insults or trolls saying my life doesn't exist. But I wanted
Right.
to say again,
We got
thank
this,
you to
I knew
everyone
this.
who tried to help and give me advice, even the ones that don't agree with me. I know that you guys think otherwise, but leaving my girlfriend isn't the right choice for us right now, though it's nice that you guys are concerned. Whatever happens in the future, happens, and I'll have to handle it then. If you guys want an update in the future, I can do this. Back down into the comments a little bit? You're a coward. The edit doesn't make you sound any better. You'd be honest with your girlfriend if you really meant it, and you would let her move on with her life. She deserves someone who takes responsibility for their actions. You are not. And OP says, I have taken all the action I can. I have a lot to offer her, and we've been together for a long time.
Bro, you
This is
cheated
my
with
choice
her
to make,
mother.
and I think that I made
Are
the
you
right
okay?
one. I'm not worried about sounding good. It's my actions that matter.
Your actions
Your
suck.
actions were sleeping with her mother and not taking responsibility. Your actions speak louder than your words, and it's not great at all.
Your actions are actually
And now
worse.
on to the
I'd
update.
argue.
I'm sure this is going to be a lot of fun. So I wasn't going to do an update due to all the backlash and hate that I got, both on my post and even worse in my inbox, on top of people just calling my problem fake. But there were people who gave good advice and really helped me during a hard time, so this update is for them. The advice I got to back off regarding the baby situation worked itself out really well. My girlfriend's mum moved back in with her dad for about a month, but she ended up leaving again because she had a miscarriage, and her dad was really upset about it. According to my girlfriend, her mum was still drinking and smoking throughout it, and her dad was
Okay.
constantly fighting with her about stopping for the baby, and when it passed away, he blamed her. Which isn't fair because it's not his body or place to judge what she does with it.
That's
And was
ironic.
really devastated at the loss and isn't doing too well mentally right now.
That's
I think he'll
ironic.
get better soon. My girlfriend has been visiting him a lot and comforting him. My girlfriend thinks that her mum made up the pregnancy to get back with her dad because she's known to be dramatic. But I don't think that it makes sense because why would she tell me that I got her pregnant?
Oh my god.
She wanted to move back in with us, but my girlfriend and I put our foot down and said she couldn't. Her mom is still upset with her for not letting her stay, but she's staying at a friend's house now, so it kinda worked out. I took the advice that I got in the thread, and I talked to my girlfriend about going to therapy, and she was really supportive about it. We've gone to 4 or 5 sessions now, and I can't believe how much it's made our lives better. I was able to hear her explain what she's currently going through with her depression and see how much her family life has affected her. We also all agreed that I was overwhelmed as well, dealing with her depression, the pandemic,
Oh my God.
and my college courses, on top of her mum's drama that she brought to our house, and that because of it, I've become distant too, and not supportive of my girlfriend anymore, which only
Oh.
worsens her depression. We decided that I need to start taking more time for myself and doing things that make me happy again. And my girlfriend agreed to letting me have more free space
Stop.
and to try to give
Stop
me more
it.
attention and affection when needed, and that I would do the same for her.
You're joking.
We both decided to take a semester off our schooling and to take the pressure off of our shoulders for just a little while, which I am really excited about. A couple of guys and I were thinking about doing a hiking trip for a couple of weeks, and she wants to do some art thing. So we'll see what the future holds.
You've got to be kidding.
Thank you to everyone who actually tried to help and didn't just see me as a devil, but a good person who did a bad thing,
No.
who's just trying to figure his life out.
No.
I appreciate the support.
No.
And
Who
edit,
the fuck was being
no, I
supportive?
didn't tell her about her mother and I because that is in the past.
Stop!
It's a situation that will only hurt her more than heal us. Some things are better left unsaid.
Nice.
And
Swear to
now in the
God.
comments, the woman slept with her daughter's boyfriend and drank and smoked during a pregnancy. She is a rat and disgusting, so she deserves zero reprieve from her ex-husband. It's totally fair that he gave her a hard time.
Right.
Yeah, it's her body, but her choices are ruining everyone's lives. Info. How did she react when you sleeping with her came up in therapy and that she told you it was your child that she was pregnant with? You don't mention her reaction to that in your update. Did she also see that as a result of how you felt? And how does she plan to deal with her mother after knowing that she slept with her boyfriend? I have a hard time believing that she is this relaxed about it all and is okay with just giving each other more space. And OP says, I never told her about that. There's no point bringing in extra hurt.
There's no point.
That doesn't matter
Oh
anymore.
my god.
OP is still being a bad person who doesn't care about honesty. He's going to live with this girl on the premise of a lie, and he's totally okay with it because it's the past. Yeah, a lot of terrible things happen, and because time moves forward, it's now the past. So that argument is bunk. OP, I'm just here to remind you that you're still being a bad human that is content as a liar. Do you not see that eventually her mother is gonna tell her, in like a rage or something? She clearly doesn't give a crap about her daughter, who is already severely depressed from what it sounds. Just like you clearly don't give a crap. Imagine wanting to die every day and slowly building yourself back up to a normal baseline day after day, with little real support except your boyfriend. You get a little better here and there, and couldn't have done it without him. What the hell do you think that someone in that situation with clinical depression would do if she ever found out that her beloved life partner slept with her own mother when things got too hard for him? This isn't a rhetorical question. What do you think she'll do? Tell her, and then leave sooner rather than later if you can find an ounce of care left for this woman among your self-absorption. And OP says, even if her mother did eventually say something, she's known to be dramatic and cause problems in her family, so I don't think anyone would believe her anyway.
Bro!
But I honestly think she wouldn't hurt her daughter like that.
Oh my god.
There's no point hurting my girlfriend further. It doesn't help anyone at all, and on top of that, she's doing really good now with therapy and our relationship.
He's unhinged. He's
Man,
unhinged.
I despise you
unhinged.
so effing much.
I hate him.
Constantly making excuses and shoving the victim card down our throats. Keep hiding, you frickin' rat. And OP says, I know I'm not a victim, but I'm just a person, and I've made healthy steps to bettering me and my girlfriend's lives. Oh, I see nothing
about butt
but
plugs?
rainbows and unicorns in the future of this family. So, it's the mum's body, mum's choice when convenient for him to say so, but she has to get an abortion when he doesn't want his girlfriend to find out that he was screwing her mom?
Yep.
How convenient. Can't wait for the next update. My girlfriend left me because her mom told her that we did it, and I knocked her up. How do I get my girlfriend to forgive me? This guy, man.
Yeah.
Our next post is titled, Flew 8 hours to see my friend.
Yay,
and
hi.
I am mortified by his behavior. So I'm struggling to believe this just happened.
All right, I'm gonna
I'm
do
mortified and extremely
something off
embarrassed.
screen really fast.
Jason and I have been friends for many years. We met at university and were in the same friendship group. We stayed in touch after he flew home to Canada. I always had strong feelings for Jason after we spent hours a day talking. I adored this guy. I thought he was intelligent, funny, endearing, and I got the feeling that he felt the same way. He invited me to visit him, and I agreed, and I've always wanted to check out his city. I booked my flight and Airbnb, and then I flew over. A week in, and I still haven't seen him. I asked about us meeting up, and he eventually invited me out for drinks with him and his female friend that I had never met before. I head to the restaurant, and they're both finishing their dinner when I get there. We're in a booth, and they are sat together, and I'm on the opposite side. The first hour was fine, and then things got weird. They began facing each other, flirting with each other, and then ignoring me.
Okay, then I'm gonna scroll
Every time I tried
red
to signal to
thread
leave,
now.
Jason would order me another drink on his tab, but wasn't speaking to me at all. Jason then began throwing coasters and ice cubes at me randomly.
What?
I felt humiliated. We finish up, and I'm heading back to my Airbnb when the girl asks me back to her apartment with them. I said yes, since Jason and I have barely spoke since I arrived. Same thing happened there. I'm ignored, and then Jason starts throwing random stuff at me. I was about to leave, and he asked me to come out on the balcony with him. I did so. I told him I've been asked on a date with someone in the city, and then he said nothing. He suddenly full-on sprinted inside and left me alone on the balcony.
What the
Seriously, what is happening? I asked him when he's heading home. He said he's staying the night with her. Great. I then leave. Jason doesn't even look up from his phone to say goodbye. I walk home alone at 2 a.m. back to my Airbnb.
What the fuck?
He then messages me telling me to get home safe. I asked
But
him if I
you're
just
not
third
well
wheeled, and he insisted that I didn't, that she's just a friend. I asked if he wanted to meet up again, and he declined, saying that he's too busy. I just flew 8 hours for that.
That's so
I am
weird.
actually mortified. How could he treat me with such disregard and
That is so
disrespect?
fucking weird.
How could he invite his bang buddy along to dinner with us and then spend the night throwing ice cubes at me? My skin is crawling
trying
and
to
I
neg
feel
you?
sick. What's the best way to look at this situation? Because right now, I am humiliated. And now in the comments,
So weird.
that's a relationship/friendship ender. I would just ghost and never talk to him again.
Right.
It's not your fault.
Definitely goes.
Who could have predicted his crazy and disrespectful behavior? I wouldn't even treat a stranger like he treated you. Something's wrong with him. I think it's not worth it to wonder or find out what exactly is his problem. I hope you feel better. Anecdotally, I once took a flight to another country for a job interview. It was a lot of preparation. We agreed to meet on Friday afternoon. The day before, we texted a place and time to meet. I texted the person that I was supposed to meet at least 10 times on the day of my interview to confirm the place and time, etc. No answer for the whole weekend. I'm at the airport, leaving after having a very confusing and disappointing weekend when he texts me. Asks if I have time to meet now. I told him that I'm
What?
at the airport and I'm leaving. It was so awfully rude. A waste of my time and money, and I felt like a goddamn
That is
fool.
so weird.
It took me a while to get over, but the point is that this isn't your fault, that he didn't hold up his end of the bargain, which was very easy. Just give you respect and a little bit of time. I wish you the best.
So
You're better
fucking
off
weird.
without that job anyways. If they can't respect your time before you're even hired, chances are the job is that much worse. The best way to look at this is that you have a chance to explore a city that you've always wanted to visit. You know not to waste any more time on this guy. He sounds massively immature, and that he likes the attention that he got from you. Put your energies into someone else, and just enjoy the remaining time that you have in the city, seeing as it's unlikely that you have a reason to return. This OP. Forget this idiot, and have a nice few remaining days in a foreign city. Just treat yourself a little to make up for his idiocy. And now on to the update. Unfortunately, I'm now remembering more of the night. At one point we were in the girl's apartment. She grabbed his ass and started fondling his ass like I wasn't there,
What the
while
hell?
I awkwardly watched from about 5 feet away.
What?
I felt completely embarrassed,
What?
like I was third wheeling. He then proceeded to stay the night.
Wait, maybe he wanted a
I walked home
threesome.
alone across the city at 3 a.m. He texted me telling me to get home safe while I was in total disbelief. And I can't
Might have
lie,
wanted a threesome.
I'm in pain. I adored this guy. I wouldn't have accepted his invitation to fly 8 hours to see him if I didn't. He told me to book a flight, told me to let him know when I had done so, and then later told me to book an Airbnb/hotel, and to also let him know when it was done. Just for him to humiliate me. We've known each other for years at university. He's never acted like this before. He contacted me after I flew home, insisting that this girl isn't a bang buddy, and said that I acted weird, and then proceeded to block me on Messenger so that I couldn't respond. I acted weird?
What?
You have gotta be kidding me.
That's so fucking
My
weird.
head is spinning. Is it odd that I feel a bit shell-shocked by this?
No, that's
What the hell
weird.
was his game plan here? Why would anyone feel the need to act so cruel? And now in the comments, chalk it up to life experience and move on. You have already invested too much time into this guy and this weird encounter. OP, I myself have had a handful of what the F happened here interactions and weekends with people. Not everything in life has a reason or a lesson or makes sense. Take this weekend and file it under odd but irrelevant. Walk away from that trip and don't bother looking back. There is nothing
Yeah,
wrong with
damn,
you.
I guess.
You are awesome. Your only obligation at this point is to continue being awesome. You're never going to get anywhere thinking about why he did what he did. You're likely not
Yeah,
going
it's
to
just
figure it
weird.
out because you're not that type of person. Screw this man and move on. He's irrelevant at this point. You deserve better. Please don't actually screw him, but the rest of this is spot on. Okay, this story seems super weird and random, but almost the exact same thing happened to me once.
What?
Except we were all early 20s. Turned out the guy in my case was trying to work up the courage to ask for a threesome, but his adolescent behavior just
That's
made
what I
me
said.
think that he was high, so I bailed before he managed to say anything. Honestly, I was waiting for the realization to dawn on OP that this dude was angling for a threesome here.
Okay.
With the
felt like that was
chucking ice
crazy,
cubes,
but
though?
Yeah.
What exactly does that mean? Classic flirting behavior for a 12-year-old.
Yep.
You're so ugly. Who would want to be your friend, loser? I hope that you notice I like you. This has to either have been a power play or a really crap attempt to neg OP
I
into
think
trying
he
to
was
go for a
negging him.
threesome. I'm betting on the latter. I'm glad that I'm not the only one who thought that this asshole was trying to get her to have a threesome.
Yeah.
The whole inappropriate PDA, coupled with the aggression of flicking ice at her to make sure she pays attention to it, I can't really think of any other reason unless the guy is actually unhinged. If this is how he tries to make a threesome happen, he's already unhinged. As a bisexual woman, let me tell ya, this isn't the weirdest way I've seen someone try for a threesome, but it's pretty close. The weirdest way was when the neg went the other way. I don't know if his girlfriend was into humiliation or what, but yeah, hard pass. Would I be the asshole if I kicked my daughter
So
out
weird.
for not turning appliances off?
Oh,
For a
what?
little background information, I, 37 female, had my 16 female daughter while still in college. My parents felt that I was too young and too broke to raise her, so they raised her. They took on the roles of her parents, and her father has never been in the picture, so I was grateful. And although she knows that I'm her mother, she sees me as a sister. I try my best to make sure that she lives comfortably and has everything she needs, but really, there's only so much I can do since my parents are capable enough, and I appreciate them. The conflict started when she came to stay over at my place 2 weeks ago to try and bond as mother and daughter. I'll be honest, I've always wanted this, but she didn't. She only came because my parents asked her to. She's a darling for the most part, but she leaves every appliance she uses on. If she enters a room and turns on the lights, she'll leave it on too. It's quite irritating, and I tried to talk to her about it. She laughed it off every time and told stories about her bad memory and what she forgot to turn off at so-and-so's house. Part of me thinks that she's doing it to vex me. I honestly
What?
have no problem turning lights off when she leaves rooms, but my house is never lacking in kids. I have none myself apart from my daughter, but my friends and neighbors often drop theirs over for me to watch them, and I love them. Yesterday, my daughter went out with friends and left the electric iron on, and I only found out when my neighbor's kid, female 10, told me that the iron is hot. Needless to say, I was furious. I went off on my daughter when she came back, and I reminded her that kids like to poke at sockets, and the iron could have caused an injury. Besides, it's a fire hazard. She said, okay, sorry, and she would try to remember, only to leave it on again this morning. The plan was to stay for 2 months, and it's only been 2 weeks, but I'm reconsidering it. My friend thinks that sending her back will blow up the only chance at bonding. So will I be the asshole if I send her back
It's
to
not
my
a great
parents
idea, I'm
and
gonna be
ban her
honest.
from my house regardless? OP has offered the following explanation for why they think they might be the asshole. I am the one who wanted to bond, so kicking my daughter out might be an asshole move on my part. And I would have to agree with you on that one, OP. This was all your idea. Yes, she has some flaws, but this is normal for 16-year-olds in my opinion. At least it was for me. I was always leaving appliances on. It's just a teenage thing to do. These are the years that you're going to fight with them the most. And if she doesn't want to be there in the first place, I don't see why you're keeping her there. Just be a normal person and say, this isn't working. I think you should go back to your grandparents' house. We gave it a try and it's not working, but I still love you. That's a normal and valid thing to do, not, I'm kicking you out because you can't turn appliances off after you use them.
Right.
Also, you're banned from my house, regardless. Yeah, I
Just
think
a
you're the
little
asshole for this
extreme.
one, OP. Edit to add, info for those of you calling me a bad mother for giving her away, I did not choose this. They took her. It was a whole court case that ruled in my parents' favor because they had money and I was still in college.
Well,
They have been great grandparents, and they have the right to decide whether or not I get to see her, and they only allowed me to meet her when she was 11 and stay with her recently. She also doesn't forget anywhere else, just at my place. And now in the comments, you're the asshole. Going from unplug the iron to get out of my house is quite a leap. You now suddenly have your child in the house. At 16, she looks adult, but she is a kid. Child-proof it. Have conversations with your child. Discuss what is a suitable reaction if she can't remember to not put your place on fire. If one of those discussions comes to the conclusion that neither of you are happy in this situation, ask if she would rather go back with grandma. Be an adult. Try being a parent. Don't be the teenage older sister that overreacts. There won't be a house to kick her out of if it burns down from that iron. Yeah, I would have removed the iron after the first incident if this had been my child. I would not have removed the child though. I'd recommend getting a modern iron instead. The older ones are super dangerous when kids are around. They make irons with automatic shutoffs if the iron isn't being used. For real. I can't remember the last time I bought an iron that didn't have that option. Like, you have to specifically seek out models that don't shut off on their own after a few minutes of being inactive. If your response to the first parenting challenge is to kick her out, I'm glad that your parents raised her. 100% you would be the asshole. Exactly. 2 weeks in and OP is ready to wash her hands of her kid? If parents gave up on their children for forgetting to turn off lights and appliances, then we would all be parentless and homeless. I'm a grown-ass adult, and from time to time, I forget. It happens. OP shouldn't be surprised if her daughter/parents shut her out for good if she kicks her daughter out because of this. And now on to the update. Thank you all for the comments and advice. I totally see the mistake that I was about to make. I also accept my judgment, and I'm going to take responsibility for my thoughts, which I'm glad did not become actions. I spoke to my daughter a while ago, and I told her my side of things, how I genuinely feel about her and all this, and she listened. She didn't say much, but she admitted she doesn't really see me as a mother since she knew me as a distant sister first, so she didn't know what to do when her grandparents asked her to come over. She's not ready to call me mum yet. She doesn't think she ever will, and she assumed that I would expect her to. She's also upset about me having kids over most of the time, as she feels they shouldn't get the right to be so close and clingy to me when she doesn't have that kind of freedom because again, I'm more of a sister that she sees once in a lifetime to her. Long story short, I realized it's going to be much harder than I ever imagined, but I will try my best going forth to make her feel loved and welcome. I understand I should keep my boundaries, but in her words, I should stop walking on eggshells around her too, which I will try to. She didn't promise to do the same, but she did promise to stop doing things that could potentially cause harm, which is a huge step. While on that note, I would also like to point out that it's quite mean of commenters to make assumptions on something that they know nothing about. My past had nothing to do with the post, and I left it out, only adding brief answers to questions that I got asked. We are all in different countries with different laws and views, and just because things go a certain way in your country doesn't mean that they go that exact way in other countries. There are ways to express your views without ho ho ho, shaming, and name calling. We all learn from mistakes, and I'm learning from mine. I appreciate your judgment on my actions, but I hope you can be kinder on other people's posts, regardless of whether they are the asshole or not. Remember guys, just because they're an asshole doesn't mean you can yell at them. They're still humans at the end of the day. And now in the comments,
no,
so the courts ruled in favor of the grandparents over the birth mother?
Baby girl.
Yeah.
Baby girl.
It's not that uncommon. Indian judicial system is rotten
Gotta
with
leave that
corruption.
kid alone.
If grandparents are
Gotta
rich,
leave that
they can
kitty
easily
alone.
bribe the judge to give judgment in their favor with some
Back on the
BS
bed.
excuse.
Back on
I
the
know
bed for
zilch
boss.
about Indian
No, for
law
boss.
and court norms, of course,
No, for
but
boss.
to take a kid from a 21-year-old, coupled with them not letting her see the kid for 11 years, plus the whole vibe
Back
of
on
this, I think there is a
Stay
lot
there.
of missing info. OP mentioned some undefined health issues, and I don't see any mention of the father. From my admittedly lacking knowledge of Indian society, I can imagine they don't hold young single mothers with health problems in very high regard. Indian court system is garbage. You have money, you'll get the case in your favor. People say upper caste and lower caste doesn't exist, but in reality it does. Everything is the direct opposite to how the internet sees India. I live in the US, and my parents did this to my sister. It started off innocently enough.
This is the underside.
My sister was divorced, my parents volunteered to babysit while she worked, and then they started to refuse to give the baby back. Oh, he's already asleep.
It's coming
We'll
together
keep him
so
for the
far.
night.
This is working.
That way you don't have to drop him off in the morning. Or they simply wouldn't be home when she came to pick him up. It got so bad that she had to take them to court. The judge gave custody to my parents because the child spends most of his waking hours at their house, and it's in the best interests of the child. After that, my parents cut her off completely. She didn't see her child again until she turned 18. It destroyed her. I'm British, and this is exactly why my mum did everything she could to stay independent after her divorce when my grandmother was pushing her to move back home. She knew that she would have ended up sidelined in her own kids' lives if she went back, and that my grandmother would have come up with every excuse in the book to keep it that way, even if she'd remarried while we still were children. Our next post is titled, "Nobody came to my son's party last night. What the hell?"
Aww.
So yesterday, my son turned 10. Awesome. He loves Avengers, so his dad and I decided to throw him a party at the house. We invited family and friends, who most of them RSVP'd. Great. We make enough food to feed 40 plus people. The place looks awesome, Avengers decorations everywhere, balloons, cupcakes, the whole 9 yards. Only to have me and my husband's immediate family be the only ones present. I'm talking 6 people max. Not a single other kid at the birthday party. It broke my heart. My son kept looking out the window and door for guests, asking when his friends will get there,
No, that's so
but
sad.
nobody ever came. I have a bag full of goodie bags, a
Why
piñata
didn't they
still
show
intact,
up?
and unopened games. People suck. It sucks that we have a small family, and they made my son feel like a loner on his frickin' birthday. He's a great kid and has been looking forward to his birthday all year. But come on, how are you going to RSVP and not come to a frickin' kid's birthday party? And now in the comments, I know the feeling, mama, and it is so hard. My son is 13 and only has had one birthday party because of this reason. He had a speech delay too. I rented the rec center pool, only to have 4 family members there as well. What are the parents of those kids thinking? Heartbreaking. I'm not gonna lie, it didn't get easier for my son. Middle school has been awful. Kids who he has known for years calling him gay and autistic, one punched him in the mouth. My son is in the gifted program, rocks an occasional bow tie, and has the softest heart. When the kids kept up with the gay slurs, he literally came home, broke down, and said, "What's wrong with being gay?"
No.
He then very genuinely said that he hadn't thought of sex yet,
This poor
so he didn't
kid.
know what to tell all the boys who were teasing him. Right in the feels. So instead, I bolster him up as best I can. For birthdays, I let him pick an adventure or gift. For example, scuba, or snooper as they say, or baby tiger photo op. Usually a higher cost activity, and we rock it out. It gives him a birthday memory, even if it's not a party. At 12, he joined the Civil Air Patrol.
No,
He's
I
still
said the
alone,
wrong side. I'm
but
a
he's
dumbass.
alone in a group activity setting, and at least I understand his passion for planes and space. I keep telling him that he will meet his people one day, probably in grad school. At least that's my hope. You sound like a great mom. I was an only child who was pretty shy, so some birthdays were special outings like you mentioned. And I loved those birthdays. Thinking
Actually, no,
about
I'm just
it,
gonna save
if
this
I
for
hadn't
the
been in a
other
private
one.
school with a strict policy of birthday invitations, friends wouldn't have shown up to my birthdays either. I had a class of 19 kids in my grade, so there was an enforced policy of birthday parties, and every kid had to be invited if you had one. Weird, but I guess it played a benefit to me as a weird kid. Lol. Get a PO box and update us with it. I'll send a card. and I bet lots of others here will too. My son went through this recently. He is 8 now. My wife and I decided to take him to an amusement park in lieu of a party this year. His 8th birthday was at Great Wolf Lodge. When I talked to him about it this morning, his first comment was, "I want to send one. I didn't like how it felt." Broke my heart and made me so proud in the same moment. And now on to the update. Just wanted to give everyone a mini update. Oh my god, I am overwhelmed by the love and wishes from the Reddit community. You guys are awesome. I apologize if I wasn't able to respond to you individually, but wow. I came to this subreddit event, and all I got was a vast amount of support.
Okay.
You guys managed to make me
Trying
cry
again.
again. Hearing that my son is not the only one, and there are so many others who had similar experiences. I know it's just a birthday party, but I try to do everything to see my son happy, so when something like this happens, I do feel helpless, as it truly broke my
Hello,
heart.
Mr. Kitty.
But you guys are willing to go above and beyond, and make my little man's day special. Thank you so much. You don't understand how much you are going to make some little kid's birthday the most memorable one by receiving cards from all around the world. I know there are a lot of people who have asked. We are in Boston, Mass, and Monday morning I will go first thing to get a P.O. box, as I do not have one. His favorite characters are Iron Man and Captain America. Thank you everybody. I will keep you updated. And update, I promise I haven't been ignoring you guys. My husband and I spent the whole day yesterday with my son to lift his spirits, so I haven't had a chance to reply to most of you, but I will try to today. So I finally got a P.O. box. Thank you to all of those who have made cards for my son. The amount of support is just unreal. Me and my husband can't thank you enough. God bless you guys.
Hey, baby.
Honestly, I can't thank you enough.
What's going on, Kid?
I'm way too excited for him. We'll explain to my son what Reddit is today when he gets home from school and scroll through some comments, but we'll leave the cards as a surprise. Final update. Hi all. So I did try posting an update and it got deleted, so I'm posting it here. So to update you all on what's going on, we were finally able to go to the post office
pumpkin
and I was
face.
in tears. You guys
Hi.
really
Hi.
outdid yourselves.
Hi.
Abe got so many cards and packages. It was unreal. We are deeply moved by the love and support that you all have for a random little boy. That in itself speaks volumes.
They love you.
We sat down yesterday with Abe and we read every single card. My son loved everything. He's so excited to have cards from all over the world, awesome comic books and toys. His mood has definitely changed. He is so much happier, and this definitely will rewrite the bad birthday party he had. And we simply cannot thank you all enough for what you have done for me and my family. This has turned out to be one of his best birthdays ever, and it's all thanks to you, Reddit. And now in the comments, why would you RSVP to a party and then just ghost it and not say anything? Who does that? I wonder if OP contacted any of the kids' parents to ask what happened.
Right? I
Isn't
wanna
that
know
part of
why.
the social contract of parenthood? Like, I don't want to be at a child's party, but neither do they want to attend my kid's party. We both agree to burn an afternoon while eating cake and pizza, and nobody gets a traumatic birthday. If you're bored, you buy the kids the noisiest gift you can and watch the parents' faces when they realize what you've done. For that many no-shows, something's off. One of the parents said or did something would be my guess. Whatever. I'm just glad the kid got an internet-sized
It's so weird.
hug. Lol. When I was a kid, we all attended each other's birthdays whether we felt like it or not. It was a rare chance for our parents to shove us off on someone else for the day and get a break. Yeah, I don't even remember being invited. My mom would just take us to kids' parties in our year, and it was always the same 30 kids. Only gets worse as you get older. I threw a barbecue once in college with over 50 invites and 20 confirming the night before. Nobody showed up. Not a single call or text either. People just suck. Wow. I'm really sorry to hear this. This is one of my biggest fears with throwing an event. There was a post where a woman, I think, married someone that her sister wanted, so the mother convinced the entire family to not go to the wedding. Our next post is titled, My 30 Male Wedding is 22 Days Away. I have been no contact with my dad's wife, both in their 60s, because she refused to apologize. He
So
just
funny
told me
whenever
that
there's
he's
a
not
color
coming.
with this, or
How can I salvage this?
cosplay with this
So
color
this is a bit
scheme,
long,
I
so
always
bear
like make
with
it
me.
myself.
My stepmom, Dee, is a narcissist. She's been a bully to my sister, 28 female, and me since they got together 18 years ago, and my dad has only enabled her.
So close.
It's 100% an abusive relationship. She is extremely controlling and a bully to him as well. 2 years ago on my birthday, she brought up something traumatic that she did to me years before, and she bragged about it to say the abuse is the reason I'm successful. I was pissed. I worked with my psychiatrist to write a letter explaining my hurt and telling her that while I want a relationship with her, I'll need an apology to move forward. She sent a letter back blaming me for a bunch of stuff from when I was a kid to justify her abuse and refusing to apologize.
Okay.
My
Lol.
response was, I'm sorry, I can't have a relationship with you if you don't respect me enough to apologize. My email inbox is open should you choose to apologize, but this is a
Nice.
hard boundary. Do not call, text, etc. Since then, the only communication has been her attempts to ambush me by picking up my dad's phone when I call him, leaving me aggressive voicemails and texts, or having my dad pressure me to meet her in person. I suffer from anxiety, and direct contact with her would only trigger an attack. About a month ago, she stole my dad's phone, read through our private conversation, and then she texted me from his phone. My dad, understandably pissed, said that he wanted a divorce, and that same day, she finally did email me one
Oh
sentence.
shit.
I am sorry for hurting your feelings on your birthday. I responded also with one line, I appreciate the apology. And then nada again, from either of them. My dad left town to get some space. As I mentioned, my wedding is in 22 days. My dad emailed me 2 days ago with a long, insulting letter. Too much to type out, but the highlights are, boundaries are rude and I'm selfish. My psychiatrist is a joke. D has been punished enough, so get over it. How dare I only send one line back to D's email? D is the real victim, and how dare I not invite his wife to my wedding? Plus, the exact sentence, obviously I'm not coming to your wedding. To be clear, I've heard most of these brought up over the past 2 years and have addressed them with him, but he just dismisses me as being angry and vindictive. Basically,
dad
as
is the
usual,
most
he wants
confusing.
me to just make peace at the expense of my mental health while never holding D accountable. I'm in a healthy headspace thanks to my psychiatrist and incredible fiancé. I know that my boundary is healthy, and no amount of guilt tripping will make me feel bad about setting it. But how can I respond? Despite my
Once
intense
done.
anger over the letter, I still want him, not her, at my wedding. I love my dad, and I'm so sad that one simple boundary is apparently enough to end our relationship. And now in the comments, I think you know that they have made their choice. Why would you want them in your life if they cause you so much distress and they clearly don't respect you? Count it as them doing you a favor. They shouldn't ruin your wedding day, and you are literally letting them. Your wedding day isn't about them. It's about you and your partner.
Oh god.
It's time to go no contact with dear old enabler dad. These people will only get worse with old age.
I did it.
And then add grandkids into
Are
the
you
mix,
proud of me,
and they
chat?
will be even more of a nightmare.
I have to
Hey,
cut
OP,
this
may I
slightly
suggest
so
you
it'll
read
fit
Adult
on the
Children of Emotionally
thing
Immature
better.
Parents. It's a relatively short book.
But I'm gonna do that
You can
after I
get
do
a
the
free
other
PDF
one so that I
online
can
by
make sure they're
Googling it.
even.
It has a lot of practical and affirming advice.
But
for
like,
understanding and navigating
honestly,
exactly
I kind of
these
popped
kinds
off. Zero
relationships.
pattern. I freehanded
I've
that
also been
bitch.
therapy for years, and I still found the book really useful and insightful, and hopefully you will too. Take care. And OP replies, I will look into it. Thanks for sharing. Sounds very helpful. I grew up in a similar situation, and the first thing I want to say is, your father does not deserve a pass just because he didn't abuse you in the same
Oh
ways
my
his
God.
wife did. He 100% allowed his child to be abused and did nothing.
I
That is
haven't
not
decided how I want to do
acceptable
this. I'm
without an
either gonna add
You should be incredibly
elastic.
proud of yourself for setting this boundary and for fighting your
Probably
way
add
to better
elastic. I
mental
need to
health.
find some
I
elastic.
suffer from anxiety as a result of my father's and stepmother's upbringing, and I can truly appreciate the amount of
You're so
growth that it
cute,
takes to claw your
Munchie.
way to the other side of this. I think the toughest reality I've had to face as an adult, processing a traumatic,
it'll just be puffy.
emotionally abusive upbringing from my stepmother,
It'll-
is that my
I'll do
father
this.
allowed it to happen. My father is very much bullied into submission by his wife, as you explained yours is.
It'll look like that.
But that doesn't excuse anything. He made the choice then to not fight for his daughter, and now, even
gonna
worse,
turn the lights
he's
on.
aiding his wife into trying to emotionally tear you down. You don't need that in your life, sis. I got caught in the trap, for a long time, of believing my father was just trying his best and wasn't malicious in his intentions. But I now own the fact that thinking like that is what manipulators and narcissists prey on. He failed to protect his child from ongoing emotional abuse. That isn't forgivable without an apology, without some semblance of ownership. What is different about your stepmother's abuse compared to your father's allowing it to happen? I'd say there's a ton of catharsis in owning how angry you deserve to be at your father, and he shouldn't get a free pass into one of the best days of your life if he can't prove that he cares enough about you to stand up for you. He's complicit in this situation too. And OP says, "This is my favorite reply. Thank you for sharing. It's shocking how similar it sounds, and anytime I brought up to him how my anxiety stems from D, it was dismissed. But it really did. And the way my dad taught me to deal with that was just to keep the peace at all costs. Bend over backwards for D to make her happy because he's too afraid to stand up to her. I used to give him the benefit of the doubt too. And right now, my sister has been saying that type of thing. Don't you feel bad for Dad? He's in a really tough spot. He's really depressed. He's trying. Can you do it for his sake? I mean, he never stood up to her for our sake. Why would I? I'm going to send her your comment. Again, I really appreciate it. You spoke directly to my experience. And they reply to OP, I'm really happy that my experience could help an internet stranger. Again, I think it's really cool that you've overcome the circumstances. It's easier to not process this stuff, but then we run the risk of repeating it. One thing my therapist asked me that helped me a lot was, would you even fathom letting someone do or say things to your future children that your stepmother said to you? That's really when my attitude towards my father did a 180. And OP says, thank you. Yes, my soon-to-be wife is emphatic with how proud she is of me, which helps me feel pride in the work and healing that I've been able to do for myself. I hope you feel pride as well.
wife.
Just acknowledging any of this is huge, let alone seeking help for yourself. It took me until I was 28 to see a psychiatrist, and my life is so dramatically better now because of it. I like that question. I definitely have thought along those lines. We won't have children though. I was in an abusive relationship with a mini version of D. Her behavior wasn't a red flag to me because I grew up with it until a friend pointed out that it was abuse and I deserved better. I ask myself, if I read a post like mine, what would I say? The same as everyone here, of course. I just didn't want to admit it to myself. Sometimes you just need help to open your eyes. Back up to the post, we have some edits. I feel like the letter was a trap.
Okay.
Either I cave to her and they both come, or I tell him no, and it proves all they say about me, and it justifies him not coming. Edit 2,
Probably.
the letter wasn't sent by D, although it has her fingerprints all over it. My sister confirmed my dad did, but she's on team make peace, it is tearing Dad apart.
Oh my god.
That deserves another post. Edit 3, one thing that I didn't mention, in the letter, he said that he doesn't want to come because how am I supposed to explain why my wife isn't there? Well, how am I supposed to explain that he isn't there? It's mind-boggling. And edit 4, for some reason, a lot of people think I'm a woman. The post says 30 male, but you're giving my fiancé a good laugh with it. And now on to the update. Hi everyone. I got some incredible insight on my last post, albeit with some hard truths that I didn't want to accept. Thanks to everyone, especially those who shared stories that were very close to mine. It really helped me understand. So I wanted to update everyone who may be wondering what the fallout of this is. This will likely be my only update, unless something dramatic happens. The fun update is, I got married. My wife, which is still crazy to say, and I are so happy, and our wedding was the best day, full of the family and friends who love us the most. It was so incredible, and full of memories that we will cherish together forever. The not fun update is long, as there is a lot that happened. Well, I sent back a response to my dad's original letter shortly after posting. I had a lot to say, but I kept it brief on the advice of some. Full text: I'm very hurt that you have chosen not to attend my wedding. However, I'm not surprised that you have once again chosen to appease Dee's whims over my needs, happiness, and mental health, as you've done for nearly 2 decades. It's honestly shocking that one simple boundary and one need for an apology from her is apparently enough to end your and my relationship. But I will respect your choice. We are not inviting drama, dismissiveness, bullying, or manipulation, and we are certainly not going to tolerate anyone who uses our wedding as an opportunity to blackmail us into accepting any of those. That has no place at our wedding, and frankly, in our lives at all. I never got a response. However, he did call my mum, who was awesome by the way, and said the same crap he said in the email from the previous post, which she shut down.
Oh my god.
She astutely realized that he was just trying to manipulate her into getting me to let Dee come to the wedding. He also had the nerve to say how important his vows were and doubled down on his wife being more important. The kicker is, he cheated on my mum while they were married. So I'm not sure why he thought that that was smart to say to her. My mum ended with, nothing would keep me away from my child's wedding, and asked him how attending would possibly change his relationship with Dee. He didn't have an answer. I then sent a quick write-up to my family and friends, basically stating that he won't be there, and to please not bring it up on the wedding day. Most people were understanding and supportive, but it turned out 2 of my aunts, his sisters, suddenly couldn't make it. Well, my cousin told me that my aunts decided not to come in solidarity. So while I was deciding what to do and trying
This
not
one's
to
going
get
faster
any others
because I don't have to figure out as
involved,
much.
my dad and Dee decided that it was better to use that time to poison my family against me. After all of his talk about not putting people in the middle in his letter, he sure had no problem with getting his siblings to boycott my wedding. My cousins were awesome though, and we had an excellent chance to reconnect about this type of bullcrap from our parents and bond.
You're
2
dead.
days before the wedding,
It's
my
still
dad
wrong
sent
side.
me another email titled, I come in peace. In it, he confirmed that he won't come, but said that it saddens me to the depth of my soul, and that he wishes that there was a way to mend the family. Other than, I guess, attend my wedding? Then he wished me well, and to enjoy my wedding because of how wonderful and important weddings are. Lol. The way it was written made it seem like he wanted to come, but couldn't due to extenuating circumstances, which pissed me off. At the time of the wedding, he was sitting at home 30 minutes away, too much of a coward to show up. I waited until after the honeymoon to decide whether to respond. After talking with my therapist, I realized I did want to respond because I don't think he understood what missing my wedding meant, and I wanted to make it clear. In it, I said this email was nothing but a self-serving, disingenuous attempt to alleviate his own guilt for skipping it, and that there is no healing from this. Then I said to not contact me again. Fast forward to last week, I got a letter in the mail. No return address. It was a bunch of letters between us from when I was a child, and a piece of paper that said, Happy birthday, don't throw away, your birth certificate and social security card are inside. So I guess that's that. He's wiped his hands of me, but not before going for a last attempt at a guilt trip. I have been working with my therapist through the hurt, anger, and sadness that I'm dealing with from being abandoned by my father. I've been very depressed. I'm grieving a loss, because I didn't want it to end this way, but he's made his choices. However, I'm thankful to have a great therapist and incredible support from my wife, mum, and friends. There is light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you to everyone for your comments and support, and thanks to my incredible wife for being by my side through everything. And now in the comments, congratulations on your wedding. When we're
This is so
young,
slow. I hate
we're sort of
this.
trained to think of our parents as infallible and omnipotent. As we get older, it is important to recognize that our parents are people, and most people are screwed up with their own problems, and some of their problems are of their own making. Your father sounds like a my way or the highway type, but as you're a grown-up yourself, you get to set your own expectations, boundaries, and consequences of what you're looking to include in your life. And that probably includes letting your dad stick with his lonely highway, as he has clearly chosen to do. I'd say that you probably don't have anything nice to say to your dad, so silence from here on out might convey the exact message that you're looking to send. And OP says, yeah, this has unfortunately been my journey over the past few years. Thanks for sharing. You gave him a clear indication of what his choices have resulted and will further result in if he keeps making his selfish choices. Now all of this, like before, is on him. He made his choice, and now he's lost his son, and that's on him again. Like you indicated, he's a coward and will die a coward. I respect your assertiveness and willingness to set strict boundaries. You made the right decision in the end. Good luck with all. And OP says, thank you. It means a lot. Yes, I know he and D are going to tell everyone who will hear how I wronged and am mean and am selfish and it's all my fault, but it's really on them. And this specifically is on him. They can lie about it all they want, but the truth is the truth. My dad did exactly the same, but it's always hard to explain to people that my life has suffered no loss due to his absence from it. And OP says, yes. With D, my dad didn't get that I felt better without her. It's a bit harder with him, as we were close and shared a lot of interests, but I can't have a relationship with someone who can't respect me enough to show up to my wedding. OP seems to use his father's wife as the explanation for a lot of his father's poor behavior. By the end, I'm pretty confident it's just 'cause he's a shitty person. Yeah, no one made the dad cheat on his mum, marry D, and allow her to abuse his kids, write nasty emails, and then refuse to come to his wedding. Those choices are all his dad's. Poor OP, but good on him for standing by the simple request for some decency. How would you feel about your daughter seeing an older man? How should I tell them about him? I'm 18, and I've been dating a 44-year-old man
Oh,
for the
girl.
past 2 months. He was my first
Good luck.
kiss, and he also took my virginity.
Oh no.
I've been telling my parents that I'm hanging out with my friends when I'm actually seeing him.
Oh girl.
They have some
have
suspicions that
you
I
been
have
together?
a boyfriend, but probably not that I'm in a
'Cause-
sizable age gap relationship. I'm not expecting a lot out of this relationship. I just like older men, and it's more of a friends with benefits situation than a serious long-term relationship.
Queen.
For more context, I currently live with my parents, and I'll be headed to an Ivy League, Yale, in the fall. I've always been a good
Oh yeah, no, they're not
student
gonna
and
be
a
happy with their
well-rounded
daughter who's
daughter.
going to Yale fucking
This
some
is to
random
say that my
44-year-old.
parents trust most of my judgments and decisions. I'm running out of excuses to use to see him,
Girl.
especially for overnight stays and vacations. I want to come clean about him, but I fear some backlash, even though my parents are a decade older than him. Should I just tell them that I have a boyfriend but lie about his age? Or just keep my head down until I move out? Or just tell them the complete truth? I'm scared of them not letting me see him anymore. I got slightly attached, and I really enjoy how he makes me feel. My parents and I already have a difficult relationship, so I keep a lot of secrets. And now in the comments, consider who you might be in 26 years, what you'll likely have seen, experienced, hated, loved, hurt, and been hurt by. With all that under your belt, would you honestly be able to relate to an individual that hasn't experienced any of it? Would you
Yeah,
feel
it's weird.
truly connected? Or do you think that maybe those years would have turned you jaded towards the world, and seeking out innocence and naivety was an outlet to either escape the harshness of what you lived, or a way to try and protect an innocent from what you lived through? Try and understand what they went through that brought them to a place where they felt entitled to take the virginity of a youth, to be the formative relationship of that individual, to risk ruining all future relationships for them at a young age,
Yeah,
just
it's
because
weird.
of their own desires. The most mature thing they could have done was to not pursue you, but here you are. Keep your walls up, do your investigations. The moment you discover the root of their motivation or the crux of their maturity, that will be the moment that you can truly know who they are, and I really doubt that you'll like it. We all want to be desired, but it's more important to be desired by someone who has authentic and honest intent, not just out of necessity or as a coping mechanism. Meet some of their friends, their longtime friends. Have candid conversations when their guarded narrative is down. Reassess your worth in their eyes. If their true intent is to give you as many opportunities as possible from the earliest age they could, they probably should have had a child and nurtured it from birth. But who knows? Just enter into what you're already deep into with those rose-colored glasses, but take them off at moments to make sure that you've still got 20/20 vision. Just because someone else has regrets doesn't mean you have to as well. OP replies, I really like the way that you worded this. I've been crying this whole day. The comment in this thread really made me take a long look at myself, and I'm really disgusted at all the things that I've done. I should have been more
Why?
proactive about therapy. I shouldn't have done those dumb things
wasn't
when I
you.
know
Oh.
better. I should, but I don't. I'm just scared of the world. I don't have a lot of people to turn to for help. It was the perfect storm of loneliness and desperation, and a lot of stress from college decisions, which I thought would make me really happy, but the highs are high, and the lows are really effing low. I'm really disappointed in myself. I don't know how to not hate what I've done. You didn't do anything wrong, sweetheart. This man is the one who has failed to be upright. He has almost certainly manipulated the entire situation. Please, do not act like you are to blame. Frickin' social media, advertisements, every goddamn corner you turn is someone more experienced than you, using that experience as a psychological tool to exploit those that haven't put up solid steel walls around them. It's no way to go through life, knowing that around every corner is a predator that might not be malicious in their intent, but certainly not looking out for your best interests. Love will come from a chance encounter. Love won't seek you out, but will see what accidentally brought you together and use that as the first link in a chain of connection. Stay open to passion, grow from experience, and know that with time, you will learn to see the forest for the trees. To expect anything more of yourself is unfair. Psychologist here, don't beat yourself up. You are an incredibly intelligent woman, going to Yale.
Right?
That doesn't
Like,
mean
you're
that you're emotionally
fine,
intelligent
you're
and
fine.
wise beyond your years. Falling for an older man is exactly what any 18-year-old would do. You have a right to be your age. Chalk this up to a life lesson. It'll hurt for a while. Breakups are tough. You will know so much more the next time around, and you'll be able to empathize with other people who fall
Poor
for
girl.
it. That's an incredibly valuable experience. Welcome to New Haven. I'm here too, and enjoy your young adult years. And now on to the update. I wanted to do an update on my last post. I'm very grateful for everyone who shared their wisdom with me. I did not know how an internet community could change my life and mindset in such a large way. I broke up with him a few days ago, and I've cut him off from my life. Forever, permanently. I'm restarting cognitive behavioral therapy, not the CBT therapy that you guys are thinking about. Again, with my past therapist, who I really connected with. Each session is quite extensive and has motivated me to cut spending on clothes and makeup. But I think that it'll be a small price to pay in the big picture of things. I'm going to pursue healthy relationships once I'm ready for them. Maybe I'll find a cute guy at Yale who can handle this storm. Thank you again, Internet family, for saving me a lot of grief and trauma. I was luckily able to make a smooth exit from an imbalanced dynamic. My eyes were opened to how I glazed over the issues, gaslighting, and love bombing. It's going to be the summer of love. Self-love. And now in the comments, One of the saddest things I saw as a nurse was a young woman who was in her mid-20s, married to a 66-year-old man. This poor girl had met him at 17 when he was in his 50s. They married, had a child together, and at 66 he had a stroke. She was struggling, married to a severely disabled man, whilst bringing up 2 small children.
Oh, God.
The sad thing was that we all could see how creepy and manipulative he was, but she obviously hadn't the life experience to see that. I just think you have a right to be your age is really important for everyone, always and forever, but especially for teenagers. I was groomed at 15 by a leader in my church. I blamed myself for such a long time, and in my weaker moments I still do. My therapist told me that it's natural for a teenager to have a crush on an older person in their life. It is not natural nor acceptable for that older person to act on that crush. What is appropriate is to disengage and have a serious talk about boundaries. That has helped me a great deal in realizing what happened and why. Your therapist is right. Do you know any 15-year-olds right now? If not, look for some, in a non-creepy way. They are kids. You were a kid. A kid is not responsible for an adult's actions, especially if the adult gains and the kid gets hurt in any way. It could
The other
not have been
Steve.
your fault. I haven't cringed so hard at a title in a while.
Ooh.
I knew exactly what was going on from reading it. I'm very glad. that
Right,
you
everyone knew
found it.
immediately.
Our next post is titled, "Am I the asshole for contacting my ex's mom after he called me 39 times?" So for a little background, my ex Jay and
Yo.
I dated from when we were 15 to 17, and we had a pretty
Alright.
toxic relationship,
We're making great progress.
which resulted in some really
Okay,
serious issues
so I'm gonna draw
that stemmed down the
into
road.
shirt onto the shirt.
For example, I'm now infertile due to an incident between us.
Oh?
After our breakup, I can only say my side. I went down a dark path, as I do already deal with bipolar disorder. I had to be hospitalized for mental health after I fell apart. At this moment of time, Jay and I are 19 now, and we both are in long-term committed relationships. I don't keep up with him, and we are no contact, except for his mother, who I talk to occasionally. I, 19 female, was at work, and I received a call from Jay. I thought I had him blocked, so I was confused. I work part-time at a spa while I'm in school, so I have to be mindful of what I do at work. I'm a receptionist at the front of the spa, so I then sent a text asking what he wanted. No response. I then started receiving more calls, and then I realized we have each other blocked, so I was confused. I sent an email telling him to stop because the calls were racking up, and I'm at work. By 5 p.m., I had 21 missed calls,
Oh my God.
and it was starting to send me into a panic attack. I have panic disorder that stems from PTSD. I sent another email saying 21 calls is overkill and that he needs to stop right now. I got no response again, so I let my current boyfriend, Kay, know. My boyfriend knows every little detail about Jay and Mai's relationship because a lot of issues I have now are from that. So my boyfriend already despised Jay. I then tried to ignore it, and I tried to be done with work. And then around 7 p.m., I started receiving more calls, non-stop. I turned my phone off and walk outside for a bit of fresh air, and I started texting one of our mutual, closer to me, friends on my laptop. He said that it's impossible for him to call me because I have him blocked. I said I thought so too. He then said to not engage with him at all, so I did just that. I kept my boyfriend in tune with everything, and I told a few of my super close friends who were there during my ex-relationship and watched how everything went down, and they found it disturbing. I turned on my phone, and when it powered fully on, I had 18 plus missed calls. One of my friends told me to answer it, but I refused. My boyfriend is obviously angry, not at me, and he said that I need to change my number, which I am absolutely considering now. It disturbed me because, to my knowledge, he's in a long-term relationship, and from what I've heard, he's happy. I talked to my mum, and she told me to talk to his mum. So I texted her, and I told her everything. After that, I got a ton of texts from his friends saying that was low, and that I'm a cow for contacting his mum.
What?
I do feel bad because we're adults and should be able to handle things on our own. I don't know. Am I the arsehole?
No.
OP has offered the following explanation for why they think they might be the arsehole. 1. I called his mum and told her everything. And 2. Everyone's telling me that I should have handled it like an adult and that I'm in the wrong.
You're fine.
Now in the comments, not the arsehole. If he doesn't want his mum called, he shouldn't call you 37 times. And OP says, agreed. That's what my mum said. Also, him blowing you up like this is probably an indicator that something is wrong in his life. So letting his mum, who I'm assuming is a close, trusted family member in his life, know about it is actually a good thing to do. Exactly. There is nothing immature, low, or bitchy about OP not handling the issues of a person who hurt her so profoundly. Taking care of herself is in fact the mature thing to do, and letting someone in her ex's life know that he is behaving erratically is in fact incredibly kind and responsible. Not the arsehole. Y'all are in that in-between time where legally you're adults, but you are still teenagers. Calling his mum is likely to bring about a better outcome for him than calling the police and putting on a restraining order, which would be the adult way to do this. If he continues to bother you, I would encourage you to seek the adult response so that it ends up on his record. And OP says, I'm definitely getting to that point. My parents already wanted to file a restraining order, but I didn't want to after the breakup. But I am starting to agree with them. And now on to the update. First of all, thank you so much for the endless support. I felt very alone in this situation, and I felt much better with your comments. I read each and every one of them. Now the update. I called a lawyer yesterday, and we are trying to organize everything to see if we could get a restraining order on him. While that was in the process, I went about my day as usual. And then yesterday, I got a weird call. It wasn't from his number, it was from a random. It was creepy, saying, I have a crush on you. I see you around the lobby of my apartment name. And then they said that they would see me tomorrow.
What the fuck?
My boyfriend was there, and we contacted my boss as I had work the next day. So my boss was gonna stay during my shift, and my boyfriend was gonna pick me up from work so that I'm not
Creepy.
alone. Everything seemed fine until today. I got another call. It was Jay's number. I still didn't answer it. I turned my phone off and just cried. And then I turned my phone on, and he had called me 16 more times.
Bruh.
I'm so unsure what to do anymore.
The
I told my
police.
parents, my boyfriend, and the lawyers. I feel so vulnerable. I'm still at work. I am freaking out. I do have him blocked. Someone pointed out that it's possible he's using a VPN to contact me, and that's what I believe is the most reasonable answer, because I'm unsure how he's able to get through. I'm also going to change my number. And now in the comments, I know the cops are typically useless in this type of situation, but I feel like all of those calls, if you can trace them back to him, would be grounds for a restraining order or a no contact order. And OP
It's worth
says,
trying.
when I file the report, I will definitely ask. Even a harassment charge. The restraining order will be a better solution for long term, but a harassment charge would likely have a more immediate effect and hopefully persuade him to stop calling and creeping until your lawyer can get the order in place. And OP says, my mum wants me to proceed with both. I think the harassment charge will go through faster though. In my state, the harassment charge won't go through unless it's clear that you don't want the contact. You need to send a text or something that says, do not contact me again. And OP says, I had sent a couple of texts a couple of months ago telling him to not contact me. I still have it saved. Well, if it's possible and allowed where you live, get a small camera pointed to the outside of your apartment. That way you have evidence if he tries to show up. This is awful. I'm so glad that you have a support system helping you through this. I hope X finally leaves you alone for good. And OP says, I'm hoping. I'm almost off work, so my boyfriend will pick me up, and we're going straight to the police station. For real, you do not need this BS in your life. Screw his shitty friends too. You absolutely did the right thing. And OP says, thank you so much. I'm gonna cry. You were so kind. Thank you, thank you. And the thing is, it's not like his mum is a stranger to you. You guys talk. so asking her if she knew what was going on is totally reasonable.
Oh my god, okay. Oh, I got it
And
pinned.
now on to the final update. So this is the update that everyone has been asking for. First of all, I want to say thank you for your sweet comments. I read each and every one
Here,
of them.
I'll start down
I
here.
filed a police report for harassment, and it's ongoing. I collected everything I had from the past 2 years and turned it over. I also talked to my parents and got a lawyer, and we're working
I'm
on filing a
determined to
protection
finish
order
the
against
shirt.
him. My state is kind of slow with the process, but until then, I have friends/family/my boyfriend keeping close watch of me. There were a lot of theories of why the calls were going through, so I asked my brother, who is in the tech industry, and he said the most plausible theory is that my ex was using a VPN. So that was rough, because I continued to get calls even after my post. I ended up receiving 60 plus calls. I got my number changed and only gave it to close friends and family. I told others that they could communicate with me through Snapchat and Instagram. I also cut contact with his mother. I don't blame her at all, but I got advice to do that as well. So I sent her a thank you message and I blocked her on my old number. She doesn't know that I have a new one. People were also asking what she responded with. She got my ex's dad involved, and they handled it privately, but they never had much control over him, even when he was in middle and high school. I ended up switching jobs due to other reasons, and I let my bosses know his face and name and what protocol needs to happen if anyone sees him. I also informed my university and my apartment building. There is already security in both areas. I also happened to get a new car in June due to a bad accident that I had, so luckily he doesn't know my car either. Right now, I'm just trying to heal and get through this legal stuff, and then I'll be at peace of mind. I appreciate everyone for listening. It was heavy, and you all still did it. Thank you. I'm gonna try to sleep now. I haven't slept well recently, and I have surgery in 3 hours. So wish me luck, lol. I need it.
Surgery,
Much
bro.
love. And now in the comments, aw, I'm glad OP was able to get away from the harassment and has good footing and a great support network helping her get through this. Good luck, OP. And OP says, thank you so much, Angel. I have nothing but
Jesus.
sympathy for OP. I had to have a protection order too, which was a permanent restraining order. It's tough to get in the States a full protective order. I had to be hurt several times recently for mine. I sure hope the judge will give her this. This crap can be terrifying. I was thinking today about how stupid it is that no one will do anything about dangerous people until they hurt or kill someone. Like, why does it have to come to that to do something about the situation? I've been watching I Survived a Crime on Netflix, and I'm baffled by the fact that the most dangerous ones, who severely injure people, seem to get short sentences or no jail time/probation, yet the ones that rob stores when nobody is hurt, but some companies' bottom line,
See how it
they
looks?
end up in jail for 5 to 10 years. Or the guy that stalked a girl and legit walked into her apartment and wouldn't leave, also had been in her apartment more when she was sleeping or not home, and he was released the next day since COVID was going on. Oh, and lives in the building next to her, and there was nothing that she could do since she was tied into a lease. She ended up staying with a friend for weeks, and I don't doubt that if she stayed there, he would have either assaulted her or killed her.
I got one.
The system is so screwed.
I got one.
It totally is.
Ahaha.
Here, you can break a lease in cases of domestic violence. I think it also covers when the tenant's safety is at risk, which I think should be more common. I'm glad you were safe and supported, OP. I remember reading your original post and being super creeped out by your ex's shenanigans. Hugs. And OP says, oh Angel, thank you. So many hugs. Jesus frickin' Christ. What the hell is this psycho after, anyway? Dude keeps contacting OP and being extra creepy. I hope that karma eventually bites him right on the nuts. I bet he's only doing it because he knows that it upsets her. If he desperately wanted to get in contact with her to tell her something, or to get back together, he'd probably have immediately replied to the email. My theory is that this abuser lost his current relationship for whatever reason, and then wanted to regain some kind of feeling of power and influence, so he decided to repeatedly call OP to get a reaction and to feel powerful again. OP said that there is an ongoing
I agree with
case,
that.
doesn't state if it's criminal or civil, against him, so it seems safe to assume that he's trying to intimidate her into dropping it. Am I the asshole for refusing to divorce my husband? I, 30 female, met my husband Dave, 32 male, when we were little. He's been my best friend since we were 10. We were raised in very conservative Christian families.
I'm stretching at this. The sleeves are almost
We
done.
followed the script that was expected of us. Dated in high school, engaged in college, married after his graduation, and kids after I established a career. Kids are 5 and 3. We've been married 10 years. We separated, but stayed legally married 3.5 years ago because I finally admitted to myself and him that I am lesbian.
Lol.
I thought that I could fake it till I make it, but I just couldn't do it anymore. It was strained for a while, and we continued couples therapy. Ultimately, we both wanted to do the best for our kids. For us, that meant continuing to live together. He lives in the apartment above our detached garage because neither of us wanted to be single parents. Eventually, we both started dating other people, and I met my girlfriend Krista around 1.5 years ago. She knew that I had kids and an unconventional co-parenting arrangement up front, and I told her that I was still legally married after 6 months of dating. She had been fine with our living/co-parenting style prior to this, but was less
I
than
mean, that's
thrilled by
kind
my
of a
lack
big
of official
deal.
divorce. She asked if divorce was eventual, and I told her yes. Dave and I agreed that we would divorce when it no longer was mutually beneficial to remain married, i.e., a new potential spouse. The longer that Krista and I were together, the more that my being married bothered her. She feels remaining
No
married
shit.
symbolizes that I'm subconsciously clinging to my straight identity and is a barrier to moving on with my life, which I mildly disagree with, but I do understand. She does not want to get married, and had voiced the opinion that it was just a piece of paper, so I'm surprised it's become such a big deal. I agreed 4 months ago that I would bring it up with Dave, and set a timeline for divorce by the end of this year to make her happy. 2 months ago, Dave's company downsized his job, and a week later he found out his increasing fatigue and illness was aggressive leukemia.
Oh my god.
He's undergoing treatment that is estimated to be 10% effective in cases like his, and they told him to consider that this might be terminal. If the treatment fails, they've given him 6 months to 1 year. For Krista, this changes nothing. For me, divorcing Dave now would be unconscionable, and would make what is potentially his
Okay,
final months
that's fair.
even harder than they have to be. Whether she likes it or not, he's the father of my children and my oldest friend. To force the issue while he's fighting for his life would be incredibly selfish and damaging to both him and our kids.
True.
She's telling me
True.
that not only am I regressing into denial about my sexuality by refusing to bring it up again,
Okay,
but also
that's
that I'm
not-
already a selfish asshole by leading her on, and that I want the best of both worlds by remaining
See,
married
I get
to a
why she'd
man
be upset
while
about the
continuing
being
to
married
date a
thing.
woman.
However,
And now in the comments, not the asshole. I am sorry that you're going through that. I understand what you wanted in the beginning, but now you're just looking after Dave. I understand where Krista is coming from. You haven't given up your straight relationship yet, and that is frustrating for her. But now I don't think it's about the relationship. It's about your friendship. I'm sure that others will disagree, but you are likely making Dave's life better at the probable end. I would hope that Krista would be able to understand what you are hoping to do in this scenario. Have you explained to her? I mean, in reality, can you really argue that you have remained married at this point? You guys lead separate lives and are actively dating. At this point, to me, it really is just a piece of paper. I suppose if you still live with him, it's easier to argue, but either way, I don't see the problem. But that's me. Anyways, I hope you figure something out, and best of luck to Dave. OP replies, I've tried explaining, and she's insisting that the agreement I made with her is more important. She said that if Dave is really okay with my lifestyle like he says, it wouldn't matter to him that we get divorced, and it definitely shouldn't matter to me. Well, now you get to rethink if you really want to continue a relationship with someone so lacking in empathy. This right here. I would seriously consider ending that relationship ASAP. This person is extremely selfish to ask this of you. I would dump the girlfriend and keep the lifelong friends. Imagine explaining this to your kids in 10 years. Your father was a kind and loving man, and even when I realized that I was a lesbian, he didn't let that get in the way of being a loving family. So of course, when he got cancer, I divorced him to make my new lover happy. And OP says, F that. I can't imagine explaining it to them now, and they don't even get it now. Not the asshole. It doesn't make sense at this point to get divorced. With all due respect, if he's coming to the end of the road, why not just wait? I'm so sorry if this sounds insensitive, I don't mean it to be. If he makes the recovery, then I would bring it up. But until then, it's just a matter of time. He does not deserve the added stress from his best friend during these more trying last months/year. Your girlfriend needs to respect your family. And OP replies, thank you. That's how I've felt about it. And you're not insensitive, it's pragmatic. But she's worked it all up to be this big psychological thing. Like, if I don't get the divorce before he passes away, I'll always have some lingering doubt that I really meant our separation. I forgot exactly how she phrased it, but I took her words to mean that insisting on a divorce is confirming my new sexuality. Not insisting signifies that I'm not really serious or committed to being a lesbian for life. And someone replies to OP, I can understand the not being serious issue, but these are very special circumstances, unfortunately. At least from an outsider's perspective. If you're in a loving relationship and you're waiting, for very solid reasons, on something that is soon approaching, then it shouldn't be an issue. All of your stated reasons are valid, rather than having to prove a label to someone. I wish you the best, OP. And OP says, thank you. And now on to the update. First off, I know this isn't a support sub, and I didn't expect it to be, but it kinda turned out that way. And I appreciate you all so much. Thank you. I received the most helpful, constructive feedback I have ever gotten in my entire life from this sub. As far as the issue at hand in my last post, I feel confident that I'm doing the right thing by not asking Dave for a divorce. Krista still disagrees, damn near violently. As such, she is no longer my girlfriend. I tried to have a calm, adult conversation with her about it the night after my original post. Emphasis on tried. She was immediately aggravated and defensive. Told me that unless the next words out of my mouth involved signing divorce papers, we had nothing to talk about. I asked her why it bothered her so much.
It's coming together though, I feel like.
Argument, no matter how calmly I tried to remain. Ultimately, she admitted, in a fit of rage, that she felt people who stayed friends with their exes are psychologically damaged and are guaranteed to cheat. When I asked if she knew my situation and felt that way, why did she press me for a relationship? That she originally said that she never wanted. She said that she assumed that Dave would snap and do something that either was awful or that she could convince me was awful at some point.
What?
It then came out in our argument that she was pushing so hard on the divorce issue now to intentionally create tension and shatter Dave and I's care for each other.
So the
because,
hem on
again,
this,
in her opinion, it is completely unnatural.
Not great.
That was it. I told her that I was done, and I didn't need a heartless, selfish, insecure, jealousy-riddled piece of crap like her in my life or around my kids. The rest of it after that was just immature on both of our parts. With us,
I think I might just pleat the sleeves and then sew yellow around it. I'm not going to bother with elastic.
Couch cushions, etc., looking for things that she'd brought to the house and left over the last year.
Thank you, Jean.
The kids weren't there, thank God.
Hydration.
I had the foresight to see if Dave would have them for a sleepover in his apartment.
Okay.
I'm okay, I think. Grieving a bit, which feels stupid considering everything, but I feel like I had a rotten tooth for so long. I didn't realize how much pain and pressure it was causing me until I yanked it out.
This one?
And now
or
in the comments,
the one I just made?
based on your original post, Your husband is dying, your kids are about to lose their dad, and you're about to lose, sexual orientation aside, someone you've built a life with. Krista does not register any of this as important. Think about that. She wants you to leave a family that's about to be plunged into a great deal of grief. This is not a person that you want around your kids, not the asshole. I feel sorry that the OP's first experience embracing her new true self ended in such a bad way. I guess things could have gone
Many
worse,
such cases,
but luckily she
unfortunately.
stood her ground and hopefully didn't let this weigh her down in search of someone else in her life. I hope her friend/husband made it through his cancer. I feel like OP was fortunate to have such an understanding friend and husband, despite them
God, I
both
wish
coming
that
from
I
strong
had that foot that
conservative
rolled
and
hands.
religious backgrounds.
Something
It's
to-
basically a lesbian rite of passage to have a slightly traumatic situationship as your first lesbian experience. What a monstrous thing to do. Krista deliberately tried to break the bonds of friendship between the co-parents of young children, knowing that in less than a year, their father would be dead. Those children are going to be devastated and forever altered by the bereavement that they will soon endure. Not only will their mother be grieving for her friend, once upon a time husband and father of her children, but she will also have to set aside any and all the emotional energy she can to help her grieving children. I'm a widow. Helping my children while I was also grieving was one of the hardest things that I've ever had to do. Coming home from the hospital and telling them their dad had died while trying not to just fall apart. Trying to stay calm and open and present for them when I didn't know how I was going to go on. The single hardest day of my entire life. And Krista would knowingly make that worse for OP and those children by intentionally destroying the family that they have beforehand. She would subject those children to divorce because she thinks friendly co-parenting make her girlfriend a cheater. I can't fathom how cruel you'd have to be to intentionally attempt to destroy a family that is about to be devastated. Thank goodness OP found out Krista's true intentions before her plan worked. Unexposed is titled, Am I the Asshole for Getting a Makeover to Mess with My Brother-in-Law? So, I, 20 male, to put it bluntly, look like a girl. Definitely a flat-chested one, but still. I guess I'm just unlucky in the genetics department.
Or
Most
lucky.
people think I'm just a tomboy, but still. It gets a bit annoying that people think I'm a girl. I'm pretty comfortable with myself now, but I did used to get bullied a lot for it, and can be a bit sensitive about it. My sister's husband is always making jokes about it. I've told him to stop, but he never does since it's all just jokes. I've gotten sick of it, and I wanted to get him back instead of being my usual timid self not saying anything. I went out of my way to get some friends and my younger sister to give me a makeover a little before they were to come over. Basically, make me look as girly as possible. They did a pretty good job, and turns out if I'm all made up, I look a lot like a younger version of my older sister. When they came over, I made sure to act as girly as possible. He was visibly very uncomfortable, so I was definitely winning this one. They left very early, and I got a text from my sister calling me an asshole for making her husband uncomfortable. She told a few family friends, but most of them are on my side. But a few think that what I did was selfish and in asshole territory. Am I the asshole? Edit,
No.
F off to anyone using Reddit care resources to be bigots. No one likes you. And edit 2, I got a text from my sister that I'm a giant piece of crap and am ruining her marriage. I don't think
How
I'll be
would that
seeing them
ruin
anytime
your
soon, but
marriage?
just in case, I'm going to try to have a proper conversation with my parents about everything and see if we can not have them in the house for a while. Since I only pay rent to live with them, I don't really get a say, but I hope that my parents can support me. OP has offered the following explanation for why they think they might be the asshole. My brother-in-law is always making fun of me for looking like a girl and a tomboy, so I got a makeover and made him uncomfortable. My sister and a few family members think that what I did was childish and I was an asshole. And now in the comments, not the asshole. It's just jokes, right? Or is brother-in-law so much of an asshole that only he gets to joke around? And OP says, that was my thought as well. If he's allowed to make jokes, why can't I? Not the asshole. And I don't get why it made him uncomfortable. Did he get a boner or something? Seriously though, like, why are they upset? OP says, I hope not. That's definitely not the kind of uncomfortable that I was going for.
That's
Well,
definitely
then
what's
why
happening.
was he so uncomfortable? What were you going for? You said you looked like a younger version of his wife, correct? Are you sure he didn't get a boner?
Yeah, that's definitely what
And
happened.
OP says, it's possible, lol. Yeah, me and my sister have always looked similar. We get the same looks from our mother. The makeup, outfit, and hair extensions just made it a lot more uncanny, like I was a younger clone of her or something. Nice prank. I think you made your brother-in-law question his own sexuality. Maybe he'll shut up now, and probably avoid you for a while. OP says, I hope he avoids me for a good while, or at least keeps his mouth shut. Just tell him to remember the ancient truth. Don't start none, won't be none. Such wisdom. And now on to the update. Thank you everyone for all the feedback, positivity, acceptance, and some laughs from the comments. It's been a wild few days. I had a sit down with my parents and had a big talk about my feelings. They agreed that my sister's husband wouldn't be welcome in the house anymore. The only reason they didn't do or say anything about it is because they thought that it didn't bother me and know that I'm a tough cookie. They apologized for that and said they would speak out more in the future if anything like this happens again. My older sister had been texting me a lot, calling me all sorts of names, saying I'm ruining her marriage. She also visited yesterday, and as soon as she came into the house, she started screaming at me, and things got heated. So my parents also banned her from coming over until she can apologize for her behavior and letting her husband continue to make me uncomfortable. On a more positive note, I've been exploring myself a lot these couple of days with my twin sister. She told me not to call her my younger sister, but we are a day apart, so I'll always call her my younger sister. It's all in good fun. She helped me a lot with clothes and makeup, and even experimenting with what pronouns I like. I think I may be trans, but there's still a lot of exploring to do. I hope it's a worthwhile update for some of you. It's not exciting or drama-filled, but things are working out, and it's at least an exciting time for me, even with some of the negativity.
Do you guys like
I
my
do have to
stamps?
say though, thank you so much, brother-in-law.
My sewing
I wouldn't have
stamps.
explored my identity without you. And edit, some people are taking the little sister comment a little too seriously. My sister is fine with it. She read the post long before being posted, and we had a giggle about it. My relationship with my twin sister is a lot more different than my relationship with my brother-in-law. Now in the comments, it's wild that she keeps saying that you're ruining her marriage. Like, clearly there is more happening behind closed doors. Because getting uncomfortable one time doesn't ruin a marriage. OP replies, I'm not sure what's going on between them since, at the moment, I want nothing to do with my sister and brother-in-law. That's really for the best to avoid them, since clearly there is a whole can of worms happening at their house. OP replies, yup, I do hope that it works out for my sister, with or without her husband. I still do love her and want her in my life, but not the way that she is now. 30 years ago, when my dad left my mom, she told me it was because they found out that I, female, had a girlfriend. Now, I know that it was and is because she is a controlling, narcissistic, gaslighting person. Sometimes people can't accept that they are the reason their relationships didn't work out. She married a bully who made inappropriate jokes about you being girly, and then was uncomfortable when you rolled with it and acted even more girly, and now this one interaction is ruining her marriage. Something tells me that there is more to that side of the story, but I'm glad your folks decided to stand up for you from now on. OP says, yup, I'm glad they heard me out and did something about it. Apparently they're quite sick of him too. Must have been a pretty crap marriage if what somebody else wears can ruin it. I mean, makes sense if the husband is more attracted to the sister's brother than to her. It's crazy how someone else can just change one's husband's sexuality. It could happen to anyone.
It happens.
Am I the asshole for feeding my dog table scraps from a dinner my boyfriend made for us? So I, 24 female, have been dating Jay, 28 male, for 4 months. He's handsome, smart, funny, well-educated, has an awesome job, and is a sweetheart. On Sunday, he had a whole day planned for us. We were going to walk a nature trail and then go back to his place for dinner that he was making. I was so excited because it was going to be the first time that I'd be at his house. Since we were hiking, he said I could bring my dog Shelby with us. He made us a roast and some vegetables for dinner. I finished my plate before Jay did, and I took it to the kitchen. There was still about half the roast left, and it was close to Shelby's dinner time. So I took half of the roast and some still raw vegetables from the fridge to put on a plate for Shelby. I was carrying the plate to the back door with Shelby to feed her outside, and Jay asked me what I was doing. I told him feeding Shelby. Jay said something like, "Well, that's not dog food." Jay knows that I mainly feed Shelby a raw diet. I opened the door to put the plate down for Shelby, and Jay got up, took the plate away from her, went to the kitchen, and came back with it wrapped up in tinfoil, and he told me to leave. His excuse was that he made dinner for me and him, not me, him, and my dog.
Damn.
And that I should have asked before I helped myself, since he would have used his leftovers. I did leave, but not before telling him that he made that meal for us, so I could do with some of it as I pleased, and he knew damn well how I fed Shelby. I tried talking to my friend about it later that night, but she said that Jay was right to be upset. But this
I can
friend
see being
has never
upset,
really
but it
approved of how I
seems like
treat
an
my own dog,
overreaction.
so I feel like she was probably a bit biased and the wrong person to ask. Am I the asshole for just feeding my dog like I normally would? Clarification, she does not get restaurant food daily. I eat out maybe 4 times a month. If what I eat is dog safe, or the restaurant makes food for the dogs on request, then I bring some home for her. Shelby's daily meals are a bit of brown rice, raw vegetables, and ground chicken hearts and beef livers. The hearts and livers are boiled just enough to kill bacteria, and that's all with the approval of Shelby's vet. I asked Jay how he prepared the roast so I could know if it was safe to give her. And that's why I also got her fresh, unused vegetables from the fridge. And now in the comments, yes, you're the asshole. Your now ex-boyfriend made a special meal for you. You took a large hunk of that special meal and you gave it to your dog. Not only that, but you did so knowing that it would upset your now ex-boyfriend. You should have just brought dog food to feed Shelby. You should not have fed Shelby with people food, and you should particularly not have fed your dog with the special dinner that your now ex-boyfriend prepared for you. It is wholly irrelevant that Jay knows that you mainly feed Shelby a raw diet. I guess you haven't been grocery shopping lately. Roasts are expensive. Groceries in general are expensive. You didn't even bother to ask if he minded if you feed your dog. You aren't entitled to food that you didn't pay for or make. Yes, and OP also helped herself to the veggies,
Yeah, the veggies
in
was
his
too far.
fridge that he hadn't offered or prepared. Even veggies have gone up in price. The entitlement is astounding. Helping yourself to the contents of someone else's fridge the first time you're at their house is pretty astonishing too. I get that they're dating, but I would definitely ask until I'd feel at home at their place. And that would not be during the first time that I'm there. You're the asshole. A quarter of a roast is not table scraps.
Yeah,
How
that's
is the
quite
fact that you mainly feed your
substantial,
dog a raw diet at all relevant? Also, holy entitlement Batman, at you made that dinner for me so I can do with it as I please. By that logic, it would have been perfectly acceptable to flush it down the toilet. You're the asshole, OP. A roast with seasonings and probably garlic is not fit for a dog to eat,
Also
and is
that.
nowhere near raw. It's also not recommended to feed a raw diet at all. I've heard that from many vets. And also, roasts are frickin' expensive. He put a lot of thought and effort into making this meal for you, and you showed extreme disrespect. I definitely suggest that you talk to your vet about finding a better diet for Shelby and learn not to be so greedy going forward. And now on to the update. I accept that I'm the asshole for what I said and did to Jay. Some of these responses were harsh, but I see now how and why I was entitled. Thanks to the people that responded to the actual issue. Others going on about her diet. Thanks for the concern. But I came here to ask about Jay, not get into a debate about dog foods. comments. Shelby has been on her diet for 6 years and is a healthy and active puppo. That's all I and my vet need to know. As for Jay, I apologized to him and he did accept my apology, but he broke it off. He said it was the last straw for him over me doing things without asking first. He has talked to me about taking things off his plate or drink without asking first. I've tried to do better, but I keep slipping up. I didn't realize I was that bad about it, so I'm going to work on myself for the next guy.
Girl, what?
The people that said not going to his place for 4 months was a red flag, that was my decision that he respected. I don't want to go to someone's house or them know where I live the first few months of dating and getting to knowing each other. Now in the comments, y'all missed the best comment by her. This is behavior that she learned from her father, who would call it table scraps and then use it all to go feed his chickens.
What?
Fascinating. I've met people from families who turn their noses up at leftovers. Like food originally prepared a couple of days before is now beneath them and not worthy of human consumption. I wonder if OP was from one of those types of families. Leftover snobs miss out on so much.
I'm low-key
There are
a
so many
leftover
meals that
snob,
are
I'm not gonna
objectively
lie.
better as leftovers. Lmao? Wait? He already talked to her about taking food from his plate? I'm impressed she's actually posted this update. Her comments were full of deflection, and she never acknowledged her actual faults in them. The dog only eats organ meat as a protein source, except for roasts or specially prepared meat from a restaurant. The fact that when they go out on dates, she requests specially made meals to bring home to her dog and expected that to be a tip-off for him is just next level. OP clearly expects the rest of the world to revolve around the way that she does things. It's just the absolutely entitled and bonkers way that she does things. Our next post is titled, "What asinine work-at-home policy has your employer come up with?" Today, mine came up with the brilliant idea of, if you're not at the location where your paycheck is addressed, you're AWOL because you are not home.
What?
That's gonna suck ass for those single folks who periodically spend time over at their significant other's place, or for couples that have more than one home. I'm not really sure how they plan to enforce this, unless they're going to send the work-from-home police over to check your house to see if you're actually there when you're logged in. Now in the comments, after being sent home to work for over a year, our board prohibited work from home completely, even though we had a very productive year. Of course, they are okay if we work from home after hours or to deal with outages or system updates, but during normal working hours, we must be in the office. The funny thing is that we're not required to work after hours, so I guess I'll just stop and save all my updates and troubles for normal business hours while working at the office. Not allowed to work from home? Sets DND during on-call because answering the phone is work. No working from home. I need you in the office every day. Where is everyone else on the floor? They're working from home. Me? Various curse words getting stopped by my filter. And now on to the update. You can't make this crap up. So, a while back, I posted this thread about this stupid policy that my employer has enacted, where work from home means that you have to work at your HR-registered street address. And now, in the words of Paul Harvey, it's time for the rest of the story. So today I found out why this policy was enacted. A few weeks ago, in a meeting with HR, the HR rep made a comment about the policy being enacted because people weren't working at their houses, but they were taking vacations, unapproved, and working while on vacation. Digging around a little with my friends high up in Central IT Admin, it seems that a senior administration official who never uses a computer was participating in a Zoom meeting. In the Zoom meeting, one of the participants was apparently at the beach participating in the meeting remotely. Except she wasn't. She had her Zoom background set to the tropic theme with the palm trees and ocean in the background. The moron thought that she was participating remotely from Aruba or some crap. He wanted to bring her into HR on disciplinary charges,
Oh my God.
but didn't know her name because Zoom has pretty pictures of you and he didn't get her name. Or maybe because she had edited her setup to just show her first name. Who knows? Based on that, the wheels start grinding where we need a new
unhinged.
policy where everyone has to work at home when they work from home or you're considered AWOL. When someone finally realized what happened and brought it to his attention, senior IT people got involved, which is how I ended up finding out about it. They explained the Zoom background to him, and rather than admitting his mistake, he doubles down with how the policy is necessary and becomes even more vested in making it a reality, rather than admitting his mistake and looking like a complete moron. No, I'm not shitting you. This is not urban legend territory. I would laugh if it weren't so stupid. Edit. I'm wondering if I can use this new policy to my benefit when I am on call. If I can't work from anywhere other than my HR registered street address, or I'm considered AWOL, I guess this means that when I'm on call and not home, I do not have to answer my phone and emails, since I would technically not be working at home. Then again, dipshit administrator may decide that this means that you can't leave your house when you're on call. And now in the comments, obviously, make a background of your workstation at home, and then go to the beach and use it. I made a Zoom background of a video of me sitting in front of my computer looking interested and occasionally nodding. I did this too, for fun. You need very subtle movements and neutral expressions. The loop won't be long, so nodding will likely make you look like a bobblehead doll. Someone needs to use the outer space background and really blow this administrator's mind. Or the cat filter, but then they'd have to explain to the administrator that they are not a cat. One could argue that if you're on call and cannot leave your house, then you're in a wait to work scenario, and they would have to pay you for the full time that you're on call. Malicious compliance, constantly update your address with HR anytime you need to go somewhere in case you have to work while there, even if it's just for a weekend. Fire off an email with your update address information every single time. If they just shrug and accept it, escalate. Going to the movies, new address. Shopping, new address. Visiting your mom for a few hours on the other side of town, new address. Our next post is titled, Am I the asshole for refusing to resign just because I'm a pole dancer? I, 25 female, started a new job in a rather big company 3 months ago. I really enjoy the work I do, and I get along great with my colleagues. I'm also a pole dancer. Not the stripper type, although I don't see anything wrong with that. Our group can be booked for shows, and we compete as well. It's a great workout. I should also mention that it's in no way sexual. Our website even states that we will not perform at bachelor parties or similar events. So a month ago, my boss sends out invitations for the company's Christmas dinner. It says that after dinner, there will be a surprise. I was bummed because I knew that my group was booked for a show, so I wouldn't be able to attend. I tell my boss this, and everything seems fine. So last Friday was the day of my show and the Christmas dinner. I get to the show, and as we go out on stage, I see that we're performing for my company.
Oh no.
No big deal. I'm happy that I get to catch up with everyone after the show. So the performance is over, and everyone seemed to love it. I change and I go say hello to everyone. People tell me how much they enjoyed the show, and I thank them. And then my boss asks to speak in private. He is fuming and says that I'm fired, and he can't have tramps represent the company. I'm really taken aback because, after all, he booked the show. He tells me it's unprofessional and that he's disgusted a smart woman with potential like me would lower herself to something like this. I'm planning on going to HR about this because I refuse to accept being fired. I think it's not justified because A, I'm good at what I do, and B, I never made a secret out of what I do in my free time. One quick Google search would have been enough to find me and my group. Now in the comments, not the asshole, but this says a lot about the surprise he had planned for the company's Christmas dinner. If he thinks that pole dancers are tramps, why on earth did he book a group of pole dancers for the company Christmas dinner?
So weird.
If he can't have tramps represent the company, then why did he hire tramps for the company Christmas surprise? This is a total double standard. This is what you need to say to HR. If what you're doing is so unprofessional, then your boss shouldn't have made it a part of the holiday dinner. Good luck. I think he just didn't like being caught off guard. He didn't like that he was the one surprised. He felt like he wasn't in control. This, OP, say exactly this to HR. You are seriously not the asshole. Not the asshole. It's unprofessional for you to work at both companies, but not for him to have hired them to perform at his company Christmas party.
So weird.
That makes no sense. Also, damn, good for you. It's not unprofessional for someone to have two jobs unless they're in the same industries or otherwise in some kind of competition. It's not even clear that the dancing is a job in that sense. It could be more of a side gig. Oh, definitely. I was pointing out the hypocrisy of his statement that the side gig was unprofessional. Not the asshole. HR would probably love this. Can't really say that it's appropriate if he hired them, and make sure to mention that he called you a tramp. And now on to the update. So it's been a while since my original post, but some of you wanted an update, and here it comes. I went to speak to HR the Monday after the incident. However, it was almost Christmas, so I think they didn't really want to deal with the whole thing. I got to keep my job, but when I asked what they'd done about my boss, they said that a decision would take time. It was quite obvious that they just wanted to sweep it under the rug. That's how I started my Christmas break. I was sad, but then I became angry. So I scheduled a meeting with HR again and told them that I'd take legal action if they just let it slide. I guess that scared them a little because the next day, I received an official apology from my boss and 3 extra paid days off. I decided to accept this since I don't want to jeopardize my career with bad publicity. Still, I'm disappointed, and I decided to look for another job, which is going well. I have my second interview tomorrow. Now in the comments, amazing how the boss thinks this pole dancing is so bad, but he was the one who treated his employees to a pole dancing performance. It's not that he thinks it's bad, it's that he thinks it's beneath him and his employees. Pole dances are fine for him to enjoy, but not to work for him or be friends with. Pointing with the left hand while getting off with the right. She should have consulted her own attorney before going to HR. HR is not there for you. They are there for the company. She's lucky that it worked out as well as it did. As a person with a similar hobby as her, I feel the pain of people assuming it's sexual until they actually see you perform.
It's almost like
So I'm just
it's
a little
because
surprised
you
the boss
stole
still
it
thought that it was
from
a sex
sex workers.
act after the
I
performance. I guess that
pole
says more
dancer
about what
leaders.
he was staring at.
Oh my God,
Pole
go
and
say hi.
aerial fitness is no joke. These men and women are strong.
Go.
Yes,
Be annoying.
completely agree. I'm a stripper,
Okay.
and while a lot of the girls that I work with can do all the tricks that a pole
Sorry,
dancer
my
can
boyfriend,
do,
go home.
the choreography is obviously different. Non-stripper pole dancing gives off more a Cirque du Soleil vibe. Also, people would be shocked to find out a lot
Wait,
of
I
dancers
hate-
do not spend a lot of time up on the pole while on stage.
Oh my
It's a whole
God.
different vibe.
Like, it's just a workout. Like, okay, and where did it come
And
from?
that's where I'm going to end today's episode, guys. I do hope you enjoyed. If you did, let me know what you thought of it, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Wait.
Ooh, we made it to the end. Oh shit. Alright, let me go say hi really quick and then I'll be right back. And we'll finish the shirt. Okay, back. Sorry, had to say hi to the boyfriend. Okay. Let's find... Okay, I'm finding one more video because it's actually getting fucking late, I'm realizing. So I'm gonna find just one more, and then I'm gonna do as much as I can during it, and then yeah. Thank you, Jean. Good night. Have a good sleep.
G'day there.
This will be the last one. Try to finish the cuffs on the sleeves, and then the top should be good to go. And then we just have to make the hat, the underwear part, and then, which I'm still not sure how I'm gonna do that exactly. But I'm gonna do it somehow. Probably gonna do like a high-waisted underwear situation with like elastic or something. I don't know. And then I have to do the bloomers and then the socks and gloves. So shouldn't be the end of the world. But we'll see how long it takes. I was able to whip the shirt out in 5 hours. So not the end of the world. I am gonna make the hat. Not tonight, but I'm gonna make the hat, yeah. It'll be like the sleeves. It'll be very similar to the sleeves. I just have to cut out a bunch of shapes for the hat. But I have 2 more shirts to use to cut up for that, so we'll see how it goes. I'll have to like actually plan it out slightly more. I think if I just do 3 stripes on each, so 4 on each side, and then 2 in the center. And if I just sew it like pants, actually. Sew it like pants that connect. There's this shape. Honestly, it won't be that hard. I can do it. I can do it. I'm gonna finish it. I'm gonna finish it by next week. That's my goal, okay? I can do this. This is good for me. Anyway. Let's whip the rest of this out, and then, yeah, we'll see how much I get done with this video.
Marky here, and welcome back to another episode of r/relationship advice. I do hope you enjoyed today's episode, and with that said, I want you to sit back, relax, chuck a prawn to the Barbie. Let's get right into it. Posted by user ThrowRA Consistent 12, titled I 26 male found her 28 female TikTok after we went out on a date. This is honestly not something I expected to post about, but here's the thing. I have known this woman for a while since we're in the same friend groups. She's a nice person, attractive, and honestly, I've always enjoyed my talks with her. A few weeks ago, I asked her out on a date. I figured if she says no, it's fine. But she actually agreed. We went on a date this past Saturday, and honestly, I thought it was awesome. We went out to dinner, had drinks, spent the rest of the night talking, and even took a walk on a walking bridge over the town's lake. It's not a big one. I dropped her off and was elated. I absolutely loved the night. However, that night when I went scrolling through TikTok on my bed, a post from her, I didn't follow her, nor knew she had a TikTok, appeared on my For You page. Essentially, she said in the post, getting ready for a date that I really don't want to go to. That was like a bucket of ice water being thrown on my head. I was so freaking happy, and I just found out she didn't even want to go on a date with me.
No.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying she has to want it, but please, let me know if that's the case. We don't need to go out. We can forget that I even asked her out. But doing this on the internet, it made me, I don't know, self-conscious. Not sure if that's the right word. Now I'm unsure about what to do. Should I tell her that I saw this or just forget about it? Honestly, it really hurt me, and I'm not really sure that I want to give this another try. I mean, she didn't want to go out with me in the first place, right? Yeah, that's a bit of a
Definitely
cringe
cut
for me,
her off.
OP. I feel like if the vibe for you is that things are off and they're irredeemable, it's okay for you to, you know, call it off. Though there are definitely those that will say, hey, just reach out, communicate with her, give her a chance to tell her story. Maybe this was just a long-winded joke. Who knows? Maybe you can salvage things. Though personally it does seem like a gigantic amount of disrespect your way, so your mileage may vary. In the comments, Naked Neve says, I'd comment on the post and ask if the date went well. This, just because she didn't want to go, doesn't mean that she didn't have a good time. I think all of us have been there, where we don't feel like socializing but it turns out okay or fun. Her not wanting to go may not be a judgment on the OP at all. Could simply be that they weren't in the mood for a date, which might actually be a compliment to OP that she was still willing to do it for
True.
OP anyhow. It's a low blow to post it on social media. People have feelings. She didn't give a shit about OP finding out, especially if they
To
know
be
each
fair,
other
she
from
probably
a friend
didn't think
group.
he would.
Good human beings don't proceed like that. I'd say leave her be. If she asks why, then tell her that you saw her video. Simple as that. I just wouldn't ask her for a second date and let it be. Don't give her fuel for her TikTok. Just tell her that you don't think you're a good fit if she asks. I'd feel like a child dating somebody who airs their whole personal life on effing TikTok. Of all the apps too, yuck. Oh my god, fight with the
Kitty.
boyfriend. You'll never guess what he said. Hey guys, van life mum here. My children are all grown up and don't speak to me anymore. Who could have seen this one coming? The thing for me would be this. Who on earth would post that on TikTok, and why? The potential answers will tell you a lot. I would never want to be with someone that would find that an appropriate thing to post for so many reasons. My interest in such a person would disappear after seeing something like that, and I hope that you have the wherewithal to feel similarly. This woman is not worth it, and at least you discovered that
Gotta switch
quickly.
back to yellow
Distance
thread.
yourself if you know what's good for you. No point in causing any drama over it, and honestly, that might be something that she would enjoy. Update. Hello everyone. Some people have reached out to me through comments or chat asking for an update on the situation. Sadly, there isn't much to share at the moment, but I'll provide what I can. Please keep in mind that I won't be discussing this further, nor will I reply to comments. Thank you for your understanding. After last week's post, I read almost every comment, or at least most of them. I'm thankful to all of those who commented and shared a bit of their own personal story. Some people mentioned the anxiety is normal, and feeling like not going out is definitely common, suggesting that I shouldn't look too much into it. While I agree with their perspective, and see no fault in feeling like going out, what bothered me the most in this situation was having to post a TikTok for a significant audition. I'm guessing audience. I'm a private person by nature, and even my social media accounts, like Instagram, have only a single post. I don't really like to overtly share, nor do I want to be with someone who does. It's completely fine to share whatever you want, I just don't want to be a part of it. So I decided not to contact her. I chose to pretend that I had never seen the post and let things be. I understand a lot of people might think that this isn't the best choice, but I feel it's the best course for the both of us. Last Thursday, a few friends who happen to know her invited me out
You
for
say
drinks.
while posting
We
on
went to
Reddit.
a bar, and while we were eating and enjoying our drinks,
Like, what she
a mutual
posted
friend
was
asked me how
completely
our date
anonymous.
went, as our circle was aware that we were going on a date.
It's not like she
I didn't want to
named
say
you.
much, so I just replied, "Oh, it was good, but I don't think we clicked." The friend followed it by saying, "We figured," which made me feel rather uneasy. When I asked what he was talking about, he hesitated, but eventually said that they had seen a TikTok post about her not wanting to go out. At this point, I didn't really know what to say. This situation is just incredibly messy for me, but there's not much that I can do about it. Still, I wasn't going to mention it, nor did I try to look up if there was any update on her part. In fact, I deleted TikTok after that incident. It just wasn't doing me any good. Nevertheless, this past Saturday,
seems
she
a
sent
little
me a
weird.
text. She mentioned that she enjoyed our date and asked if I wanted to go out again. I understand that she clearly stated that she enjoyed our time together. However, I don't want to be with someone who exposes so much of their personal life.
She
It's
literally
not
said
something
she's
that
just
would be
getting
good
ready
for
for a
me.
date. It's not
So I
that
decided
much.
to tell her the truth and sent her
You
a
have this
text
whole ass
explaining that
post
while I
on Reddit,
absolutely
like-
enjoyed our date, her company, and that I thought that she was an amazing woman, her post from the night of our date came across my For You page on TikTok, and it made me feel really self-conscious. While I understand that she enjoyed the date, contrary to what she felt at the time of the post, I didn't feel comfortable going out with someone who had such a high level of exposure online. I wished her the best and expressed hope that she finds someone whose lifestyle aligns with hers.
Okay.
She has read the message and left me on read ever since. I don't think she'll reply, and I don't
Yeah?
think we'll have a lot of social interaction going forward. I'm sorry if this wasn't the update that you guys were expecting, but yeah, sadly, that's what the situation became. Anyhow, wish everyone a good day. And you know what, OP? More power to you. Honestly, if that is a boundary, if that is something that's
If that's a
not
boundary, I
something
guess
that you
that's your
want,
boundary. It's just
I
kind
can
of weird.
definitely see where you're coming from. She's a 10, but every time I sneeze, she makes a TikTok about it. Why can't she mind her own business? You know what, maybe she's gonna see this post, and then she's gonna read it out on TikTok, and then react to it as well. That'd be really epic. But yeah, really, at the end of the day, I think you did the best you
It just
could,
feels a
and you
little
were as
hypocritical.
respectful as you could have been. And on top of that, you didn't give her any more ammunition for more TikToks, besides these posts. But come on, she's not
Besides
lucky.
these
She doesn't
posts.
read Reddit. Let's be real. In the comments, VanMan32 says, I was late to the party on the last post you made. I think what you did was right. You gave your explanation in a way that she couldn't really milk it for content. If she did use your response for content, she would have been shat on so hard and labeled a shitty person. Hopefully this is a good lesson for her going forward. OP, contrary to what you may think, you got the message through to her loud and clear. I feel so sorry for people dating in the era of ever-present social media. It just ruins everything it touches.
Yeah, if you're a
I
little
love
bitch,
that he
I
basically,
guess.
in a nice way, told her, no thanks, because a woman like her doesn't deserve a guy who seems to be as mature and honest as OP.
He doesn't seem mature.
In fact,
I'm gonna be honest.
from my experience,
He
many
seems
relationship-worthy women would prefer that their men don't even use social media. So OP is clearly one of those few
Yeah, and
who
those are
eventually
really
will find a
insecure
girl
women.
who is just like him when it comes to social media.
They're
To
very
me,
insecure.
one of the biggest red flags when dating is if she's heavy into social media. If so, then I just simply pass. It's highly important to a healthy relationship in my opinion. No, she's gotta be just like me, for real. The part where his friends had also seen the post is what makes it gross and kind of sad. Someone making it publicly known that it's just so not looking forward to going out with you, and your friend group being exposed to that? Blech. Exactly. Especially with no follow-up that says,
Maybe I'm
yes,
just
I
built
was
different."
nervous about going, thought that it was going to be awkward, but it was great. We had a lovely conversation. Who wants to be with someone who puts their disapproval with you out for all to see, but withholds their approval? She gives me the ick. I really don't like how social media has become so present inside dating.
Honestly,
Heck,
to me, a red flag
if
is
someone had
not
made a
having
TikTok
social
like that
media.
about me, I won't even want to date for a long time, and my confidence would fly away. On a side note, OP really handled this pretty well and made the right decision. I hope OP has a better chance on finding a better date. The thing is that almost nothing is true online these days. She might have just used it as an opportunity to make a viral TikTok. But yeah, really silly. Yup. I'd bet she was actually looking forward to the date, but thought the TikTok would gain more attention and be more relatable if she took an, don't want to go out stance. OP and her friends seeing it probably didn't even cross her mind.
Oh my
Glad
god,
I
it's
grew up in a day and age
so
where
not that deep.
every single one of my thoughts went onto Facebook, up until 2012. Yeah, that was really healthy, and now I get memories and reminders of that 10 years later. At least my cringe
This
was
whole post is
confined
giving
to
off
my
such boomer
profile
energy, I
and
can't
didn't
even
get
handle
signal
it.
boosted to
Oh my
hundreds
god,
of millions of
she
people online.
vaguely mentioned me in a TikTok. How dare she?
Our next
never
post is
gonna
by
recover.
user PrettyAnalysis6860, titled, My 24 Female Mum is Nosy. I recently got married in late September of this year to my husband, 28 male. Last year, we moved in together when I got engaged. My husband bought a house in the US, while my parents live in Japan. My mum has been staying with us since the wedding because it's her first time in our home, and she wants us to all fly back together to Japan for winter holidays in November. My mom has always been a very controlling person throughout my life. For some background to explain her
get her out.
personality, she's always had high expectations from me, very hypercritical of my looks, academics, talents, forced me into ballet as a child, and then essentially admonished me for not having the idealistic slender body of a ballerina. I have a narrow upper body, but a curvier lower body with naturally wide hips. Anatomy which cannot be changed with any diet, but she would still try to starve me because my shape was unbecoming for a ballerina. She would not let me play in the sun or join sports. She would not let me cut my hair. I could not hang out with my friends after school, extra tutoring, extracurriculars, strict routines. If I upset her in any way, she would smack me on the palms of my hands until they were raw. I could have a fever and be at home from school, and she would still come into my room and sit on my bed to make me study. Even if I was delirious, I had to stay conscious, participate, and provide the right answers. I had a rough upbringing, to say the least. Anyway, I've largely addressed most of these things as I've grown up, and independent of her, but a few things remain as ongoing struggles. She is incredibly nosy and still tries to critique my life and all of my decisions. My husband is Japanese,
No, what the
Korean,
fuck?
and American mix. When she first saw a photo of him,
No,
she was
why?
swooning, but as soon as I told her his background, she had a problem about his race. She said such horrible things, some of which still echo in my mind today.
Ugh.
I have a better relationship with my dad, but my dad is very submissive when it comes to my mom. My husband is the only person who can control my mom. He is very assertive and blunt. He has an intimidating aura and is unfortunately the only person who can put her in her place. To find her way around this, now my mom waits until he is out of the house to come for me. Ever since she's been living here, I feel like prey in my own home. She's been snooping around the house and did a lot of it while we were gone on our honeymoon. We have a detached garage next to the house. My husband uses the main floor
kick her
garage, and upstairs he converted it into an art studio for me. My mom has gone through my studio and looked through all my journals and sketchbooks. She has gone through our closet, my clothes, my lingerie, personal items, jewelry, and most recently, my corn drawer. I basically have a drawer in our closet which I keep all that stuff. We put a lock on it for obvious reasons. She started degrading me about it. I was so upset that I was streaming with tears. It was only when I threatened to tell my husband did she admit that it took her several days, but she eventually found the key. When she does these invasions of privacy, she won't admit to them, but I'll know she has seen something private of mine that she doesn't like because she will not so subtly hint her disapproval. It will show in her attitude, general vibe, that she is displeased. And then she'll poke me over and over again to force me to play a twisted guessing game with her. It is nauseating and painful. I know she's my mum. I will love and take care of her no matter what.
Why?
She has her good moments too, but her personality is so exhausting. I am sure that my dad is having a great time in Japan living alone while she's with us here. I feel so guilty about it, but I look forward to having space from her again. I'm counting down the days. When I see other people and their closeness to their mums, I can't relate. I feel really sad about that. That's partly why I think I try so hard to bring my mum close, but her behaviors and judgments always hurt me.
Girl, it's
I
not
wish
like
I
that.
was stronger, but I admit lately that I don't have the energy to deal with her. Tonight she was getting physical after having too much wine, while yelling at me about my decision to take a break from work. Luckily though, my husband came home early. I ran and got behind him for cover. She kept trying to reach around him to grab me.
Bro.
She was not listening to his calm voice, so he had to raise his voice at her, and that's when she stopped suddenly, and just went to her room. When she acts like that,
What
I
even?
feel so anxious. I was holding my partner's shirt in my fist so tightly, I didn't even realize my nails were digging into my skin. I then left her water, ibuprofen, and a small meal at her door. I just know for about a day she's going to give me the silent treatment and start refusing to eat. I'm so tired. Edit, not actual corn. What I meant is toys and stuff. OP, I just felt like I read through the journal of someone whose counselor was like, You know what? Just spill all of your traumas right out onto the paper so that you can release this from you. All that bad energy will flow from self to pen to paper, and you will find zen afterwards. If what you're looking for is permission, then I give you absolute permission to... I know you don't want to go no contact with her, but absolutely low contact, OP. My minimal brainstorming with the 2 brain cells I have left tells me that if she's going to come visit you guys in America, she needs to stay in a hotel and not hang out with you guys at the house. That is your fortress, that is your safe space. Make her stay somewhere else, and when it becomes too much for you, you disconnect from her. There's clearly some huge issues with boundary setting and boundary keeping here, because she knows that she can bully you because she's conditioned you as such. I, in a perfect world, would hope that you go no contact with her and only speak to her through your dad, but I know that's not always possible. In the comments, Joey Mummy 2015 says, "What the hell did I just read? Your mum is abusive AF, and you need to go 100% no contact."
Right.
That's what we all did with my narcissistic grandmother, and it was the best decision ever. Send her home. She's snooping through your things, crossing boundaries you have clearly placed, yelling at you. She has long overstayed her welcome. It is your house. Send her home. OP replies, "My husband did tell her, since she got physically abusive that night, if there is even one more incident, he will buy her a plane ticket and send her home early. I just hate that she sours, and it will impact our holiday time as a family later this year. I feel bad for my dad too. He needs a break from her. That's why I'm putting up with her. I will
Bro,
try to sit down and
get a
tell her that she
divorce.
cannot get physical with me, even though she will claim she was drunk and doesn't remember."
What?
And now onto the update, titled, "Would I be the asshole for sending my mother back to Japan earlier than anticipated
No.
due to her behavior? I am
Please do it.
unfortunately back here on this website because I'm at a loss for how to wrap my head around a new situation, which honestly feels like a retaliation or some kind of attempt at asserting control. My husband is currently away for work, leaving just my mother and I in our new house. My mother is visiting from Japan as we recently got married. She's been staying with us. The plan was for us to travel back to Japan together in November. Since she arrived, my mother has been a lot, to say the least. She's already received a final warning from my husband. My husband told her that if her behavior towards me persists, he will have no problem buying her a new plane ticket and sending her home early by herself. Specific to this scenario, she's been criticizing our home in the most unnecessary ways. We purchased our home brand new, turnkey. We've put a lot of work on top of that as well. My mum, however, takes great satisfaction in finding faults in minuscule details, which she claims is constructive. She has been obsessed with a guest room closet. It's a large walk-in closet, as this guest room is actually the main floor master. When we put her up in this room, I'd explained to my mother the reason there is shelving on only one side of this closet is because we explicitly requested this from the designer during the finishing. We wanted space to neatly store some seasonal items and sports gear. With this simple explanation, I thought the subject had been closed. Yesterday, I came home from a run wearing headphones. I went upstairs to my bathroom. I was about to start my shower, but shut the water off because I kept hearing this strange drilling sound below me. When it wouldn't stop, I wrapped a towel around myself and went downstairs, calling out for my mother. There was no response. I followed the sound and ran into 2 men standing around the small foyer/hall area that connects to that guest room. They stared back, half smiling, half dumbfounded. I was so shocked, I just froze. My mom appeared behind me, which gave me another scare. I almost screamed. She said something like, "OP, oh my, put some clothes on, stupid girl," in Japanese. I was speechless, crimson, embarrassed. I got myself out of there. I finished my shower, got dressed, by which time the men had all left. I confronted my mother. Without asking me or my husband, who was conveniently away, she found these random men from online, they're probably not even certified or a real company, invited them into our home and had shelves put in.
Bro.
The shelves don't even match, by the way. I will now have to remove them and clean up the wall. I feel humiliated and disturbed at what I can only assume is a twisted power move. I have to pay for this service because my mother claims that she does not have the money, but also it's your house. She gave access to our home to people from Facebook or something who would have cased the place after she so graciously told them that it's just the two of us women currently living here, but more often just me, as in her words, my awful husband is frequently away. I've been having a hard time falling asleep at night because I'm worrying about getting robbed or worse.
I mean,
I live in
yeah.
a secluded area, on an acreage surrounded by woods. Absolutely surrounded. I can't even see my neighbors. Since my husband had warned her to keep her behavior in check, I feel like it is absolutely fair to send her back to Japan early.
Yes.
But I'm also scared to send her because then I'll be alone. I don't have any
Girl.
siblings, but I have a cousin abroad who thinks that I'm being an asshole if I send my mum packing. She is a frail woman and never travels alone. She's also my mother, no matter how horrid she can be.
No.
My husband said he'll book her a first-class ticket with someone to collect her from the plane and escort her, that she will be comfortable.
Oh my god, is she
He wants me to
fucking
stand my
child?
ground. He assures me that I'll be safe. He can monitor the home from our security system, briefed me on some scenarios, things like that. A part of me wants to keep her here so I won't be alone.
No.
She and
That
I
was
are
her
currently not speaking to
fucking
each
plan,
other,
dude.
which is her decision, ironically. Update. I'm booking her flight right now. She is feigning an aura migraine, asking me to take her to the ER, which I am not doing. So now I'm being accused of letting her suffer. We have pain meds at home, and there is nothing the ER can do for aura migraine. I'm going to try to take her phone away because she will 100% call her own ambulance.
Oh my god.
Oh my
dude.
god. I regret letting her back into my life so much. Thank you to everyone for your support. You have given me the push that I need to follow through and send her
Try it
home.
on.
This is the first vertebrae I'm gaining in hopes of one day growing a spine. I'll probably explore my excessive guilt around this decision in therapy. In the meantime, I'll try to keep reminding myself that I've done the right thing. And in the comments, her clarification, the user deleted their comments that OP is replying to, but
Ta-da!
OP says, I also get migraines with aura and know the signs and symptoms to assess if she needs emergency medical. Otherwise, she has everything she needs as far as medications and relief. It's not a control thing on my part. I just don't want her to purely, out of spite toward me, abuse a valuable resource like an ambulance that could be assisting someone who needs the service. They said something again, which they
I
deleted,
finished
and OP replies,
with enough
This is
time.
true. I understand what you're saying, but it's not that black and white in this particular scenario. I would never withhold medical care from my mom.
Right?
However, she was not having an actual
I do get it.
migraine. I was not clear in how I wrote
It's pretty comfortable,
I
too.
reread it and see how it could be misinterpreted. However, it was more like a statement she suddenly made when I brought up the flight home. You're giving me aura migraine. Take me to the hospital. I can't listen to this.
Okay.
That sort of response. I told her no. We will follow her treatment plan first, which she has specifically for her migraines. She also had none of the signs and symptoms that we have both been taught to recognize, which would warrant emergency medical. Changes to speech is one example. She declined other symptoms too when I asked. She declined her migraine medication as well. She poured herself a glass of wine 5 minutes later, flipped on the TV at a loud volume, and chatted with a friend on the phone in her room. I
Okay.
did not end up taking her phone as she locked me out of her room. My
No
mom has
kitty.
called the police and ambulance back home under false pretenses many times. While I totally understand where you're coming
No
from,
kitty.
in some cases, intervention is necessary too, within reason, and this felt reasonable to me. Update.
Hi, Munchie.
My mom's
No,
flight was
please.
at 2 a.m.,
Baby kitty.
direct with no stops. I packed her
Nothing is up here
belongings
for
the night
kitties.
before while she was having her migraine,
I'm
aka
opening
sipping
this.
wine and
Nope,
gossiping
I'm putting
on the
something
phone.
in, and then I
I
shut
placed her
it.
suitcase in my vehicle.
And then I shut
I
it.
informed her of my decision in the morning. Leading up to it, I discussed her behavior since the wedding, listing all of the incidents and her lack of remorse or willingness to respect us and our home. I reminded her of the warning my husband had given her only a few days
I'm
ago,
sorry, Munchies.
and that as a result of her actions,
sorry,
I will be
Munchies.
following through with his warning in his absence. She will be going home. She smiled the whole time
No,
while I
kid.
was talking. I asked her,
Snuffy
Mom,
caddies.
do you understand?
Hold on, let me
She
get
said
this.
that she understands that I
There
am
you go.
basically a weakling and
Kiss a
coward who is
kid.
blindly carrying out my husband's bidding. She also made a point to be extra cruel by describing my husband as having dirty blood and a few other slurs that I won't get into due to the second-hand embarrassment and shame I feel about it. My partner is mixed
Oh,
race.
I was
She
about to
has
say.
specifically strong anti-Korean sentiments. It is so stupid.
I was about to ask if
I
he was
clarified
Korean.
that this decision is mine. My husband is not here. She gave a rude laugh.
Woo!
I explained her flight information. We'll see, she said. I don't think it hit her that this was really happening until later that evening when I started to pack up the remaining few things, like her essentials and carry-on stuff. She tried to fight with me to undo the packing. She slapped me many times, but I continued, literally while she was slapping me, dragged the stuff to the vehicle while the verbal and physical barrage went on. I have a few little scratches from the swipes of her nails. One of them is on my face. She then tried to pull my hair. I have really long hair as I was going up the stairs. I could have fallen backwards, but she didn't get a good grasp. I shouted at her if she doesn't stop, I will call the police. I don't care anymore. I will embarrass her by slandering her in my personal life any chance I get. I threatened to discuss her in articles. I've been published here and there for my art, like little spotlight interviews. I dialed 911 on my phone and showed her. She called me an insufferable bee, and also threw in SLUT.
Also, thank
because
you,
somehow
Ron,
that's
for
fitting.
becoming a simp.
But she left me alone after that. I had a friend of my husband come and escort us to the airport. He's a stone-faced ex-SEAL, but totally nice guy. Just my mum didn't know that, lol. He also drove me back. It helped a lot. When he showed up, things calmed down significantly because my mum behaved in a stranger's presence, smiling curtly and everything. I tried to give her a hug at the airport, and she walked away, making a vague threat
The story is
about how her
insane.
death will be on my conscience. We never hug unless it's for photos anyway, so maybe it was too much. So, she's gone. I have an
Good.
extremely bad headache today from all the stress
I-
and tension
yeah.
that it built up.
I bet.
I am not going to bother my husband. Clarification, I have kept him informed, just not detailed.
Okay, so we
Like
have
my mum hurting me.
2
I will
parts
tell
of the
him everything
cosplay
in
done.
person, because of his temperament and because he has a high-stress job.
And to be
such
fair,
as
the shirt
staying
is the
strong,
hardest part.
Going to do self-care and self-soothing stuff
So we've
today,
completed the
and try
hardest
not to feel
part.
sick or
Fuck.
guilty. It's not even really guilt. It's hard to explain.
It shouldn't be too hard to do
I
the
just feel
socks
awful.
and
Thanks,
gloves. I just have to
everyone,
like
from the bottom of my
trace.
heart. I
my
truly would
hand.
not have been able to do this without the support and encouragement that I received from you. I hope that I can, without losing my innate compassion and warmth, continue to grow, mature, heal, and do the right things like standing up for myself.
I know, right? I got a lot done
Not
considering I
being
was
an
not
asshole
planning to do
myself.
any of this.
I hope this is a good update. And that's where I'm going to end today's episode, guys.
Damn. Alright, well, good timing. Holy shit. Okay, well, yeah, we got a lot done. I'm gonna keep editing, keep working on stuff. Try to film Sonic once I'm not fucking sick. And yeah, other than that, I am fucking tired, so I'm gonna go. Half of you have already gone to bed, so... yeah, I have everything already done, but yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, I've got to do Pomni. Because then I can do the clown pussy, clown pussy, clown pussy. So funny. But yeah, I'm gonna do boy and girl version of Pomni, so yeah, should be fun. But I'm gonna fucking go. Good night, everybody. Have a good weekend. Happy Friday. Yeah. Thank you if you donated. Thank you if you hung out with me. Did I miss any others? Okay, cool. Let me update the... Let me update this really fast. And by the way, this will be the counter for when you guys get your next free video. I just posted one that, you know, I just felt like it. But this will be the next, like, bigger free video. It's not, like, just a shorter video. So, that's what this counter's for. But yeah, alright. Have a good weekend. Good night. Thank you for hanging out with me. Like the stream. Share the stream. Worship me. Okay, bye.